Gathering returns 3 months after the original dinner on April 25th was cut short when an alleged gunman breached a security checkpoint outside the ballroom and opened fire, prompting the evacuation of President Trump, administration officials, the journalists, and their guests. The suspect was taken into custody, and federal prosecutors have charged him with attempting to assassinate the President of the United States. Organizers postponed the remainder of the evening and announced the dinner would be rescheduled. Tonight's event is similar, but a more visible and enhanced security. It's also a smaller venue. Along with the traditional scholarship presentations and recognition of journalism, the evening marks the White House Correspondents Association's return following one of the most extraordinary disruptions in the dinner's century-long history. As always, C-SPAN brings you this event in its entirety, without commentary, but of course all of the pageantry. Before we get to the dinner, we're going to discuss tonight's security enhancements, the themes of the dinner, and of course have all of you join us in a conversation. We're going to go live now outside of the Waldorf Astoria. C-SPAN's John McCardle is joining us there. John, you were at the dinner in April. You are at the dinner tonight. Describe the scene.
Hey, Greta. The scene is getting busier tonight as people are coming in. We're between Pennsylvania Avenue and Constitution Avenue on 12th Street across from the Reagan building. It's the EPA, it's the old post office building. The Waldorf Astoria here, Greta, is, you'll know it, or some of our viewers will know it, as the old Trump Hotel. Even before that, it was the old post office building. There's a lot of folks who've gathered to watch the arrivals tonight. There's been at least one protester holding a sign, and we are joined by Carl Cannon of Real Clear Politics. Carl Cannon was at the April dinner. Carl Cannon, your immediate thoughts on the difference between what you're expecting tonight versus what we didn't expect altogether back in April?
Well, it wasn't like there was no drama that dinner. There were protesters outside shouting genocide. It was kind of a wild scene. It was raining that night. If you were a novelist, you would have set the scene for something to happen, and something did happen, of course, and it was sad. No one was killed. That's great. So they moved it here, presumably for the better security.
Security high tonight. Through these doors, the main entrance is the check-in, but then there's a whole several levels of security. We've been seeing the security come up and down the block here. It's more visible, I think, tonight than back in April. Would you agree?
Oh yeah, that's right, and understandably so. But you know, the dinner, both the White House Correspondents Association and the White House wanted to do it again. You don't really want to let terrorists dictate a schedule for an event that's been taking place for, since the turn of this, for 100 years.
So back in April, you had a whole table for Real Clear Politics. Tonight, it's just two people tonight?
2 seats tonight.
Who's with you tonight?
Our new White House correspondent, Carolina Lametta, who was at our table, even though we'd hired her, but she hadn't joined us yet. And that night, you remember, John, the real reporters sprung into action, and Carolina stayed, showing me she had great instincts, was taking notes, calling into her previous employer, Phil Wegman, who she replaced, who's now at the Wall Street Journal, our White House correspondent. He was working, I was working. They eventually kicked us out, and we went upstairs and held court at the bar.
Well, Carl Cannon, and there's another protester who just set up across the street. Maybe we can pan and show it. The truth comprised for access, I think, is what the sign says. Carl Cannon, you've been around D.C. a very long time. Your dad, very famous reporter with the L.A. Times.
No, Washington Post.
With the Washington Post. What should a president say to the media tonight? What are you expecting?
Look, Donald Trump's been on the scene for 10 years. John, if he's given one speech that I would have recommended he give, I'm unaware of it. So he doesn't take his cues from me. But I think he should be more conciliatory than he's been. There were many people, 500 or 800 people who signed a petition. They think we ought to denounce him from the stage, which is, an odd way to hold a dinner party. You condemn your guests, so I don't think that's right either. But he's had these things, criticizing reporters in the most really coarse language, suing them, collecting judgments in lawsuits. I mean, it's been a fight, and he's given as good as he's got. He thinks the press has been unfair to him, and the press thinks the other way around. I think we ought to do. It's the 250th anniversary of the Declaration of Independence. I think what he ought to do is stress the importance of a free press and how he believes in that, even though he sometimes approaches us as a bare knuckle fighter.
Well, we'll all find out together. We'll see you in the ballroom. Carl Cannon, Real Clear Politics. Always appreciate you coming on C-SPAN, and we'll see you inside.
Well, thank you, John. You know I'm a fan.
Back to you, Greta.
And I have heard from the White House tonight about what sort of speech the president will give. They've said it will be unifying and vicious. More on that coming up here before tonight's dinner. Joining us now is Scott MacFarlane. He is Midas Touch Chief Washington Correspondent. Scott MacFarlane, we've heard that security will be more visible. Why was that important tonight after what happened in April?
There are several reasons. The first of which is they want to be a visual deterrent. You want to make sure nobody tries anything. So the more visible you are, the more notorious you are with your security, the less likely somebody is to try something. These are always multi-layer events in terms of security. You have the feds there. You have the U.S. Secret Service. You have Washington, D.C. police who are some component of this. There are other federal agencies who have some fingerprints on the security plan here, and they're going to have to work together. And I think they would argue they showed a best practice in April when they stopped a would-be gunman who had opened fire with a shotgun. And they'll honor one of the hero officers from April tonight as part of the program. The characterization by Carl Cannon is important to note. He referenced that there's this petition that's gone around by 500 plus journalists encouraging members of the White House Correspondents Association tonight to denounce Trump's attacks on the First Amendment. I think Mr. Cannon may have mischaracterized it as a condemn Trump. I think what they're asking is for them to condemn any threats against the free press, as was epitomized by the subpoenas and federal agents at the home of New York Times journalists in just the past few weeks, subpoenas that were knocked down in court yesterday. So there are political stakes here. There are issues of freedom of the press, but the first and primary concern is making sure this thing is safe, and that's why you see all that security.
And what have we learned about enhanced security? We talked to the White House Correspondents Association President Wei Zhang, who said that it's not so much that it's enhanced, it's visible, but she did say that there's a partnership with a private security firm.
Well, let's start out with the fact that it's in that smaller venue with a smaller crowd. I mean, by orders of magnitude, there was a larger crowd in April than there's going to be tonight. So you've already reduced risk by reducing the head count.
And let's just talk about the numbers, because you're going from 3,000 to about 700.
That's a wild difference. I mean, it may be a best practice tonight, especially since they're trying to have what seems to be a lower key affair, but that does simplify things for security. What's more, they've changed venue, and that's important, right? Because what we found out in April is the Washington Hilton is this enormous cavernous space that may have challenges for securing. Challenges. This is a more confined space inside the hotel that used to bear Trump's name in recent years, used to be owned by him, and maybe easier four corners for them to square.
And we understand this is different as well, the hotel space, because you have a ballroom that's set away from the hotel guests. And is that easier for Secret Service as well, compared to the Hilton, where if you have guests staying there, when I was there in April and all the other guests, we were mingling amongst those who were staying at the hotel.
Gobsmacking to me, and it long has been, that the visitors in the hotel are watching all the entrants come and go from the event in the Washington Hilton. For years, I went to that event. For years, people were either greeting me, jeering me, or talking about my journalism on the way in. Never felt like a best practice to secure a space to have open access in an environment where you're going to have government officials and those who need police or Secret Service protection. This is different. It's far more quarantined. Let's see if this sets a model for future years and future events, if they want to stick with this version of it versus that massive version that has so many people in such an open space. But, and you know this as well as anybody, a lot of people want to go to this event each year, and to cut down the invitation list, that's going to be a challenge in 27, 28, and 29.
There's also a QR code for tonight. And why is that different than the ticket that attendees were issued in April?
It should reduce the risk, maybe not eliminate, but reduce the risk of party crashing. You'll recall this event has a history of party crashers that goes back 2 decades. It also makes people perhaps more trackable or more findable in the case of an emergency. You want to be able to access people if and when the worst happens. One of the issues we saw in April was that people were either trapped inside, having difficulty getting signals, or running around inside the ballroom after the person was arrested. All of that may be minimized by the use of this personally identifiable QR code.
Scott McFarland, hang on. We're going to come back to all of the security and themes of tonight. But first, let's go back outside the Waldorf Astoria. C-SPAN's John McArdle is there with ceasefire host Dasha Burns.
That's right, Greta. Ceasefire host Dasha Burns with us tonight, was also at the April dinner. You were very close to the stage in the April dinner. What are you expecting tonight? It's obviously a different scene. It's a different vibe. It's security much more present. What are you expecting tonight?
Yeah, completely different vibe. There were 2,600 people at the original dinner. Now it's going to be 700, and so it's going to be much more intimate. You know, White House Correspondents Association leadership tells me that the intimate feeling does seem more appropriate for this time around. I also did talk to White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt just after she read the most recent draft of the president's speech, and she said it would be funny but vicious. So we'll see what
does funny but vicious mean?
It's a great tease from Caroline. We'll see what that actually means. As she said, that the speech actually hasn't changed all that much from the one he was prepared to give in April, but he is going to mention, of course, the events of April and honor the service members, both the Secret Service and the members of the Hilton Hotel that really helped in the aftermath.
And then in terms of who's not here tonight and what that means for the vibe, the First Lady not going to be here tonight, the Vice President not going to be here tonight. They were both on the stage last time, but it's still a lot of the cabinet secretaries are expected to come. Is that your understanding as well?
Yeah, that's exactly right. And the White House told me that anyone that isn't here tonight, it's purely because of scheduling reasons. I mean, I don't know how many folks you know that had weddings or vacations or other things planned that aren't able to come. But it is going to feel really different. I mean, you have the backdrop of what happened last time. You also have the backdrop of, you know, some of the legal battles between the White House and the press. You know, the administration just pulled the subpoena for the New York Times reporters, but that is ever present. And there are a lot of people that aren't here in protest because of that as well.
Well, in terms of scheduling, we should note that Ceasefire this week is going to be tonight on C-SPAN 2 coming up at the top of the hour. Give us a quick preview of who you talked to this week.
Just a nice appetizer, amuse-bouche for you guys beforehand for some bipartisanship to remind us what democracy is all about. We've got Representative Don Bacon and Representative Steny Hoyer together talking about all the issues in front of us right now, how Congress works, the Iran war, Ukraine, Poland. It's going to be a really great conversation.
Looking forward to it, and looking forward to maybe switching back and forth for our viewers to watch both during the Correspondents' Dinner.
Multiple screens, come on.
That's why we record things these days. Dasha Burns, thank you so much.
Great to see you.
Good to see you. Back to you, Greta.
All right, Scott McFarland, let's pick up on what they were just talking about, who's attending this dinner tonight and who's not. Let's go back to April 24th. We'll go through what was noted that evening after this alleged gunman breached security. People were talking about why there were so many in the line of succession at that dinner. Let's go through the line of succession here. Of course, it's the Vice President, J.D. Vance, who's not expected to attend. House Speaker Mike Johnson, he was at the dinner in April. Not sure if he'll be there this evening. Chuck Grassley, who is the highest-ranking senator, the Senate President pro tem, wasn't there in April, won't be there tonight. The Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, he is not there tonight. He's on business overseas. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent, not sure if he will be there tonight. Excuse me, he will be there tonight. He, along with others, were there in April. So, Scott McFarland, pick up on this line of succession and why so many were in that room on April 25th.
One of those gobsmacking things, Greta. Why would you invite that kind of risk by having so many people who are in the line of succession inside a space that's not as secure as consistently as the U.S. Capitol? Of course, those people are there when there's a State of the Union address, but the Capitol is a dome, literally and figuratively. It's one of the most secured places on earth. People feel safer in that environment. The Washington Hilton, despite years of muscle memory hosting this event, cannot be secured as tightly as the Capitol. So again, I think we're going to see a shift here where we see a new model of this event that may be adopted for future years. And I want to talk a bit about that, but I just want to introduce you to what's on your screen right there. In the foreground, those are the students who are getting their awards. The gentleman on the bottom left with his back to you, it's a man named Ben Bashik of Syracuse University. He's one of those being honored tonight with a scholarship. And hello, Ben.
And on cue,
with
he
an
turns
award.
around.
You can't teach that. Journalists just have that in their DNA. That's what this event's for, though, right? I mean, they're there to be celebrated for what they've done as students and as aspiring First Amendment champions in journalism. And I think that's one of the reasons they had to get this thing back on the calendar. Those kids' moms and dads were watching in April, and they got the scare of a lifetime. And those kids had their event upended. They need to have it tonight. So for those who are cynical and wondering why this had to go back on the schedule, Ben and those students are your reason. I want to speak, if I can, though, about how they're mitigating risk with the line of succession, since it was your question, Greta. In the U.S. Capitol, of course, we all know there's this famous designated survivor role that one member of the cabinet plays in the remarkably unlikely scenario of an emergency in the Capitol during a State of the Union. There's no reason to play those numbers and play those odds in risk for events at hotels and that are for dinners. There's just no reason for it. And I think you're going to see this cause a pivot in who gets invited in the future and who stays away.
All right, well, let's talk about who is expected tonight. The Defense Secretary, Pete Hegseth, the Acting Attorney General, Todd Blanche, who is vote for confirmation in the Senate, is expected here soon. The Interior Secretary, Doug Burgum, Howard Lutnick, who is the President's Commerce Secretary, and then Acting Labor Secretary Keith Sutterling. Also in attendance, you have Robert F. Kennedy Jr., the Health and Human Services Secretary, Chris Wright, who serves as Energy Secretary, the Education Secretary, Linda McMahon, Homeland Security Secretary, Mark Wayne Mullen, and the FBI Director, Kash Patel. Scott McFarland, what do you make of the attendance of those key people?
I think it would be, we'd be remiss if we didn't emphasize that there is an emerging cynicism about this event in general from some members of the public who don't want to see journalists breaking bread or hobnobbing with officials to whom they have to hold account. Kash Patel being an example of somebody who has had some venomous criticisms of media since taking over as FBI director. There are some people, and they certainly have been emphatic with their argument, think this is not a place for journalists. To hold members of the administration to account is more difficult if you're going to dine with them, if you're going to socialize with them, if you're going to have this type of venue and this type of function. That criticism's out there. It should be underscored tonight as we see take two of the event. This, though, is relatively common. I mean, we've seen that in past administrations where members of the cabinet sit at the tables of media organizations. And we know CBS News was criticized in April for inviting Pete Hegseth to sit at the table of CBS News journalists, considering Hegseth has been distinctively critical of journalists, including those who he enacted policies to have removed from the Pentagon complex itself. Those concerns are not going to get quieted tonight, especially if the president gives what was characterized by Dasha as a funny but vicious speech.
Let's go back outside the Waldorf Astoria. John McCardle is preparing for tonight's dinner. And John, who do you have now?
It's Zeke Miller of the Associated Press, a former White House Correspondents Association president. And one, what years were you president? And two, what goes through a White House Correspondents Association dinner president on these nights? Put us sort of in the mind of Wei Zhejiang tonight.
Sure. I was president for 2020, 2021. That was sort of the height of the COVID-19 pandemic, so I never had a dinner. So I can't really tell you what precisely goes through the mind of somebody going through that, because I didn't experience it. That said, I worked with a bunch of presidents who did. There's obviously, you want to get your speech right. You want to make sure you set the tone for the night right with your opening remarks. You want to make sure you've planned for all sorts of different permutations. The thing you can't control is what the president might say, other crowd reaction and the like. So you want to think all of that through as best as you possibly can, while also, being ready to adapt to whatever happens.
What are these dinners for? Is it for a presidential speech to the press? Is it for those scholarships that we heard about that some of their students are going to come back tonight to get their scholarships? When, as somebody who worked with the White House Correspondents Association, what's the importance of these dinners?
I mean, fundamentally, the purpose of the Correspondents Association dinner is that it's the main revenue driver for the White House Correspondents Association, which advocates for access for everyone at the White House coverage of the presidency. Also, it provides scholarships and awards that recognize, excellent journalism, but also, that fosters the next generation of journalists who will cover the White House and all sorts of other beats. So that's really the purpose of the dinner. The president is there, they're the invited guest. They're not the featured speaker. There's an entertainer. They're not the entertainer either. They are the invited guests who are there to, in theory, to recognize the mission of the association, and they're there to celebrate the same ideals as the association is out there for.
As somebody who's done this for a while, do you think the White House Correspondents' Dinner is an animal of the past, or do you think these things are going to be around 10, 20 years from now?
It's really hard to say. I mean, this dinner is very different than the one we had 2.5 months ago, and these dinners also look different than they did 10 years ago, 20 years ago, 30 years ago. They're going to evolve. What that evolution looks like, I think there will always be some format for journalists to gather together and celebrate good journalism. I think there'll always need to be some sort of revenue generator for the White House Correspondents Association for them to continue their very important work organizing press access, so the president advocating for that, for campaign pools and things like that. So there will always be a need for something like this. Will it look the same every year as it does right now? That's anybody's guess.
Zeke Miller is the Deputy Washington Bureau Chief for the Associated Press. Thank you for the time. We'll let you get in and get in line to check in.
Thank you. Have a good night.
Back to you, Greta.
It's take two for the slimmed down redo of the Washington Correspondents' Dinner here in the nation's capital after a gunman foiled the original dinner back in April. We are live inside and outside the Waldorf Astoria where this dinner is taking place. It's about 2 miles away from the Washington Hilton, where the dinner is usually held and where it was held in April. It's about a mile away from the U.S. Capitol. It's the old Trump Hotel, and guests, as you can see, are arriving. They are mingling, and the welcoming remarks will happen around 7 p.m. Eastern Time. Then they will eat dinner, and then the entire event will get underway around 8 p.m. Eastern Time. At a recent Secret Service briefing, the deputy director reiterated that the agency does not view tonight as a redo of the dinner in April. Here's what he had to say to reporters.
I think there's this mindset that, oh, it's a redo. We're doing the site. Every site is independent. So we're not looking at this going in like, oh, we're redoing the dinner. Yes, of course, it is a second run for the Correspondents' Dinner. It is another site for us, like the thousands we've done and the dozens we've done since that time, taking it as an independent site. Could it influence others? That goes back to advanced threat interdiction. Like, what is putting people over the edge? We learn every single time. In graduations, we like to say, difference between professionals and amateurs are amateurs examine their successes. Professionals examine everything we do. So we examine every single site and we change things and get better every single time. We're not looking at this as a redo of a dinner. We're looking at this as a presidential site with cabinet members and other protectees there, just like every site we do everywhere we go.
We are live inside the Waldorf Astoria here for tonight's Washington Correspondents' Dinner, the White House Correspondents' Dinner, and Scott MacFarlane is with us as well. He's Midas Touch Chief Washington Correspondent. Scott MacFarlane, let's talk about the gunman and the charges against him. What is the status of that case?
The allegations are against a young man named Tomas Allen. He is charged in the federal courthouse just down the road from this hotel, the Washington, D.C. federal court. According to my check of court filings tonight, he is back in court August 20th for what they call a status hearing, just a placeholder. Let's see where the case stands. Let's see where the case is going. In the meantime, he's being held in pretrial detention. He is locked up pending trial in this case. He has been locked up since just after his arrest that night in April at the other hotel, the Washington Hilton. The Department of Justice and the FBI have alleged he opened fire with a shotgun in those images we've seen from the security camera that he pulled the trigger and at least some of what he fired, either a piece of the shrapnel or a piece of the projectile, struck and injured the Secret Service officer who was hurt that night. Tomas Allen has a defense team. He has a federal case, which means, Greta, it's all moving in the slow lane. Don't think of your local court. The federal courts move at just a different pace. They measure cases by months and years, not days and weeks. It's quite possible if he wants to see this thing out to trial, this thing doesn't go to trial until 2027, maybe late 2027. If there are complications, I wouldn't rule out it happening in 2028. We always manage our expectations in the federal court for quick resolutions. But on August 20th, when we're in court and we see Tomas Allen again wearing his jail outfit, maybe we hear about some type of conversation that's ongoing between prosecutors and the defense about what they call a pretrial resolution, what you and I would call some form of a plea. But that's presumptuous right now. Tomas Allen is a man who has pleaded not guilty and waiting for his day in court.
This is what he is charged with. Attempt to assassinate the President of the United States, transporting a firearm, ammunition in interstate commerce with intent to commit a felony, discharge of a firearm during a crime of violence, and assault on a federal officer with a deadly weapon. What does he face?
Well, those charges include some of the highest level federal charges that exist. So he faces the prospect of decades, if not life, in prison, at least a version of life in prison if the sentence is sufficiently high. We don't have a whole lot of precedent for some of these charges. I mean, in recent memory, we haven't seen a lot of attempted assassination charges. There have been an example or two in recent years. And I bring that up because the disposition of one of the recent cases surprised people. I'm going to throw you way back in time, Greta, all the way back to 2022. Seems like a lifetime ago, right? But there was an incident, you may recall, in Maryland when a California person came across the country allegedly with a plot to assassinate Supreme Court Justice Brett Kavanaugh. In fact, that person pleaded guilty to the charge of attempted assassination of a Supreme Court justice. People expected a prison term that lasted decades. Instead, the person from California was sentenced to roughly 8 years in prison. That was low based on the expectations. So, Greta, the Department of Justice has actually appealed that sentence, tried to challenge it to the appeals court, thinking an attempted assassination case should be disposed of with a much longer prison term. These are the kind of conversations we'll be having. But of course, this Department of Justice in this administration has brought back pursuits of the death penalty and capital punishment in cases. So we look for, if there is some form of guilty finding or guilty plea, them to ask for a hardline, high-level sentence.
3 months ago, on April 25th, 2 miles down the road from where we are live tonight, at 8:03 p.m., the suspect took a selfie in the hotel room with weapons strapped to his body. At 8:15, the President and the First Lady entered the ballroom. At 8:30, the waiters began to serve the first course. 8:34 p.m., shots fired outside the ballroom, and the President and the First Lady evacuated by Secret Service. At 9:17 p.m., the President announced the suspect had been apprehended in a social media post. 9:45 p.m., the President and the First Lady departed the hotel. At 10:33 p.m., on April 25th, the President held a news conference at the White House. And at 11:13 p.m., the U.S. Attorney, Janine Pirro, in D.C., announced criminal charges against the suspect. Shane McFarland, between 9:45 and 10:33, there was a lot of confusion.
Let me just add this point, because it really punctuated that evening. It was so surreal to see the U.S. Attorney and the journalists in the White House press briefing room in their cocktail attire, their black tie attire, I should say, really spoke to the uniqueness of the moment when there's a criminal attack against an event with journalists and public officials. That hour you're referring to was really fertile ground for conflicting and misinformation. And there was, I think, if memory serves, some erroneous reporting of details through the course of that night before announcements were made, before press conferences were held. Even though it's a room full of journalists, bad information can spread real fast from people texting, running, and seeing images on their TV. You can't have those kind of images again. You can't have that form of vulnerability shown to the world and shown to would-be attackers. That's why it's so imperative, Greta, that tonight be foolproof for security. They cannot have an image of fragility at events at which the cabinet, the president, and leaders of Congress attend. They need to have a firewall here, and that's one of the missions tonight, not just to honor those students and restore an event that never should have been canceled, but to show strength of security.
Scott McFarland, where can people watch you?
Well, on my lucky days on C-SPAN, on the days in which things are working right in my world right here. On YouTube, Scott McFarland Reports is a daily, if not twice daily, enterprise set of news for people who truly like government, democracy, and politics, people like us. And on Substack, every day, an editorial note, a day-ahead newsletter of what stories are going to emerge and pop that day here in Washington, the type of thing you don't see in press releases or on the calendar, our enterprise reporting.
Scott McFarland, Midas Touch Chief Washington Correspondent. Thank you for the conversation this evening.
Great to be with you, Greta.
Let's go back outside the Waldorf Astoria. John McCardle is there with another guest. John, go ahead.
Greta, it's Boris Sanchez of CNN. Boris Sanchez was at the April dinner. Greta had just walked through for our viewers sort of the timeline of what happened that night. I want you to give the timeline from your perspective. You were pretty close to the stage there. Just walk us through what you remember from April.
I was only a few tables from the front, and I was having a conversation with some of the folks at my table, and my back was toward that sort of entrance side when we just heard a ruckus and people yelling and dropping to the ground. And my first instinct was to copy them and get as low as I could to the ground. And then I turned around and I saw just a rush of people coming in to take out some of the cabinet secretaries. There was one at my table, there was one at a table nearby.
Who was at your table?
Linda McMahon, the education secretary. And so they were quickly rushed out of the room. I was, my head was on a swivel. I was trying to get an idea of what was going on because you heard all these noises happening in different places. And then after a few minutes, you realized, after the president was gone, after the secretaries were gone, that things had calmed down. You started hearing rumors. Our reporters, doing what reporters do, immediately picked up the phone and started getting information from sources. And then we spent the next, hour or so anticipating whether the president was going to return or not. He ended up deciding not to, even though he seemed intent on doing so. And we're here tonight for a redo.
Do you think it's a good idea to do a redo?
Personally, I think it sends a statement about not being overly cautious about defending freedom of speech and the right of people to express themselves, not only the president himself, but the evening itself is dedicated to the First Amendment and celebrating it and the journalists behind it. And that's why I decided to come. One of my colleagues is receiving an award. Wei Zhejiang is a good friend, and I also wanted to support her. So to me, it's about sending a statement that freedom of speech and the First Amendment and what we do as journalists matters, and that we won't be deterred by violence, whether it's targeted toward us or toward the president and the folks that work in government.
What do you expect from the president? Do you expect a speech to be about the First Amendment and celebrating the freedom of speech and celebrating the press?
I come with zero predictions. Having covered President Trump at the White House for his first term, I know to expect the unexpected. I'm not sure what he's going to say, but we'll be there to listen.
Boris Sanchez with CNN. I know CNN had several tables at that April dinner. It's a scaled down event tonight. How many people are here from CNN tonight? Do you have guests tonight like you did back in April?
Candidly, I don't know. I suspect that the education secretary is going to be here again, but I can't confirm that. I just know that a number of my colleagues, given the opportunity to come tonight, accepted and decided to join.
A number of your colleagues or DC journalists have joined a letter calling on the White House Correspondents Association to stand up and push back against the president if he does attack the press or the First Amendment. Did you join that letter? What do you think of that sort of hanging over this event?
Personally, I was unaware that letter went out. I wasn't asked to be part of it. I don't know what's on it, so I wouldn't opine on something that I haven't read.
Boris Sanchez is with CNN. Greta, back to you.
John McCardle outside the Waldorf Astoria. The guests you can see arriving in the event. Will get underway here at 7 p.m. Eastern Time. We are live with the White House Correspondents Dinner here on C-SPAN, bringing it to you in its entirety. And we are joined here this evening by Susan Page, who's the bureau chief for USA Today, the Washington bureau chief, and Olivier Knox, who is the Washington correspondent for SiriusXM. You both were at the April dinner. We just heard Boris Sanchez walk through his experience. I'd like each of you to walk through your experience that evening. Susan, let's start with you.
I've gone to a million of these dinners. I've gone to every dinner, every White House Correspondents Dinner since 1980. when I arrived in town. And this was like no other. We heard that we were about to start the salad course. People were sitting down, some people still milling around, and you heard this crashing sound that sounded a lot like gunfire. And there was actually a debate about, was it gunfire? Did a waiter just drop a giant tray of glassware? And then there were shouts to get under the table, and we knew that it was gunfire. So we dove under the table. Speaker Mike Johnson was one of the USA Today's guests, and he had actually just left to use the restroom, but his wife was there. She was under the table. She led us in prayer. It was a pretty solemn moment because you had no idea if there was a live gunman, still a threat. Turns out there wasn't, thank goodness. And if anyone had been hurt, thank goodness no one was hurt.
Wow, interesting. What did she say?
She prayed for safety and guidance and the protection of everyone in the ballroom, just the kind of appropriate thing you would expect.
Was she escorted out of the ballroom by Secret Service?
So not Secret Service, Capitol Police. Of course, Speaker Johnson has his own contingent of security people, of course. He's the Speaker of the House. He's in the line of succession. But most of them had gone with him as he went to use the restroom. And finally, they came back. You could see these agents and security people, some of them walking on tables to get across the ballroom. And they pulled her out and took her away. So we were glad that the Speaker could be our guest that night. We were sorry that it was such a curtailed evening.
And do you know if the Speaker is attending tonight?
He is not. He's elsewhere out of town.
Olivia Knox, your experience on April 25th.
We were already seated, had started pouring the wine, had some of the salad course, and I heard a number of pops that were very obviously gunfire from where I was sitting. And the thing that struck me most was that all the young folks, all the under 30s, immediately jumped under the tables because obviously they've grown up on active shooter drills. Gen X has not, so it took me a little bit more time. And I think my favorite detail about the whole event is that you really don't get cell service in that basement. It is one of the largest basements in DC, which is why the Correspondents' Dinner is there. You've got to accommodate about 2,600 guests. So I resorted to using the Wi-Fi that the hotel set up for us to be able to order more wine, which I think was actually called More Wine.
And did it work?
It did, and that's why I reached my wife and I reached my son to let them know I was okay.
And what did you see around you that evening?
A lot of confusion, a lot of panic. There was one moment that was a little bit scary, which is when all the different security details for all the different dignitaries rushed into the ballroom, and it wasn't clear whether they were running to something or running from something. So that was a bit nerve-wracking.
And did you see any of the cabinet officials, and at what point did you know, or did you not, that you were safe?
It took a little time to know that we were safe. I agree with Susan that one of the most arresting images of that night is security details climbing over tables because, of course, they're jammed really close together to get all those attendees. So climbing over chairs, climbing over tables. It took a little while. Once I figured out the Wi-Fi trick, I could actually get online and see what people were reporting or people were saying on social media. And so that's how I learned eventually that there had been one shooter, not multiple shooters, and that person was in custody.
Some were surprised that the White House Correspondents Association decided to reschedule this dinner. Here's what the White House Correspondents Association President Weijia Jiang had to say when we interviewed her this week about the decision to do a take two.
I thought it was really disappointing that they didn't reach out and have an earnest conversation with us about what they would like to hear from the association. They waited until the day before the dinner or the day before they were going to release their statement to instruct us what to do. It also was based on the premise that we weren't going to say anything about the current environment, and that's a false premise. I also think it's important to remember that we are an association, and so the leadership answers to our members. And again, we have nearly 1,000.
What will you
say? None of our members signed that. None of the people that signed it currently cover the White House. And I would also say that when they might have, years and years ago, it was a very different climate. And so if you truly understand the role of the association, it's a diplomatic role. We are the bridge between the press corps and the administration. And if all we do all day long is issue, severe statements, that doesn't produce anything that's valuable for our members. As an example, a couple months ago, we were able to retain control of the briefing room assignments. That is something that, they threatened to take away. Because of our attention and focus to working with the administration and not being activists one way or another, the key is to have a working relationship. We are not political. And obviously, we stand against any actions that are meant to intimidate and threaten and chill free speech. And we have made that very clear. But again, I don't think issuing strongly worded statements is effective if you really want to have an impact. I would urge them next time to have an honest conversation with us and be productive and have constructive feedback rather than dictating what we should say. Or they can run for the board themselves.
Weijia Jiang from earlier this week. She's with CBS and the White House Correspondents Association president, talking about the criticism from fellow journalists, many of them retired, who wrote a letter saying they didn't think this dinner should be taking place. Again, they didn't think the dinner should be taking place in the first place back in April with the president in attendance. Olivier Knox with U.S. News Washington Correspondents. What do you make of this disagreement of colleagues?
It's been a constant feature of the White House Correspondents Dinner for as long as I've been in the association, which has been years and years, as to borrow a phrase from Ouija's stand-up.
I don't think she was calling you old.
Well,
I'm not sure.
I'm doing it. So it's a pretty regular feature. There's been sort of an unhappiness at the way it looks. It looks like we're chummy with the people that we cover instead of adversarial, which we're supposed to be. So it's not a huge surprise. I will say that when I directly criticized President Trump the year that I was president, literally none of the people who signed those letters came forward to say anything about it, much less after a giant chunk of MAGA came after me. They didn't offer any support. So there's something a little bit performative about this. And I would like everyone to realize that no president is going to be a friend to the press. We do have an adversarial relationship. This dinner is supposed to be about the First Amendment, freedom of the press, freedom of expression, and it's supposed to be one night when people in D.C. who, Lord knows, have beefs with the press, come together and agree that the press performs a vital role in our republic.
The president, according to the White House, will have a unifying but vicious speech, Susan Page. So do those journalists have a point here?
There's a template for presidential speeches at things like the White House Correspondents' Dinner or the Gridiron Dinner, and that is to make a little fun of the press, to make a little fun of himself, and then to say they believe in the First Amendment. That is not the speech I expect President Trump to deliver tonight. We know what he thinks about the press, and I expect that we'll hear from him. And I think that's fine. I think it's fine for the press to have a dinner and invite the president and have him speak. What I think is important is that when the journalists stand up at that on stage and command the mic, that the outgoing president and the incoming president take the opportunity to assert the value of a free press and the importance of the free press, and to acknowledge the unprecedented strains between this particular president and the White House press corps. We've had strains with every president. No president likes the White House press corps, but we have entered different and new territory here. And I think it's important for these journalists that lead this important organization, which it's one that Olivia was president of in 2020?
2018, 2019, so
right.
the dinner 2019.
I was president of it in 2000. We're familiar with the important work that it does in terms of representing the press corps with the White House and with the world. And there's a responsibility tonight for the leadership to make a point about the role of a press in a democracy. This is the most critical moment in the years I've been here in town to make that point.
And the president on June 2nd post on Truth Social the following: in a sign of strength and fortitude, it was just announced that the White House Correspondents Dinner, which violently ended rather abruptly on April 25th, will be rescheduled to July 24th. This announcement is a very good thing in that we cannot allow lunatics to change their way of life or even its scheduling. I don't know whether or not I will give the same rather nasty statements, at least as it concerns certain people, but we will soon find out. In any event, it will be a hot ticket, and we are waiting for the President of the United States to enter his vehicle and make his way to the dinner, which is being held at his former hotel, the Waldorf Astoria. Is it a hot ticket that the President is going to be there tonight, Susan Page? Did that make the difference in people saying, okay, I will go again, I'll attend?
No, I think for the people who cover the White House, it didn't make the difference. You know, this is the first time the President Trump has chosen to go to this dinner, although he's been invited each year. So it was a hot ticket when he didn't attend. But having the president, any president at an event, makes it more interesting, attractive, especially someone like Trump, where you can't predict what he's going to say, and you're pretty sure he's going to say something provocative.
Yeah. Olivia Knox?
Well, it certainly made it more attractive for Republicans to attend the event. That's not always been true in the past. But Susan's right. I mean, in every single year, even when he didn't attend, the dinner was oversold. You know, the association ended up having to refund a number of attempted ticket purchases. So it's always been a hot ticket.
Well, and it helps that the president is going to attend when you then have his cabinet agree to go. There's RFK Jr., the Human Health and Services Secretary, on the screen this evening, and we heard Scott Bessent, the Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth, Mark Wayne Mullen on the screen. There he is, the new Homeland Security Secretary. Did the president say, I'm going and all of you are going to?
I don't think exactly that, but I do think there were times when he chose not to attend, that the message went out that it would probably, if you're a member of the cabinet, you were expected not to attend. Because there were a couple years where it was very hard to get representation from the administration at this dinner, even though journalists tried to, because one of the nice things about this dinner is it's an attempt to build a source relationship that you can then exploit in your coverage. So that has been true in the past, but I don't think there was an edict this time that the president's going, so you ought to. And in fact, the turnout at the previous dinner this year was pretty good for the administration, better than any year before. So I'm sure the president's presence made a difference in that.
And we are going from around 2,600, 2,700 people in April to 700 tonight.
Yeah.
Right, a lot of the traditional outside guests will not be attending this dinner, and frankly, a lot of folks from news organizations will probably be pared down. I mean, we did mention 1,000 members of the WHCA, 700 seats. You can do the math.
Yeah. And news organizations themselves, speak for your news organizations, did you slim down your attendance?
Well, we had a couple tables where USA Today did at the previous dinner, but we only got 5 seats to this one. I mean, seating allocation, this one was very strict because of the limited number of seats that were going to be available for everybody. And we chose to give our seats to our reporters who cover the White House every day.
Olivier?
A lot of the folks who attended the April one from U.S. News are not attending this one. I'm obviously not attending this one.
Right.
So we've basically slimmed down to no presence at this particular dinner.
And we are waiting again for President Trump to leave the White House and make his way over to the Waldorf Astoria. Very short drive for him from the White House to attend. And then, of course, the First Lady not going to tonight's dinner. She was there. She was on the dais watching tonight's entertainer back in April do a trick. And that's when you see the reaction from both the president and the First Lady as they look up to see what's going on. You can almost read it on their faces. What was that? The video of the Secret Service jumping onto the stage and the dais and getting on top of the president and the First Lady. What did you make of all of that?
Well, thank goodness for C-SPAN, right? And for
our
C-SPAN
cameras kept rolling.
Because I think C-SPAN began to have cameras in the ballroom in 1993. Is that right? I think it's true because there was a debate.
Definitely Clinton.
Yes, there was a debate about was it a good idea to have C-SPAN cameras there, and of course C-SPAN pressed the issue, and the board, which I wasn't on the board then, but my husband was, voted to allow C-SPAN cameras there, and the footage available then to other news organizations as well. They've been there ever since, and it provided the kind of value here. So we all saw every second of what went on during that dinner, and I think that's a very good thing.
Yeah, our colleagues were very brave that night. I will give a shout out to them, and with not knowing what's going on, to get back up and man your camera is pretty scary, and it was scary for a lot of people in that room. The wait staff, Ouija talked to us about the wait staff. They're going to be honored tonight. The Secret Service, the law enforcement who was shot at that evening, they will be honored as well. What do you make of those additions?
I think those are great. I think, if I'm correct, the association's also going to honor longtime CBS radio correspondent Mark Knoller, who for many, many, many years was at absolutely iconic status in the White House press corps. That's a lovely sentiment as well. I think all of that's appropriate. And of course, we're going to get the scholarships and the annual awards, which are more routine, but that's because we've never had a disruption like this one before.
Yeah. Speaking of Mark Knoller, my first day at the White House, I was a reporter for Newsday. I just gotten to Washington, and I went to my first White House briefing, and then we didn't have permanent theater-style seats like then. We just had abandoned chairs drawn up around the room, and I sat in a chair, and Mark Knoller, who was a very imposing figure, came up to me and said, "You're in my chair." And you know what I did? I stood up and I moved aside.
Yeah, no, those chairs are precious there at the White House briefing. C-SPAN, by the way, we have been covering this dinner for many, many years, and we've been running marathon sessions of the president's giving those speeches. We did that today leading up to tonight. We will do that over the weekend as well. So for our viewers who are interested in watching this dinner over the years that it's been taking place and C-SPAN cameras have been in the room, go to our website, cspan.org, and C-SPAN Now as well. I want to show a little bit more from Ouija Jiang, the White House Correspondents Association President Dinner. This is what she had to say about the awards that are going to be given tonight, the additions after what happened on April 25th.
I thought it was very important to recognize the job that the law enforcement officials and the Washington Hilton staff did for all of our guests that night. So we will be presenting a WHCA Service Award, President's Award for Exceptional Service, to the Secret Service officer who was struck in his vest, along with the entire Washington Hilton staff. Initially when the message was that we were going to wait and try to resume the dinner, they kept serving, even though they were rattled. And they went through a harrowing experience of SWAT teams asking them to put their trays down and put their arms up. They kept serving and taking care of people. So I do think their bravery should be recognized, and I'm really looking forward to giving out those 2 awards.
Susan Page, the awards for those folks tonight.
Yeah, it's very appropriate, I think. Appropriate to note. But one thing that struck me that night, though, of the last dinner was, especially when people kept expressing concern about me, thinking, think of all the school children who have gone through this experience. And we expect them to dive under the table and then march out of the school building and go on with their lives. And that was really, that was actually what was going through my mind as I finally got out of the building, which took a while, and walked most of the way home because there was everything was a security mess outside.
We're approaching 7 p.m. Eastern, and the president has left the White House, we understand, so he is on his way, likely there by now. And so we're waiting for the president to enter. There will be opening remarks at the top of the hour, then dinner will be served. And then around 8 p.m. Eastern time is when the speeches and the remarks and the awards will be given. Olivia, let's talk about why these journalism awards are given, why that is important.
Because it's central to the WHCA's mission of advancing understanding and knowledge of the freedom of the press and freedom of expression that are guaranteed by the First Amendment. At its core, does the daily work of the WHCA involve negotiating with the White House, sometimes confronting it on issues of access? Yes, of course. The broader mission, though, is directly tied to advancing the understanding of the First Amendment. This is the largest platform the WHCA president will have all year to get that message across just a maximum number of people. So the awards reinforce that. The scholarships reinforce that. You have current journalists who are being honored for excellent work, including coverage that's very tough on President Trump. And then you have a generation of student journalists who are also being honored. So you have the current and you have the future journalists of America all being honored at an event centered on the First Amendment.
And they were there on April 25th.
They were.
And they are showing up again tonight. Everyone is waiting to see what President Trump has to say about the press in the speech later this evening. Other presidents have typically used this dinner as an opportunity to crack some jokes about the press. Here's a brief look at some of that from the C-SPAN archives.
Oh, it's getting late, dear, but it's not often that we have so many people who've written about us and broadcast about us all together in one room like this, and I thought you might like to say a few nice words to them. They're all from the press and radio and television. Maybe just a friendly little greeting would do. How about just a word or two, something friendly, even one kind word?
I'm thinking.
But the media certainly have had a lot to report on lately. I thought it was extraordinary that Richard Nixon went on Meet the Press and spent an entire hour with Chris Wallace, Tom Brokaw, and John Chancellor. That should put an end to that talk that he's been punished enough.
And as somebody who's been working to overcome my own image problems, I thought I ought to help you do a little of that. So tonight I extend the hand of peace and offer you my advice on how the press might work to improve its image. Now you might ask, why do I want to help you? Why do I want to help you? Message, I care. All over, TV executives are asking, what can possibly fill the gaping hole on Thursday night once Seinfeld goes off the air? I got it. Congress on C-SPAN. Now, there's a show about nothing.
I'm saying, Ari, I am sick and tired of you not fully answering all the wonderful questions asked by our hard-working White House press corps. Are you sure, Ari, we're not leaking enough? Are you sure that we've given them enough access to me? I've got an idea. I'll do more interviews with Baseball Tonight.
I know CNN has taken some knocks lately, but the fact is I admire their commitment to cover all sides of a story, just in case one of them happens to be accurate. MSNBC is here. They're a little overwhelmed. They've never seen an audience this big before.
Fox News, I'm really sorry your preferred candidate lost the last election. To make it up to you, I'm happy to give my chief of staff to you all so he can tell Sean Hannity what to say every day.
From the C-SPAN archives to live coverage of the White House Correspondents Dinner, cabinet officials, the president, and journalists and their guests have all arrived at the Waldorf Astoria, and we are live here on C-SPAN for the entirety of the night. By the way, a marathon of White House Correspondents' Dinners will air on Sunday at 8 a.m. Eastern Time on C-SPAN 3. If you don't get enough tonight, tune in on Sunday and you can watch speech after speech and all of those funny lines. Tonight, we don't know what we will get from President Trump, but NBC with the headline that the White House shared with reporters Trump to deliver unifying yet vicious remarks at press dinner months after the shooting incident. Olivia Knox?
Yeah, that's the president as showman, right? Promoting his appearance, making sure that as many people tune into this speech as possible. Not a huge surprise. I'm wondering whether he's going to say anything new. He's unloaded so often on the press, calling us, the enemy of the people, attacking individual reporters with unflattering physical descriptions, making fun of their names, et cetera, et cetera. So I just don't know that he's got any new ammo here.
And yet you'll be watching.
Maybe.
And you think, and your point is, Susan?
My point is that I'm curious about what he's going to say. And I don't think he's going to give a full-throated embrace of the role of the press in a democracy, but I'm curious about what he's going to say, and I'm curious about what Wei Zhejiang and who's the incoming president?
Jackie, I think.
Yeah. What they say when they have an opportunity to have them, because Olivia, you mentioned this before, it is a moment when not only does the president have a platform, but the leaders of this association have a platform, and it's one that's important to put to good use. Just one other thing, I'm just watching the monitor. One thing different about this dinner, fewer celebrities, right? We're getting reporters and government officials, and one of the big changes in this dinner, in the time I've been going to it, is the rise of Hollywood and celebrity figures and influencers who want to attend, and I'm not seeing many of those there tonight because I think the seating got so much more constrained.
And do you expect the president to stick to his allotted 40 minutes?
Has he been allotted 40 minutes?
Yes.
Oh my, that's a very long time.
I do not expect him to stick to the clock.
Yeah.
If you've been watching him speak in the last year and a half, he does not stick to the script and he does not stick to the clock.
Another reason you want to tune in.
I might tune in.
Well, we are tuning in here on C-SPAN, and we're going to bring you uninterrupted coverage once this dinner gets away. It's the top of the hour, 7 p.m. Happening over on C-SPAN 2 is our ceasefire program. If you normally watch here on C-SPAN for ceasefire, that is happening over on C-SPAN 2. We're waiting for Wei Zhejiang, who is the outgoing White House Correspondents Association president. She'll preside over tonight because she was doing so in April, and we're waiting for her opening remarks. Dasha Burns, who is ceasefire host there on the screen. You can watch her over on C-SPAN 2, as I said, as well. Susan Page, the awards that are given and for these young people in the room, what is it, have you talked to them as president before? What is it like for them to be in attendance tonight?
Well, of course, it's a big thrill. I mean, it's a big thrill for the senior journalist getting an award at the dinner tonight, but especially so for these student journalists. I mean, this is not an easy time to be a student journalist, because while the appeal of journalism to me will never fade, I think it's the best job in the world. It's an industry that's facing all these challenges. So the idea of getting internships and then finding a job, it's difficult. Being honored this way is number one, and I'm sure a recognition of great work. It's a credential that will serve you when you're going around trying to get that important first job.
And the acting labor secretary on the screen as well. There's some folks like Jay Clayton in the room tonight. He's facing a vote in the Senate for his confirmation, his nomination by the president to serve as DNI. Do folks talk about the news when you're in the room there tonight?
Sure. Folks talk about everything that anyone talks about in D.C. in that room. I will add just about the student journalists, the absolute best event of the White House Correspondents Dinner weekend. The Friday before the Saturday, the dinner is a scholarship luncheon where you get to meet and interact with all these award-winning kids. And it is like washing away your cynicism and restoring your faith in journalism. They have so many impressive stories to tell. They're such wonderful people, and they are really enthusiastic. So it's good that we're able to honor them again here.
It's a new venue tonight. We're at the Waldorf Astoria. It's taken place for many, many years over at the Washington Hilton. I just saw the lights blink. What is it like to try to get people in their seats so you can start?
You know, as president, I know you'll agree with me on this. You don't speak to the crowd because they will never be quiet. You speak to the C-SPAN cameras in the hopes that the people who are watching at home can hear what you have to say. It's a really tough crowd to get quiet. I remember Aretha Franklin was the entertainer one year. Can you imagine? And the crowd would not quiet down for her.
For her?
For her. For the president, they'll quiet down. But it's a very hard crowd to control. Although a smaller crowd maybe it will be a little easier.
It's looking difficult at this hour.
It does look. This is the ballroom where the Washington Press Club Foundation dinner is every year, and they use it very effectively. It's a nice size dinner, so I actually think it's not entirely a bad thing to have a ballroom with fewer seats in it.
Do you think we're setting a precedent tonight, and perhaps this is what you see going forward?
I would be a little bit surprised if that were to become the rule, because a big part of the appeal is the convening power of bringing most of official Washington into that room. So I'd be surprised if the slim down dinner became the rule. Wouldn't be sad if celebrities stayed away. That would not be a terrible thing.
Why?
Because this is about the association and the First Amendment. And if on Monday morning you get up as the president and the coverage is all about where Tom Brady was sitting, it feels a little bit deflating. Susan's right that getting control of that room is a complete nightmare. You have to just expect the clatter of silverware on plates and a low or not so low hum of conversations. Yeah. It is difficult, but perhaps less so this evening.
It's the networking that's happening right now in that room that's difficult to stop, right?
Well, there's that, and just generally people are sitting there having maybe a second glass of wine and not so interested in your part of the program.
They're also seeing colleagues that they may not have seen for a year. There's a real reunion aspect to this dinner. You know, I very much enjoy seeing people that I covered the White House with that I've lost track of because they've moved on to other beats or they've retired or what have you.
Yeah, Chris Wright, the Energy Secretary, Howard Lutnick, all huddling there with Congressman Mike Lawler. Interesting interaction there. They get to see each other probably all the time.
And those are all Republicans that you mentioned, but what's one of the fun things at the dinner is when you get unlikely couples talking across party lines, or people who you know don't get along, or maybe they secretly get along, but because of the partisanship of the day, they don't show that in public. That's one of the fun things to watch at this dinner.
Mark Wayne Mullen, Homeland Security Secretary, on your screen right there in the middle. There's Howard Lutnick talking to folks as well. It's interesting. We're 6 minutes now past 7. They were supposed to give these opening remarks. What do you expect is happening?
I think they're running late.
Yeah.
And they think they're running late now. If they've given President Trump 40 minutes, and as you say, he may start with a script, but he never finishes with a script. He always has other things on his mind. Who knows, you may be here for hours and hours extra.
Yes, with our viewers. And of course, we will include our viewers in the conversation as well throughout the evening at certain points and get their reaction. How are the networks deciding which guests to invite? Not necessarily at tonight's redo, but in general, how do you decide who you want to, and is there a certain get?
Oh, absolutely. You want to, I think every news organization, and maybe especially the networks, are looking for somebody who will be tantalizing and interesting and important and at your table. And one thing at this dinner, the cabinet, and some dinners the cabinet might be up at the head table. That's not so at this dinner. So if Secretary of State Rubio attended, which he's not here tonight because he's out of town, that would be a good get. And there is, I think, sometimes a dispute on whether you want Tom Brady's a great get or the Secretary of State is a great get. And there's probably a difference of opinion depending on who you talk to about that.
Now they're really lowering the lights there. We just saw, as you were talking, Susan Page, Stephen Miller talking to Energy Secretary Chris Wright. The presence of Stephen Miller, who is he, Olivia Knox, for people who don't know? And what role does he play?
Longtime senior advisor to President Trump, was a key figure in the first term, is a key figure behind the immigration crackdown of the second term, is widely reviled by Democrats and adored by MAGA. There's been some reporting that he's been behind a lot of the aggressive rhetoric against the media. So we'll see how Stephen Miller inspired Donald Trump's speeches tonight.
And this is not the first time with the president. He was there for the first term as well. Does he have a history of this viewpoint toward the media?
He does. He started out, my first interaction with him was when he was press secretary in the United States Senate. And he was pretty combative already then, and only got more combative over the years. So he's definitely an incendiary personality when it comes to interacting with the news media.
Are you surprised Stephen Miller was invited?
Not if President Trump is there. I think that makes it a very appealing place for senior White House aides and other kinds of advisors to be there to hear the president and to show their support.
And if you're a journalist, do you approach Stephen Miller? Are you want him as a source?
Well, I think if you're a journalist covering a beat, you want to be able to talk to everyone you can possibly talk to who has power or influence or is making decisions or has insights into what you're covering. Absolutely. You don't just talk to the people with whom you either agree or you like. I mean, that's just not part of the calculation.
There'll be more phone numbers exchanged this evening than pretty much any other evening in Washington, D.C.
Yeah. And what do? How do you follow up on this evening?
Well, if you're a news outlet, you follow up by sending thank you notes to your guests, just reminding them that they had a good time that evening. And then you reach out, through whatever mechanism you have, whether it's their email or their phone number, and try to see if they can help you advance some of your stories.
As we said, we're going to include our viewers in tonight's coverage as well. You can join this conversation this evening if you're a Democrat at 202-748-8000, Republicans 202-748-8001. All others dial in at 202-748-8002. We're getting a shot there of the wings of the dais, and we were looking at the dais. Who sits there? Who are the people that are at the front of the ballroom?
Oh, you mean on the dais?
Mm-hmm.
That'd be the president, the first lady, if she's there, and
she won't be there tonight.
Understood, but typically, if she was attending, she would be there. And the White House press secretary is typically seated up there, and the rest are the members of the board of the White House Correspondents Association.
And usually at least one senior figure from the news outlet of the president.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, your boss gets to come.
That's right.
If you're the president.
Okay. So Caroline Leavitt, we understand, will be there this evening. She was there in April. Describe the relationship Caroline Leavitt has with the press.
As someone who's no longer on the daily White House beat, it's a little bit hard for me to profess any sort of expertise here, but you can watch it when she's at the podium, and it is also fairly combative. I've been told by colleagues that she is easy to work with when you're away from the cameras, which is true of, I think, every press secretary I've ever talked to. But I can't profess any particular unique insight into that relationship, except what you see publicly.
Susan?
I think she's the most effective press secretary that President Trump has had at the White House, because that is one tough job, and she's held it. She's managed to keep the job, and she, I think, effectively articulates and represents the president's point of view, whether you agree with it or not, and that is one of the important jobs that the White House press secretary plays, although it's not the only one.
It's take two tonight of the White House Correspondents Dinner after April 25th, and the alleged gunman who breached the security at the Washington Hilton was taken into custody. Mayhem ensued, and the dinner was postponed and rescheduled to tonight. We talked to the White House Correspondents Association President Weijia Jiang about the decision and what went into the decision to reschedule.
The WHCA board members and I thought very carefully about what we should do after what happened in April. And it was important to me to hear from our constituents. So all of our representatives went out, they talked to people, and they asked, do you think that we should have a rescheduled dinner? And the response was overwhelmingly yes. And I think that is because there were so many people who were not able to receive the credit that they deserved. This dinner is about recognizing our award scholars. It's about recognizing our journalism winners and about bringing the room together. And I think that people felt unified after what happened, and they thought it was important to stand up. I certainly agreed. I think maybe if it wasn't America 250, it would have been easier to be convinced maybe we should just move on and do it next year. But all year, we've been talking about the fabric of our democracy and how important the First Amendment is. And so for this year in particular, to just allow the shooting and the disruption have the final word, it just didn't feel right.
Weijia Jiang, the outgoing White House Correspondents Association president there, talking about the decision to reschedule. It sounded like when she surveyed all the people who belong to the association, it was pretty overwhelming. Yes, we should reschedule.
There was a division. there was a division about whether to have a dinner again and invite the president. There was no, I think, dissension about the idea that there was a need to recognize the people who had won journalism awards and the scholarships. But that could have been done. One of the ideas that was talked about was could be done at a luncheon, not a black tie dinner. So I think that the inclination of most of the members was to have another dinner, but it wasn't universal. And there, as with everything involving this association, there is lively debate about what is the right thing to do, what is the role of this association, and what are its obligations. So I don't think this was a hugely divisive decision, but there was another path that was also talked about.
And what was the dissension like on having this gala, black tie, an evening dinner?
Well, a desire, I think, to show that we weren't terrified by the incident at the previous dinner, a desire to recognize the people getting awards, but maybe to just temper it a bit and have it not be quite such a glitzy affair. But this is what happened, and a lot of people, more people wanted to come to this dinner than were able to attend it.
All right. Well, we see the head table taking their seats on the dais there. Caroline Levitt, let's listen in.
Courtney Supermedium of Bloomberg News. Simon Lakovich of Williams & Connolly, our attorney for WHCA. The incoming president of the White House Correspondents Association from Fox News, Jackie Heinrich. And the outgoing president, Weijia Zhang of CBS News.
Ladies and gentlemen, the 45th and 47th President of the United States, Donald J. Trump. Ladies and gentlemen, please rise for the presentation of the colors by the Joint Armed Forces Color Guard from the Military District of Washington, D.C., and the singing of our national anthem by Master Gunnery Sergeant Kevin Banier.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof to the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Please welcome CBS News White House correspondent, President of the White House Correspondents Association, Weijia Zhang.
Good evening, everybody. Let's try this again. Because one thing about this press corps is we always have a follow-up. Welcome to the 2026 White House Correspondents Dinner, a tradition spanning more than a century and one we are especially proud to continue tonight. President Trump, thank you. Thank you for being here again. Thank you for all your support as we reschedule this dinner. White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt and your team, thank you too. Cabinet members, members of Congress, distinguished guests, welcome. And of course, WHCA members, thank you. Many of you were also with us in April. You came as guests, but within moments, you went to work. Please sit. You shifted into reporters, taking notes, capturing video, streaming live, even as uncertainty and anxiety filled the room. Law enforcement ran toward danger. Administration officials met backstage to gather facts. And Mr. President, you went straight to the podium in the White House briefing room to answer questions from journalists, all of us still in our gowns and tuxedos. That night will go down in history, and so will our response. During that news conference, President Trump said the ballroom was totally unified and that it was a very beautiful thing to see. 3 months later, it still is. Whatever may divide us, we stand together against political violence. An assassination attempt on our president is an attack on democracy itself. Tonight, our message is this: we are back. We will not be intimidated. We refuse to let an act of violence have the final word. Later, we will honor people whose courage and grace in April prevented the evening from becoming much worse. We'll also celebrate the exceptional work of our colleagues, the students who want to join our ranks, and the First Amendment that protects it all. But first, enjoy dinner and be good to your servers. We'll see you soon.
But from the outgoing White House Correspondents Association President Weijia Jiang, taking her seat next to the President of the United States there. The dinner is underway for take two of the White House Correspondents Dinner here in Washington. Not at the Washington Hilton, but 2 miles down the road at the Waldorf Astoria, formerly the Trump Hotel. The President is there along with cabinet officials, journalists. It's a very similar evening to what was going to take place on April 25th, before that alleged gunman breached security with multiple weapons, and the entire evening was upended. It was postponed and rescheduled to tonight. Let's go back to our interview with Weijia Jiang from earlier this week, where she talked about her experiences that night.
It was so chaotic in that moment, and I didn't even really know what was happening. I didn't hear anything, and I saw some commotion, and it could have been a number of things, but I was actually watching a trick from our entertainer. And so there was a moment where I had a look of shock on my face, but it had nothing to do with shots fired. It was me reacting to a trick that he was doing on the press secretary. And then when it became apparent that something was happening, the reason I got down was because the Secret Service agents were telling me to. And it still would be minutes before we had any idea of what had unfolded. But, you know, I was playing many roles that night. I was a reporter, I was a president of the association, I was a mom and a daughter with my children and my parents there. And so it was a lot all at once, but I think in the immediate moment, I did click into work mode like so many of our colleagues, because that's what we do. And so I went right to the briefing room to do my job, like so many of my colleagues. And I'm incredibly proud of the White House press corps that was focused still in that moment of getting answers for the American public.
Weijia Jiang there earlier this week describing what it was like for her personally, professionally that evening. We are live now inside the Waldorf Astoria for a slimmed down version of that April 25th dinner. There's the CNN table with Wolf Blitzer. The salad course, the first course, I assume, has been served there by the waiters. Susan Page, talk about the differences between April 25th and tonight.
Let me talk about the similarities. And that is, you know, there's a lot to criticize about the White House Correspondents' Dinner. Is it too chummy with administration officials? Is it overtaken by some of the glitz and celebrities who attend there? And it's fair to have that discussion. But there are many places in the world where the press corps that covers the chief, the head of state, the head of government, could not have a dinner that basically challenges him, sometimes makes fun of him, roasts him, typically at some of these dinners, and expect to walk away with your skin intact. And we expect that here. We expect to have a dinner where the president can speak his mind, the press can speak their mind, and the next day we will all get up and do our jobs.
Oz Perlman talking to the president on their screen. He's the mentalist, the entertainer tonight. Olivia Knox, you were reacting to Weijia Jiang in that interview, talking about how she had a shocked look on her face, and she said it wasn't because of the crash or the noise when security was breached, it was because of the trick. Oz Perlman, what did he do that evening?
So apparently, back in April, Caroline Leavitt, the press secretary, was still pregnant, and apparently he said, "I can guess your baby's name," She and her husband had not told anyone, and apparently he asked a bunch of different questions. I was not up there, so I don't know what he said. And then apparently he correctly guessed it.
And so the look on their faces was shock that he was.
They hadn't shared it with anybody.
And we expect, I think we believe that he's doing something similar tonight there with the president. What did you make of the switch up in entertainment? Usually it's a comedian.
And it's been, it's a sign of the polarization that we see in Washington, that it became increasingly fraught to have a comedian who would make fun of the president, because that's what comedians do. It was at times uncomfortable, and you don't want to rein in a comedian. They have a free speech right as well. And so this is an effort to just, I think, leap over that potential fraughtness and have somebody who I'm sure will be very entertaining but doesn't carry those political connotations. Although I sort of miss it. I mean, some of those speeches at the Correspondents' Dinner have been really good, and some of the presidential speeches have been really funny.
Olivier?
They do turn to professional comics to help them write.
Yes, they do. So does the president,
right.
usually.
That's what I mean. The President of the United States typically can rely on a fairly sizable stable of comics who want to write for him. There's one named Nell Scovell who wrote a bunch of jokes for Barack Obama, but I really recommend looking at her book to find the rejected jokes, which have something a bit more of an edge to them and are really quite good. Yeah, I mean, when I ran in 2016, the only thing that distinguished me really from my competition was I said if I won the presidency, I would not have a comic at my dinner. And it was in part to try to blunt the whole chumminess of that room laughing together at the same jokes and appearing for all the world to be more collaborative than adversarial. And also because I had that sort of allergic reaction to the flood of celebrities in that room that made it so that the dinner was talked about more about who got which Hollywood star and less about, First Amendment and the way the press corps works.
Again, tonight's entertainer is Oz Perlman, and he looks like he just did another trick. Caroline Leavitt had another shocked look on her face, and I think she said, "That's crazy." It looks like that's what she mouthed there. We'll see what he does later when he's mic'd up and the cameras are on him. We did not get to do that back in April. Again, C-SPAN will be airing a marathon of these White House Correspondents' Dinners on Sunday morning, 8 a.m. on C-SPAN 3 for all of you who are interested now that you've heard about the dinner over the years. Final thoughts from the two of you about why we are here again tonight.
Well, we're here again tonight because of an act of political violence that I think shocked all of us, and because of a determination by the organization that represents the reporters who cover the White House every day to stand up again and to recognize the value of journalism in our democracy and to help foster a new generation of journalists to fill that role.
Yeah, the values and principles that bring people together one night a year for the White House Correspondents' Dinner survived the attack in April. And they're worth celebrating, and that's why we're here.
Susan Page is USA Today's Washington bureau chief. She is also the author of her latest book, The Queen and Her Presidents. Olivier Knox is Washington correspondent with U.S. News. Thank you both for the conversation.
My pleasure.
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
We'll have to wait and see just how self-deprecating the president is tonight, as previous presidents have been at these dinners. He will be addressing the crowd within the next hour or so. We want to take you back through our archives. Here's a look at how past presidents have poked fun at themselves.
Now, I know that a lot of you have been having some fun with my advancing years. You even tied my recent surgery to my age. Well, I got to be honest with you. I had that same operation when I was young, and it felt so good I wanted to have it done again before I was too old. Larry also said that preparing me for a press conference was like reinventing the wheel. It's not true. I was around when the wheel was invented, and it was easier.
I mean, I am not doing so bad. I mean, at this point in his administration, William Henry Harrison had been dead 68 days. I mean, my stimulus package lived longer than that. Jay Leno's here. Now, no matter how mean he is to me, I just love this guy. Because together we give hope to gray-haired, chunky baby boomers everywhere.
I was going to start off tonight telling some self-deprecating jokes, but then I couldn't think of any mistakes I had made to be self-deprecating about. So I want to talk about some serious issues, such as... Okay. Here it comes. Nuclear proliferation. Nuclear proliferation. Nuclear proliferation. Nuclear proliferation.
4 years ago, I was a Washington outsider. 4 years later, I'm at this dinner. 4 years ago, I looked like this. Today, I look like this. And 4 years from now, I will look like this. That's not even funny. These days, I look in the mirror and I have to admit, I'm not the strapping young Muslim socialist that I used to be. Time passes.
I'm really excited to be here tonight with the only group of Americans with a lower approval rating than I have.
From the C-SPAN archives, the presidents making fun of themselves at previous White House Correspondents Dinners. We are live inside the Waldorf Astoria tonight for take two of the dinner from April 25th, where the security lapse took place. And the alleged gunman breached the security point outside of the ballroom. He was detained there, taken into custody. And all of the guests, including the President of the United States, the First Lady, cabinet officials, the Vice President of the United States, the journalists, all were told to get down. Shots fired. The president was escorted away, and now we are back here again for a slimmed-down version of the April 25th dinner. It's at a different venue, much smaller. There were around 2,700 guests in April. There are now 700 tonight. On your screen, President Trump talking with the White House correspondent, outgoing President Weijia Jiang, as they wait for the dinner to finish. And the remarks by the president and awards given to journalists and for those who showed bravery on April 25th. Let's get all of you to join us in the conversation this evening. Anthony in Baltimore, Independent. Anthony, what are you watching for tonight? Anthony in Baltimore. Let's try you one more time. Anthony in Baltimore, who's an independent. Are you there, Anthony? What are you watching for? All right. All right, well, we'll come back to calls here in just a minute. But Tevi Troy is joining us now, presidential historian with the Ronald Reagan Institute, a senior fellow, former White House aide and deputy cabinet secretary in the George W. Bush administration. Tevi Troy, your thoughts on this moment for President Trump after the events of April 25th?
Yeah, it's a really interesting moment in that it's very rare that you get a post-assassination attempt speech from a president. Obviously, when Ronald Reagan had the attempt on him, he was hospitalized for a long time, didn't give a speech afterwards. Gerald Ford There were a couple of assassination attempts against him in 1975, and the Secret Service responded by trying to curtail his access to the public. Obviously, some successful assassination attempts, you're not going to have anything. And then you have Trump. He did give a speech at the GOP convention in 2024 where he recounted every minute of that harrowing experience. That was a much closer call than this one. So I'm curious to see how they're going to handle it. Is he going to play it as a serious attempt on his life that he was really worried about? Or is he going to just try and go with the typical vibe of the White House Correspondents Dinner, which is everyone makes fun of the president and then the president makes fun of himself?
What is the role of the president at this dinner?
Well, presidents have been going back since the 1920s. Every president since Calvin Coolidge has attended one. They even go during wartime. It was said in 1943 that Franklin Delano Roosevelt went to the White House Correspondents' Dinner, and it's the only break he gives himself during wartime. It's a time when people can step back from the partisan fights. There's obviously a bit of a scrum between presidents and the press. Whatever party you are, there's always a feeling that the press is against you. And here's a time where they can get together, they can laugh together, they can build relationships. And so it is a very special opportunity in that regard. But at the same time, we're at a politically fraught moment. You have a lot of tension between presidents and the press. You have a lot of tension between both parties. You have a lot of tension between Americans. So the idea and the hope is that this is the kind of things that can tamp things down a little bit.
The president has been invited many years over the times during his first administration. He has not attended. This will be his first. Is it unprecedented that a president would not attend?
Well, it was definitely unusual that Trump didn't go in the first term. And as I said, every president since Coolidge has attended at least one now. So it is something that's expected that the president goes to, but it's not necessarily expected that they enjoy it because, it's a night where a lot of people make fun of the president, including the president himself. And if you're not good at it, if you don't have that self-deprecating gene, if you don't have good jokes, it's not going to work for you either.
Well, what should the message be from the president to the press?
Well, I think a little self-deprecation goes a long way. The sense that you're kind of in on the joke, that the press has a role, the president has a role, we all play our roles, but tonight we're all coming together as Americans. A celebration of free speech, which was a value that all Americans shared, is increasingly under assault and questioned in quarters on the left and the right, unfortunately. So I think it's a time to say, well, we recognize the important role of the free press. We also recognize that sometimes the president has to keep secrets. We're in wartime right now. It doesn't mean you broadcast everything that a president or the country or the army is trying to do. So it's a time to say we all have our roles to play, but now's the time when we recognize that we're all equally Americans. We have the shared concept of liberty, and we can work together even if we have roles that are sometimes in opposition.
Your reaction to Caroline Leavitt telling the media today that the president's speech will be, quote, unifying yet vicious?
Well, they're kind of contradictory, so I don't know. But, with Trump, you can see it. Sometimes he'll say things in the same speech that are unifying and then also vicious. Vicious is not necessarily a terrible thing in comedy, right? Sometimes a comedian can be very vicious and funny. You don't necessarily want your presidents to be vicious. So I wonder in which sense she means it. If she means viciously funny, I'm all on board. But if it's vicious towards his enemies, that's not in keeping with what the event's supposed to be about.
How much work goes into writing a speech for the White House Correspondents' Dinner for a president? How many people are involved?
Yeah, well, there's an old joke that goes back to, I believe, Chris Buckley, where he said a lot of presidents want to write their own material. What they should do is they should just hire Landon Parvin or Mark Katz and then pay them 15% above their regular fee. Because those guys are professionals. They're very good at it. They've done it for multiple presidents. Mark Katz more on the Democrat side, Landon Parvin more on the Republican side, although not exclusively. And these people know what to do. They know the beats. They know comic timing. And they recognize what each president brings to the table so they can actually use that president's reputation, skills, and talents in order to make the jokes land the best that they can.
This dinner has taken place over the years at the Washington Hilton. Talk about the historic relevance of that venue. And now tonight, we're down the road 2 miles at the Waldorf Astoria, much smaller venue.
Yeah, and as you said earlier, there's only 700 people as opposed to the usual 3,000 people. Look, the Washington Hilton is a venerable Washington institution. It has hosted many of these White House Correspondents Dinners. It also is the site of the assassination attempt against Ronald Reagan. Hence, it's called the Hinckley Hilton. C-SPAN, Howard Mortman has played many great jokes about the Hilton, including my favorite, which is if these walls could talk, they'd say "ugh" or something like that. So there's a lot of humor and a lot of history behind the Hilton. It is a shame that it's not there tonight, but I also recognize that it's a place where there have been multiple assassination attempts now against presidents, so they really do have to think about security.
As we wait for the remarks to get underway, wait for the president to address the crowd there at the Waldorf Astoria, any memorable speeches, moments from previous past dinners that stick out for you?
Yeah, you had Barack Obama had his kind of anger management person with Key and Peele. That one time that was pretty good. George W. Bush had a Bush impersonator. Reagan had a great line about Nixon once, where he talked about how Nixon went on the press and met with all these journalists, and he said with perfect deadpan humor, "Hasn't he been punished enough?" So I thought that was a good line by Reagan. So these presidents have pretty good comic timing. It really helps when you're giving a political speech if you have good comic timing. And again, if you have a professional joke writer, it makes the jokes land even better. On the comedian side, Stephen Colbert was well known. I mean, you mentioned the word vicious earlier. He was kind of vicious against George W. Bush, and they had to rethink things later, and they did Rich Little afterwards. It was a milder form of humor, to say the least. So I think the presidents in the end are more memorable than the comics. Don't tell the comics to come after me for that, but people really want to hear what the president has to say. Does he have comic chops? Does he have a good sense of humor? And does he do this in good spirits? Is he do it as a person who recognizes the joke, as it were, that here's the night when we can all come together? And if a president can do that, I think their speeches can be remembered, and they can be remembered positively for a long time.
Tevi Troy, presidential historian, thank you very much for joining us this evening.
Thanks for having me.
And if you're curious after listening to Tevi Troy about those comedian speeches and the president's remarks from previous dinners, tune in on Sunday for a marathon airing of past dinners starting at 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Sunday. We want all of you to join us in the conversation this evening. We want to hear from you about the dinners, what happened in April, and what you're watching for and looking to hear tonight. Democrats 202-748-8000, Republicans 202-748-8001. All others you can dial in at 202-748-8002. Richard in Savannah, Georgia, Republican. We'll go to you.
Thank you, Greta. It's an honor to talk to you. I've watched y'all since 1979, so that should tell you something about my age.
Thank you for that.
No problem. I would love tonight for the first sentence from the president to say, "I want to take y'all back to September 12th, 2001. I want y'all all to remember the 11th. And I want us to come together as Americans like we did on the 12th of September 01. I remember it well. I remember there was no Democrats, no Republicans. There were Americans. I would love, and I know it's difficult in this day and age, I would love for him to look out and say, I'm sorry I've called y'all names, and then the press say, I'm sorry, I'm 95% negative against you. Let's end it. I know it won't happen, but let's try to be Americans. And we got a war going on. We've got children coming back in body bags the other day. This is serious, and we need to be Americans. And I would love for Donald Trump, and I've voted for him every time, and we'll do it again because I like America First policies, closed borders, etc. But I would love for the people in that room, because the press is the most important thing in America. And without a good one, we will lose this country. And we need a strong, positive media, not out to get a certain party. I'm pretty sure probably 95% of those people vote Democrats, but the bottom line is we're all Americans. Every beautiful woman sitting there, every good-looking man sitting there is an American. And I would love for Donald Trump tonight to say, let's stop. Let's go back to September 12th and be Americans. And God bless you all. I love you.
All right, Richard there in Savannah, Georgia, calling for the unity that he saw after the 9/11 attacks in 2001. And we are approaching the 25th anniversary of that sober day. Julia in Frankfort, Kentucky, Republican. Julia, what do you want to hear tonight?
Hey, Miss Greta. It's such a pleasure to talk with you. It's great. I love my president. We have a real true leader.
Julia, I'm just going to mention for our viewers who are watching Senator Lankford on the screen there in the middle there. He's attending tonight's dinner. Sorry for the interruption, Julia. Go ahead.
No, honey, that's fine. That's just fine. Yes, it's great. So many beautiful people there. I appreciate C-SPAN. Your coverage is great. Your cameramen. And I wish you could be down there on the floor sipping white wine or whatever. But you're taking my call. I'm just so thrilled that we have a real leader in the White House. And all the young people, I see so many of these correspondents that you have on C-SPAN in the morning, on the Washington Journal. And I want to give a shout out to Melania Trump, my first lady. She's so beautiful. And she's not there tonight. She was there in the previous, attempt. And I just, let's see.
Oh, well, Julia, thank you so much.
No, Greta. No. We've got a situation going on here in Kentucky, pressure with my beautiful Senator Mitch McConnell. He's recovering, and this is the greatest nation on the face of the earth, and there is nowhere else I'd want to be. I love this nation. I love my citizen fellow. It's just wonderful, Greta.
All right.
So
thank you, Julia. And I'm happy to be here to take your call this evening. Phil in Queens, Democratic caller. We will go next to Connie in Michigan, Republican.
Yes,
go ahead.
Hi. Yes, hi there, Greta. I noticed that Nick Shirley, the independent investigative reporter that's quite young, and he's really gotten his boots on the ground to uncover the fraud and the abuse around the country, and even moved California to try to get a legislation to the Nick Shirley, I don't know what it's called, but it has to do with him investigating fraud around the country, and they're trying to stop him from doing that. But I'm curious as to what the other more seasoned reporters are thinking of this young man going and doing what they used to do before they started to take sides. I'm just curious as to how they're feeling about Nick Shirley's presence and if they're interacting with him and if they appreciate him or if they're offended by him.
Okay. Connie there with her thoughts on tonight's White House Correspondents Dinner. It's at the Waldorf Astoria, 2 miles down from the original venue and the historic one, too, the Washington Hilton. It's taken place at the Washington Hilton many, many years. And tonight, after the alleged gunman incident in April, it is now at this new venue. And it's a slimmed down version of April 25th, but a lot of similar themes are taking place tonight. They will give the awards to journalists as they do at every dinner. There is the entertainment. Oz Perlman, a mentalist, out in the crowd, working the crowd there, taking a guess at something. We will hear from him as well later this evening. The president will give his traditional remarks. This is the first White House Correspondents' Dinner for President Trump. And then, as we said, all of you are part of this coverage as well here on C-SPAN, as you always are, getting your thoughts on tonight's White House Correspondents' Dinner. Linda, Democrat, we'll go to you.
Hi, Greta. Thank you for taking my call. I hope that, the president attacks the media on a daily basis. I hope that he realizes tonight that this is their dinner and their night, and he is their guest, and that he's just not as abrasive and demeaning as he usually is towards the press.
Yeah. Well, Linda, do you think he should crack jokes about the press?
He can crack jokes about the press, yes. It would be nice if he could take a joke, too. But yes, he can certainly crack jokes, but I don't find him very funny very often.
Okay. That was Linda there. We'll go to Marigo in Washington Independent. Go ahead.
Good evening, America. I would like to engage and express in my First Amendment rights here in America, which, unfortunately, with this Trump administration, they do not even understand the Constitution or the rule of law. Obviously, they talk about the First Amendment, but yet they hinder, they stop. They're trying to stop journalists from actually doing their job. Look what happened to the DOJ. Listen, this is what I just want to say. I think it's a shame that these journalists are there tonight because this Trump cabal, they bastardized the Constitution. They bastardized the rule of law, the First Amendment, free speech. Yeah, they're arresting people, for God's sake, on social media. What the? I'm not going to cuss. So, yeah, I hope that his followers do not just listen to Fox News or Newsmax or
well, there you go. There's Fox News right there on your screen. Peter Dusu, who's a White House correspondent for Fox News, talking to Howard Lutnick. He is one that gets usually the first or toward second question from Caroline Levitt when she's up at the podium. He's a recognizable face in the briefing room when the White House does their briefings. He's covered not just President Trump, President Biden as well. And we're waiting to hear from President Trump. What does he say about the journalists in the room this evening? Other presidents have typically used this dinner as an opportunity to crack jokes about the press. So here's a look back at some of what some presidents have said about the journalists.
I know it's getting late, dear, but it's not often that we have so many people who've written about us and broadcast about us all together in one room like this, and I thought you might like to say a few nice words to them. They're all from the press and radio and television. Maybe just a friendly little greeting would do. How about just a word or two, something friendly, even one kind word?
I'm thinking.
The media certainly have had a lot to report on lately. I thought it was extraordinary that Richard Nixon went on Meet the Press and spent an entire hour with Chris Wallace, Tom Brokaw, and John Chancellor. That should put an end to that talk that he's been punished enough.
And as somebody who's been working to overcome my own image problems, I thought I ought to help you do a little of that. So tonight I extend the hand of peace and offer you my advice on how the press might work to improve its image. Now you might ask, why do I want to help you? Why do I want to help you? Message, I care. All over, TV executives are asking, what can possibly fill the gaping hole on Thursday night once Seinfeld goes off the air? I got it.
Congress on C-SPAN. Now, there's a show about nothing.
MSNBC is here. They're a little overwhelmed. They've never seen an audience this big before.
Fox News, I'm really sorry your preferred candidate lost the last election. To make it up to you, I'm happy to give my chief of staff to you all so he can tell Sean Hannity what to say every day.
From the C-SPAN archives, previous White House Correspondents' Dinners there with presidents and their remarks. You can watch them on Sunday, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on C-SPAN 3, a marathon of speeches from presidents over the years, along with the comedians. Tune in, 8 a.m. Sunday, C-SPAN 3. We are live at tonight's White House Correspondents' Dinner. It's a redo from April, and we are expecting at the top of the hour, shortly after, that tonight's speeches and awards, presentations will get underway. And of course, we will bring you live, uninterrupted coverage in its entirety of tonight's dinner. C-SPAN cameras are the only cameras in the room tonight, as we have been in previous dinners. And we're asking all of you tonight to give us your take on this. What do you want to hear? Wendy in Oregon, Democratic caller.
Hi, thanks for taking my call. I'm hopeful that the president will take himself less seriously and be able, it would be very classy if he would be able to, joke about himself a little for a change. As one of the previous callers said, I hope he doesn't get vicious and angry. I hope he doesn't ramble, about everything else going on, which won't be about the Correspondents' Dinner. It just feels awkward since he didn't come, in his first presidential time. Anyway, no, and that's it. And I have not heard anything about the shooter from the last dinner, and I'm starting to kind of wonder if that wasn't just a setup, because
he's going to appear in court on August 20th, as we were talking earlier, Wendy, and he's facing very serious charges, as we talked about: attempt to assassinate the President of the United States, transporting a firearm, ammunition, in interstate commerce with intent to commit a felony, discharge of a firearm during a crime of violence, and assault on a federal officer with a deadly weapon. Tomas Allen will appear in court on August 20th. As we learned earlier from Scott McFarland, it will be months, if not until 2028, that his actual court proceedings will take place. He faces many, many years in prison, possibly life in prison.
I must have missed earlier, but thank you for telling me that, because I've been wondering. And so I hope none of that happens tonight, and that everybody has a good time. And like I said, I hope he takes himself less serious and jokes more.
All right, Wendy. We'll go to Texas. Republican caller, is it Rosharon, Texas?
Yes. Good evening, Greta.
Good
Thanks
evening.
for taking my call. Yes. First of all, I want to appreciate the president and give him credit for being able to show up the second time after the first incident. And I think a lot of people don't give the president credit. He jokes a lot. He's a funny guy. And I think he's going to do his best to have fun tonight. The media is very critical of him, and sometimes he also bashes out at the media. But I think tonight he's going to joke about the media, going to joke about himself, and just try to have a good time with the media tonight. As you can see, over the years, his relationship has developed with the media. Even some people who you think wouldn't have a good relationship with the president, they eventually have a good relationship with the president. For instance, the president of this organization right now sits next to the president. They didn't have a good relationship in his first administration, but today they do have a good relationship. So I think the president is someone who when you get to know him, when you get closer to him, you get to understand him more, and you get to, like a couple of the things he does, even if you don't get to agree with him 100%. So I think it's going to be great tonight, and I'm sitting back here watching to enjoy it.
Okay. Do you think he should be viciously funny or attack the press?
No, I don't think he should attack the press. That will not be good for him. For some of us who like the president, sometimes we don't like when he attacks the press. Sometimes we like when he does. But tonight, I just think he should be, viciously funny, say something that will make the room roar about the press, attack them positively with their reporting and just have fun with them, exactly.
Okay. What do you think of the role of the press should be?
I think that the role of the press should be to report facts, ask questions that would shed more light to the American people, not questions that should poison the mind of people against anybody, any elected, representative. I think that the press should report accurately. And to a large extent, I think the press should be patient with getting the facts. These days, we have a polarized press. I have a right-leaning bias. I'm a Republican. So I watch Fox News, I watch Newsmax, I watch CNN. I watch them all just to see what's going on. But I realize that sometimes they tend to lean, favorably towards who they want to represent. But I think to a large extent, sometimes you see some fair and balanced analysis of the news and how it goes around. For instance, I've seen a lot of liberal news media rush into some conclusions about saying certain things, and they eventually apologize for it, or they eventually take them back just because they wanted to make headlines. So I think the press should be patient, should be able to give facts to the American people. The press is allowed to criticize the president if he makes a mistake or if he's not doing something right, but the press is not allowed to be disrespectful to the president. The press is not allowed to paint the president in negative light towards the American people. That does the country no good, in my opinion.
Okay. All right. Republican caller from Texas there. If you're a Democrat, you can join us this evening on the phone, as well as Republicans and all others. We're taking your calls, joining us for the conversation this evening with what you want to hear from tonight's White House Correspondents Dinner. If you're a Democrat, dial in at 202-748-8000. If you're a Republican, 202-748-8001. And all others independents, 202-748-8002. Nancy in Miami, Democratic caller. We'll go to you next.
Hi, thank you for taking my call. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can, Nancy.
Oh, okay. I'm a Democrat, and I've been fighting for the planet, our country, the environment, and the animals for almost 60 years, and people for almost 60 years now. I'm a firm believer in the First Amendment, but it doesn't exist anymore in this country. Right now, well, Trump has, to me, one hell of a nerve showing his face and speaking at the rescheduled White House Correspondents Dinner, where it says, quote, celebrating the First Amendment, unquote, in big, beautiful letters on the wall behind him. I think that's so wrong, and I think Trump should be held accountable for all the atrocities he's committed, all the people that he's hurt. And I'm not against good Republicans. I have the utmost respect for Liz Cheney and Adam Kinzinger for what they did on the January 6th committee. They did their job, and they followed the rule of law. They followed the Constitution. But unfortunately, the Republicans that are in Congress right now don't want to do that. They just want to be puppets of Trump, and that's not right. He's running everything where everything is supposed to be separate in the government.
Okay. Well, Nancy, there are many journalists who agree with you that the president shouldn't be there this evening, that the White House Correspondents Association should not have invited him. The Associated Press reporting on this letter sent to the association, hundreds of former or retired journalists and 8 press freedom groups asking the White House Correspondents Association to stand up to the Trump administration's recent attacks on the media while the president is in attendance at the dinner. Many of the same people sent this same letter back in April. From the latest letter, it read, "Our message to the White House Correspondents Association is now more urgent. Forcefully stand up for freedom of the press in front of the president, publicly defend the journalists he attacks, and vow to resist his administration's concerted effort to undermine the First Amendment." And it also goes on to say, "We believe it is hypocritical to celebrate the First Amendment in front of the man who relentlessly attacks it. We urge the White House Correspondents Association to condemn the administration's actions from the podium and pledge to fight all attempts by his administration to undermine this core pillar of a functioning democracy." We are live at the Waldorf Astoria with the President of the United States in attendance for the first time during his tenure as president at the White House Correspondents Association dinner. You can see he's sitting there next to Weijia Jiang, who's the outgoing association president. To his left and to his right is his press secretary, Caroline Leavitt. Let's listen to the outgoing president, Weijia Jiang, and what she had to say about this letter that she received from her colleagues.
I thought it was really disappointing that they didn't reach out and have an earnest conversation with us about what they would like to hear from the association. They waited until the day before the dinner or the day before they were going to release their statement to instruct us what to do. It also was based on the premise that we weren't going to say anything about the current environment, and that's a false premise. I also think it's important to remember that we are an association, and so the leadership answers to our members. And again, we have nearly 1,000.
What will you say?
There were none of our members signed that. None of the people that signed it currently cover the White House. And I would also say that when they might have, years and years ago, it was a very different climate. And so if you truly understand the role of the association, it's a diplomatic role. We are the bridge between the press corps and the administration. And if all we do all day long is issue, severe statements, that doesn't produce anything that's valuable for our members. As an example, a couple months ago, we were able to retain control of the briefing room assignments. That is something that, they threatened to take away. Because of our attention and focus to working with the administration and not being activists one way or another, the key is to have a working relationship. We are not political. And obviously, we stand against any actions that are meant to intimidate and threaten and chill free speech. And we have made that very clear. But again, I don't think issuing strongly worded statements is effective if you really want to have an impact. I would urge them next time to have an honest conversation with us and be productive and have constructive feedback rather than dictating what we should say. Or they can run for the board themselves.
Weijia Jiang, the outgoing president of the White House Correspondents Dinner, she will preside tonight. There she is on your screen, sitting next to President Trump, and she will deliver remarks along with the president. They will give awards to journalists in the room, as well as young journalists who are starting out and want to become journalists one day. T-minus 2:25. There is the countdown clock on your screen in the ballroom at the Waldorf Astoria. So we'll see then if they begin tonight's event at that time. In the meantime, we'll talk to Teresa in Kingsport, Tennessee.
Hi, Greta. Thanks for taking my call.
You bet.
You all do a wonderful job of covering both sides. My reason for calling is my daughter is one of the scholarship recipients there at the dinner tonight.
Really?
Yes.
Oh, what's her name, and what is she winning an award for?
She is a student at her name's Abigail Fanning, and she is a student at UT, University of Tennessee, and she is one of the scholarship recipients for the White House Correspondents.
Oh my goodness, Teresa.
So I believe she's sitting maybe at table 4, and we have appreciated so much. I was there in April at the Washington Hilton. I did not go to the dinner. I just came up with her and got to experience a lot of things with her that weekend. And she's up there now at the dinner tonight. But we've appreciated so much you all having coverage that we can watch it at home.
Teresa, can you take us back to April 25th? What was it like for her and you?
Well, our situation was the Hilton, the Washington Hilton, sent everybody a letter. They asked you to stay in your room during the event when the president was there. I was very fortunate in my career of life. I've worked for 2 governors and worked at the legislature at the state of West Virginia. And we've had 2 presidential visits while I worked for the president. The governor with the president. And so I knew what to expect. If they ask you to stay in your room, they're asking you to stay in your room and not be interfering with the coming and going of the president or anything like that. I watched the coverage on C-SPAN again that night up in our room that night. It was very, she had, as she's a Gen Z, so she's experienced it where, as going to school, they've had all these drills about things to do. So she texted me and said, I'm under the table. And I'm like, what do you mean you're under the table? And that's when that happened.
Yes, Teresa.
At the first one.
I apologize. I have to interrupt you because Weijia Jiang has come to the podium. Live coverage here on C-SPAN.
26 White House Correspondents Dinner. I hope everyone enjoyed their meal. Since Calvin Coolidge became the first president to attend this event in 1924, nearly every sitting president has joined us at some point in their term. The tradition is rooted in a simple principle, that a president and the press corps that covers him can share a meal and even a joke. This dinner has never lacked for opinions. I know everyone has a lot of feelings about it, even under normal circumstances, and people ask, should it still exist? But every year, we pack the room. In fact, we just did it twice. Whatever brought you here tonight, this evening is dedicated to the First Amendment and the excellent work of our colleagues and scholars. President Trump, you are joining us tonight for the second time in 3 months, and we don't take that lightly. Thank you. Thank you again to Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt and the White House press team. Thanks to the relentless WHCA board members, our executive director, Steve Thoma, and our general counsel, Simon Lakovich, for your hard work and friendship. I have to say thank you again to my CBS News family for enduring a second round of dinner planning. And of course, my family, I love you so much. Our entertainer, mentalist, Oz Perlman, is also back with us. Thank you, Oz. For the record, he did guess Caroline's baby's name right last time, and we can't wait to see what you reveal. But you can skip the part where you guess the president's phone number because half the reporters in this room already have it. Finally, on behalf of the White House Correspondents Association, I also want to thank supporters from around the world, across the political spectrum, who sent well wishes after a shooting interrupted our event in April. Many of you are joining us on live stream, and C-SPAN is the crew as it was that night. Photographers and technicians were under the stairs where the shooter was, but they never stopped rolling their cameras and transmitting live footage despite the circumstances. Thank you. That night tested all of us, but it revealed something worth fighting for. While journalists in the ballroom were gathering facts and getting them to the public, I got a rare glimpse of something few of us ever see in real time. In a holding room, President Trump was huddled with members of his cabinet, asking questions, finding the best way to share the answers with everyone, which is our job description too. I keep coming back to that split screen, not because it was dramatic, but because it quietly proved, no matter how complicated or tense the relationship is between the press and the presidency, what we share is far more important than anything else. And that is our duty to serve the American people. As our country continues to celebrate 250 years of its extraordinary story, this gathering is further proof that the American press endures with it.
The White House Correspondents Dinner was to be a night celebrating the First Amendment and 250 years of surviving, thriving, and overcoming our nation's many unthinkable challenges.
Welcome to the 2026 White House Correspondents Dinner.
But that celebration was stopped by a single gunman in an apparent attempt to assassinate the president.
I heard the loud bangs that were going off. It was extremely frightening. I was only a few feet away.
We were all told to just get under the tables. And at first, some of the White House officials did too.
A whole rush of people started to come up towards the front door.
On a night when we are thinking about the freedoms in the First Amendment, we must also think about how fragile they are.
And that was very unexpected.
The president and the White House press corps proved resilient.
This was an event dedicated to freedom of speech that was supposed to bring together members of both parties with members of the press, and in a certain way it did.
So we are together again tonight, proving our resolve and unyielding fortitude, and to celebrate America at 250.
From 1789, I'm James Madison. Yes, that James Madison. I wrote the First Amendment. At the time, we worried a king might control the press. Turns out you're now worried about tweets, algorithms, and people yelling on television. Let me clarify the rule. The government doesn't get to shut the press up, not when it's wrong, not when it's annoying, and not when it's asking uncomfortable questions.
The First Amendment and the freedom of the press, it is the foundation of our democracy.
The freedom that we have to speak our mind, to share our views, share what we know.
It's just so remarkable that we're able to question our world leaders, question the most powerful man in the world because of the First Amendment.
As we mark the 250th anniversary of our birth, I'm hopeful that people throughout the country will come together to discuss the importance of this history and to appreciate even more what our ancestors did to secure our liberty and freedoms, including freedom of the press.
Coming through. Good afternoon, everybody.
Well, I see we're trying a new experiment this morning. I hope it doesn't prove to be a disturbing influence.
Our goal is to try to rock the boat, and we're supported by the First Amendment. I hope Ike would be proud of us.
Is taking control of Iran's oil?
We have a very vigorous group of people representing all different points of view, including a lot of the foreign press.
Daqui a pouco, o presidente Donald Trump.
I just told him I've got to come over and see the fake news. Let's go.
The presidents throughout history have complained about how they're treated in the press.
We don't stop the publication of any papers. We don't fine anyone for something they say.
And that's okay. That's part of the process.
Why are you so confident he'll change his behavior, Mr. President?
Yeah, I'm not confident in changing behavior. What do you do over there? So when did I say I was confident?
I don't want to be back at the White House today. It's a young person's game. And I have great admiration for the reporters who are there because they have a tougher job than I ever had.
That's enough. Put down the mic.
I must say, today, folks, The reporters at the White House, my hat's off to you.
Go ahead, Peter, go ahead.
In Jim's defense, I've traveled. Whenever we face pushback from a politician or even from a president, it's not about us as a journalist. It's about the person we're covering.
Well, I'm not a big fan of yours either, so
I understand.
To be honest.
So let me ask you a question if I can. Our job is to just keep asking tough questions.
Our founders were often distraught about the press, the highly partisan media of their time. Yet Jefferson famously championed a free press, noting that he preferred newspapers without a government to a government without newspapers.
That's right. I favored a free press while my predecessor here, John Adams, signed a sedition act that could imprison journalists for saying anything malicious against the government. I ended that unconstitutional law when I took office, and thankfully, it's never returned. Can't blame a guy for trying.
So which is it? Are you winding this down?
Can't tell you.
Or are you escalating
I can't tell
it?
you. I don't.
Whenever there's a crisis, that's the time that people tune in.
Thank you, Mr. President. Dan Rather with CBS News.
The effects of Watergate were beginning to corner President Richard Nixon. If the president thought you were going to ask a question he didn't want to ask, he would try to throw you off balance right at the beginning.
Are you running for something? No, sir, Mr. President, are you?
Mr. President, in talking about the continuing recession tonight, you have blamed mistakes of the past, and you have blamed the Congress. Does any of the blame belong to you?
Yes, because for many years I was a Democrat.
Why did you really want to go to war?
When we push them to answer questions on the record, they have an opportunity to explain their reasoning, explain their thinking, explain their goals.
Can you tell the country, sir, why you are content with all the fanfare around this deal to leave the conscience of this nation and the strength of this nation unaccounted for in relation to these 4 Americans?
The notion that I'm content, Major, that's nonsense. And you should know better.
Well, everybody, have a good trip.
Well, you can't fall asleep on Air Force One because you never know when the president's going to come back and take questions.
It's going to be a very long trip, right?
Dan Compton, who's been with the president all day, is on the phone from Nebraska.
On 9/11, I was part of that small travel pool that the White House agreed to take on what was a 10-hour odyssey.
The president might be a target as well, and that is why he has come to as secure a place as he could.
The White House made sure that we had phone connections and that we had access to the president. It worked exactly the way it should.
So I dialed President Trump's number, and he picked up, just like anybody else.
I just got off the phone with President Trump. It was a roughly 9-minute phone interview.
I've covered 5 different presidents. I have never seen one other than Donald Trump who regularly takes phone calls from reporters.
New media is massively important to our country. Here's what you missed if you weren't tuned in. We utilize social media to help people understand what we're talking about, breaking it down in digestible ways so that they can understand even the more nuanced news that's going on here at the White House. And today we went through the Rose Garden into the Oval Office. Every single outlet that's at the White House is shaping the national news. All of these outlets have a place here, and all of our audiences deserve to know what's going on in our country and in this White House.
I don't think it's unusual for a president to be criticized. That seems to be one of the things that go with the job.
As we look back over history, almost without exception, the better presidents at the end of their term have actually thanked the press in the spirit of, you had your job to do, I had my job to do, and that's the way the country goes together.
Truth be told, in the greater scheme of things, you are, I hesitate to say this, more essential to that common pursuit than I am. And that's why freedom of the press is and must always be above politics.
My friends say, what is it like to deal with the press corps? I said, these are just people that are trying to do the best they possibly can.
You're not supposed to be sycophants. You're supposed to be skeptics. You're supposed to ask me tough questions and make sure that we are accountable to the people who sent us here. And you have done that.
I wonder
whether the Founding Fathers might look with delight at the kind of vibrant conversations that Americans today are having in the national media, in social media. It's a very vibrant conversation that has its roots 250 years ago.
The noise you experience today, though at times overwhelming, is not necessarily a sign of decay. It may in part be the sound of liberty, exercising itself somewhat chaotically, to be sure. The true danger lies not in a press that is too free, but in one that forgets why it was made free at all. Enjoy the rest of the evening, and thanks for helping us reach 250 years of American democracy. Cheers. Cheers.
Thank you, founders. What a powerful reminder. By the way, that was AI, in case you missed it. What a powerful reminder that generation after generation, White House correspondents have the privilege of writing the first draft of history. Serving as president of our association has been one of the great honors of my life. And as my final act, I was determined to carry out one more event to highlight the strength of our press corps. I am honored to preside over this dinner, but I do have a fact check because technically my last day in office was last week. Our next chapter is in amazing hands with one of the fiercest women I have ever known. She is my wonderful friend, my partner, and 2026-2027 WHCA President Jackie Heinrich, who I've asked to help present two very special awards. Jackie.
Thank you, Ouija, and good evening, everyone. Before anything else, I want to recognize Ouija Jiang for her leadership, her unwavering commitment to this press corps. Ouija, you have really represented this association with such professionalism. There we go. There we go. Just And she has represented this association with such professionalism, integrity, grit, and I am so deeply grateful, not just for your example, but also more so for your friendship. And to our members, I am humbled that you've put your trust in me to lead the White House Correspondents Association for the next year. And I look forward to working alongside all of you as we continue our shared mission. Pursuing the facts without fear or favor, and exercising the freedoms protected by the First Amendment in service of the American people. The attempt on President Trump's life last April was a sobering reminder that democracy is not immune to violence, and the freedoms that we cherish can never be taken for granted. Political violence must have no home in America. And journalism can serve us well to broaden understanding, to shed light, and to inform our decisions, especially in this age of fast-moving information that can reinforce our divisions. And we are grateful to have President Trump here tonight, taking part in this tradition that recognizes the essential role of a free press in our democracy. Thank you, President Trump. The events of that night also revealed the resilience of this press corps, the all-American sense of resolve that no act of intimidation will silence us, and the endurance of the First Amendment. And we're gathered here tonight because we believe that a free press always finds a way forward. And it is in that spirit that the WHCA Service Award was established to recognize exceptional service to this association, and it is fitting that one of the 2 awards that we are giving tonight goes to the staff of the Washington Hilton. They are hospitality professionals who always put service first. As harrowing events unfolded that night, their courage was on full display. The kitchen workers, the ballroom wait staff remained at their posts. When President Trump urged that the evening should continue, they prepared to serve more than 2,600 guests while they were still processing the shock alongside all of us. And when the Secret Service made the necessary call to postpone the remainder of the program, they immediately pivoted, preserving every unserved meal and donating them to local shelters. And many of these dedicated professionals have worked dozens of White House Correspondents' Dinners since this event first moved to the Washington Hilton in 1968. And 58 years later, we are deeply grateful for their partnership. We are proud of the history that we've built together, and we are excited to return to the Washington Hilton next year, stronger than ever. Please welcome the Washington Hilton's General Manager, Ken Jarka, and Catering Manager, Karen Fiketis, to accept the WHCA President's Award for Exceptional Service on behalf of the entire Washington Hilton team.
Congratulations, and thank you, Jackie. I also want to thank the staff and security team right here at the Waldorf Astoria for putting so much time and care into helping us plan this event in a very short notice. That evening in April did not unfold as planned, but it ended exactly like it was supposed to. 2,600 guests, plus hundreds of others who were working that night, got to go home unharmed. And that was made possible by the brave men and women of law enforcement and the United States Secret Service. On behalf of every person who was inside that ballroom, and every family who got to hear their loved ones say, "Don't worry, I'm okay," we thank you. One officer placed himself directly in harm's way and engaged the armed suspect. Even after gunfire struck his protective vest, he stayed in the fight, and the attacker was stopped. I know many of us have wondered, what if he hadn't acted in that exact way? What if he had waited a few more seconds? His courage that night reflects the core values of the Secret Service: duty, justice, courage, honesty, and loyalty, and as a commitment to safeguarding his country and community. They also shaped his career first as an infantryman and section leader in the United States Marine Corps, and since 2022 as an officer of the Secret Service, protecting the White House complex and our nation's leaders. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my honor to present the WHCA President's Award for Exceptional Service to Officer Victor Gonzalez of the United States Secret Service. Thank you again, Officer Gonzalez, and to all the law enforcement officials who work around the clock to keep us safe. Democracy is defended in many ways, sometimes with a badge, sometimes with a notebook and a deadline. The White House Correspondents Association started as a group of 50 reporters, and I am proud that our membership hit a record number in 2025, more than 1,000 people, including many from new media outlets. Our press corps covers the presidency at all hours of the day in their personal lives. They miss out on a lot so that the world doesn't have to. If you're a past WHCA president here tonight, please stand. Former board members, please stand. Our chief White House correspondents, please stand. All current White House correspondents, reporters, producers, photographers, visual and audio journalists, please stand. And tonight, I also want to salute our colleagues in the Pentagon Press Corps. Your work is invaluable, especially as our nation is at war. Please stand. And now we turn our attention to future White House correspondents, our incredible scholarship award winners. Please welcome our Scholarship Committee Chair, who also serves as the WHCA Secretary, Brian Bennett of MS Now.
Hello, everybody. It means so much to be back together tonight. This is the part of the dinner each year that I look forward to the most. We have an incredible group of young journalists with us who are the recipients of this year's White House Correspondents Association scholarships. Since 1991, the WHCA has awarded scholarships to hundreds of journalism students. This year, we are helping fund the education of 30. Let me pull out my remarks here. Students from 16 colleges and universities. They are from schools all over the country: Arizona, California, Illinois, Iowa, Maryland, Missouri, New Jersey, New York, Ohio, Puerto Rico, Tennessee, Virginia, Washington, D.C. We have important partners who extend the reach of our giving, and you all are a part of that. The WHCA and our partners went to great lengths to make sure as many of our scholars as possible could be here tonight with us. And I'm happy to say that 26 out of the 30 of them were able to return for the second dinner. Some came back to DC from far away. Many were already here in Washington for the summer for journalism internships. When the April dinner was interrupted by the shooting, a lot of the scholars did what journalists do in dangerous situations. They started reporting, and they reported for their college newspapers. They are already showing their commitment to the work that we are all here to celebrate. Our dinner is the primary fundraiser for our association and our scholarships, and because of that generosity, we were able to increase the amount of several scholarships this year. Thank you for being a part of this and supporting this work. And we also want to say thanks to the America 250 Commission for your generous donation to our scholarship fund. The scholars not only receive financial help to pay for school. Earlier this year, they had a tour of the White House, and they met with White House officials. They spent an afternoon with dozens of senior journalists who cover the White House, and they were paired with mentors, working journalists from the White House Correspondents Association who make a year-long commitment to offer advice and encouragement. We all had people along the way who helped make us better. And the WHCA Scholarship Program is a way that our association gives back and helps strengthen a new generation of journalists. Because of the commitment and your support, past WHCA Scholarship recipients are now doing amazing things in journalism. We tracked some of them down to tell us about their work today.
Being a White House Correspondents Association scholar opened up a new world for me.
Being a scholar meant that I could have the financial freedom to do what I wanted.
Being a WHCA scholar gave me access to so many mentors and a world of opportunities here in Washington, D.C.
It gave me the chance to connect with other journalists, other members of the association.
Journalism is important, and especially here at the White House, where every day, every hour, every minute even matters. The decisions that are made here impact people across the country and around the world.
The idea that you get to be a part of the first draft of history, it all is extremely inspiring and drives me as a journalist.
There are so many pinch me moments covering the White House, watching world leaders arrive here, walking into the press briefing room, getting to see Marine One land on the South Lawn, and getting to ask the President of the United States a question directly. Being selected as a White House Correspondents Association scholar has played a huge role in my career.
I was there as President Biden gave a toast to the freedom of the press, and also as Kim Kardashian strutted across the runway and posed for pictures among a room full of talented journalists.
The stars, the outfits, the photographs. And I remember too, that was the year that Brittany Griner had just returned home. And so being able to see her was really emotional.
I was also inspired looking around at all the different scholars and how excited they were. And I think their excitement influenced my excitement about it.
And it really was an eye-opening experience about just how important this role is. This White House press corps is not a mythical world. It exists, and it is something that I can aspire to be a part of.
And I owe a lot of credit to the WHCA for getting me here. So many journalists involved in this organization were willing to chat with me, to invest in me. And it's a cycle. Because of what they were able to pass on, I hope that I can play a role in doing that for the next generation as well.
I can tell you, this year's scholarship recipients are also really impressive. And they're all sitting right over there. Let's meet them. Please stand as I read your name. From American University, Louisa Clausen. From Arizona State University, George Headley, Elisa Horton, and Kyle Sakinski. From Hampton University, Kristen Fluellen and Jade Abubakar. From Howard University, Tatiana Allen and Madison Maynard and Sanyu Lakoma. From Iowa State University, Eric Anderson. From Northwestern University, Jacques Aburizik, Caitlin Bender-Thomas, Samantha Freeman. From Iowa University, Nyla Gilbert, Aidan Ryan, Emily Stokes. From Princeton University, Ina Marcia. From Sagrado Corazon University in Puerto Rico, Iana Sotovalle. From Syracuse University, Ben Bassick. From the University of California, Berkeley, Hae-Yoon Cho. From the University of Kansas, Julia Hansen. From the University of Maryland, Laura Charleston, Lillian Gray, Dana Matthews, Ashley Nera. From the University of Missouri, Callie Fowler, Tyler Kirwan, Fletcher Mantooth. And from the University of Tennessee, Abigail Fanning. Congratulations, scholars. Please be seated. There's one more scholarship that requires special attention. This year, we've added a new scholarship at New York University that has been named in honor of the legendary CBS News White House correspondent, Mark Knoller. As you all know, Mark passed away in August. And if you needed to know how many times the president had been to Camp David, or went on vacation, or played golf, Mark Knoller always had the facts. And he was always willing to share. To remember Mark and to commemorate the new WHCA scholarship at his alma mater, NYU, here is a tribute put together by his friend and CBS News chief correspondent, Major Garrett.
I'm Mark Knoller, CBS News, and you could say that I'm kind of the CBS News numbers man at the White House.
You could say that, but that's less than half the story.
Can you justify your role?
Mark did keep a log of presidential actions, everything from speeches and press conferences to vacations and foreign trips.
By my count, President Obama had 65 domestic trips in 2010, spanning 104 days.
Knoller's numbers were so precise, White House aides used them to backfill or correct their own records. Historians and journalists came to rely on Knoller's database, which he never hoarded, always shared.
Mark. Knoller.
Mark Knoller.
Knoller considered that database the heartbeat of the presidency. To understand and cover a president, you had to know and remember all of a president's actions.
President Obama does like to play golf. Since taking office, he has played golf 57 times.
I'll be glad to answer a couple of questions. Mark Knoller, are you with us?
You bet.
Those who watched Knoller work were left in awe. Every White House reporter logs long hours. None logged as many as Knoller.
I'm one of those lucky people that gets to work at something he loves doing, and so I really don't feel as though I'm sacrificing anything, spending long days here.
Prolific and accurate reporting, Mark Knoller's hallmarks, which served the presidency and the nation well.
We are honored to be able to add a new scholarship in Mark's name in partnership with NYU's Arthur L. Clarke Journalism Institute. And even more happy to announce that the first recipient of the Mark Knoller Scholarship is Avril Silva. Please stand, Avril. Ladies and gentlemen, this year's WHCA Scholarship students. When you see them tonight, offer them advice and offer them jobs. Many of them are already doing amazing journalism. They're all superstars. Thank you very much.
Please welcome the chief correspondent for ABC News, the co-anchor of ABC's This Week, and a former president of the White House Correspondents Association, Jonathan Karl.
Not quite yet, actually. Sorry about that. John, you're gonna have to wait a second. We have a lot to celebrate this evening, everyone. We want to give a special thanks to those who value the work that we do, the freedoms that we stand for, including Paramount, the Emerson Collective, and the Knight Foundation. All of them made donations to the WHCA after our April dinner was interrupted. And it is, by the way, our one fundraiser of the year. Their support will help our scholarship programs and our general operations in the next year. Thank you all very much. All right, now it is my pleasure to introduce two former White House correspondents who have served this association with distinction. They exemplify excellence in our field. They will help us recognize tonight's award winners. Jonathan Karl is the chief Washington correspondent for ABC News. He is the co-anchor of This Week, and he is a former president of the WHCA. He's got over 3 decades of experience in Washington. He's covered 4 presidents, 14 press secretaries, and just about every major beat in the city. And through it, he has earned many of journalism's highest honors, including some of the very awards that we are presenting tonight. But first, to recognize our journalism awards, we have one of the country's defining voices with us tonight, Wolf Blitzer. Wolf is CNN's lead political anchor. He's the host of The Situation Room, and he's been a staple of CNN's political coverage since 1990, earning a reputation for steady, authoritative reporting on some of the most consequential moments in modern history, and earning multiple Emmy Awards himself for his distinguished career. Please welcome me in joining Wolf to the stage.
I'm standing up. Thank you very much for that really nice introduction. I'm so grateful, I'm so honored to be with all of you this evening. Each year, a panel of independent judges review dozens of entries for the 5 major WHCA Journalism Awards. And it's my honor tonight to announce this year's winners. And I'd like to point out that this is really a special night for me. I don't know if many of you were at the first White House Correspondents Association dinner in April, but it was, for me, it was very memorable indeed. And I can report this time, after the first course, I did not go to the men's room. I've been to this dinner over these many, many years. I spent 7 years as a White House correspondent, and I just want to remember with real excitement and passion who often came with me to these dinners over these many years, and that was the man who hired me at CNN, the man who created CNN, the late Ted Turner, who recently passed away. And he was not only a mentor and a good friend, but he loved journalism. When he hired me, he said, "Remember, Wolf, we're the cable news, capital N, capital E, capital W, capital S network. This is where the news comes first, and don't forget that. Forget about your own personal opinions. Just report the news fairly and accurately, and if you can, do it first." And that's what I've been trying to do over all of these years. So let's remember Ted Turner, what he did for not just for CNN, but for CNN and all of the news organizations over these many, many years. The Aldo Beckman Award for Overall Excellence in White House Coverage, named for the late Chicago Tribune correspondent and former association president Aldo Beckman, goes to, and let's give him a big round of applause, Josh Dawsey of the Wall Street Journal. The judges said Josh Dawsey shows us how power works inside the presidency. And over the past year, his reporting has revealed how decisions are made, who influences them, and how power is exercised at the highest levels. Josh Dawsey went far beyond the deluge of breaking news to offer invaluable insights that can only result from deeply sourced enterprise reporting. In the tradition of Aldo Beckman, he exemplifies integrity, persistence, and a steadfast commitment to holding power to account. Ladies and gentlemen, the WHCA is pleased to give the Aldo Beckman Award to Josh Dawsey. Let's continue with the awards. Thank you. The WHCA gives out 2 awards for reporting under deadline pressure, one for print and one for broadcast. This year's print winner is Amar Madhani, and Zeke Miller of the Associated Press. When sources leaked that Trump administration officials were attempting to purge the National Security Council of staff deemed not sufficiently aligned with the president's agenda, Madhani and Miller quickly moved to verify the claim. They uncovered an unprecedented vetting process. NSC staffers were asked about their past political contributions, voting records, and social media posts as a gauge of loyalty to the president. Ultimately, more than 150 NSC aides were removed, resulting in the loss of considerable foreign policy expertise. The story that Madhani and Miller produced is as consequential as it is revelatory. Please welcome Zeke Miller accepting the award on behalf of the team. Now the Broadcast Award for Excellence Under Deadline Pressure. And this year's winner is my colleague and very good friend, Caitlin Collins of CNN. Reporting by CNN's Caitlin Collins on a historic showdown in the Oval Office between President Trump and Ukrainian President Zelensky launched a memorable day of nonstop insight and analysis, including her exclusive interview with the Secretary of State, Marco Rubio. Judges were awed by the depth of knowledge, access, and context that Caitlin brought to coverage of a meeting that unraveled before the world's eyes. The WHCA is pleased to honor the deadline reporting of CNN's Caitlin Collins. Let's give Caitlin another big round of applause. And now the award for excellence in presidential news coverage by visual journalists. This award recognizes a video or photojournalist for covering the presidency at the White House or in the field. And this year's award goes to Andrew Harnick of Getty Images. He captured the moment an Oval Office visitor collapsed during an event. And from the judges, they say this: through sharp timing, layered composition, and visual irony, this photograph expertly documents a true split-screen moment in real time. The president's orientation and posture inadvertently echo the statue to his right, while the other half of the frame is defined by movement. A truly striking image of contrast, skillfully captured in a chaotic moment. Please join me in congratulating Getty Images photographer Andrew Harnick, who also represents still photographers on the WHCA board. There are more. And now the Katharine Graham Award for Courage and Accountability, named for the legendary Washington Post publisher, and it comes with a prize of $10,000. This year's award goes to the Wall Street Journal. The Journal's courageous reporting on President Trump's past relationship with financier Jeffrey Epstein triggered the release of the so-called Epstein files, thousands of documents that might otherwise have remained hidden from the public. And despite the president's threat of a lawsuit, the Journal published a story about a provocative letter to Epstein bearing President Trump's signature. Trump quickly filed a $20 billion lawsuit against the Journal, revealing reporter Khadija Safdar's home address. Her family had to be relocated. The Journal was kicked off of Air Force One, but the reporters continue to file revelatory stories. Please welcome the winners of the Katharine Graham Award from the Wall Street Journal. Khadija Safdar, Sadie Gurman, Annie Linsky, Josh Dawsey again, Alex Leary, Rebecca Ballhaus, and Ryan Barber. Their colleague, Joe Palazzolo, could not attend tonight. The Collier Prize for State Government Accountability is presented by the University of Florida College of Journalism and Communications. And this is the award's 7th year at dinner, and it comes with a check for $25,000. It's a lot of money. This year's award goes to CARE 11 in Minneapolis for its investigation, Housing Hustle. The investigation exposed a massive organized fraud scheme within Minnesota's Housing Stabilization Services Program, a Medicaid-funded safety net meant to help people with disabilities and those facing homelessness find and keep housing. Reporter A.J. Legault uncovered ethical and oversight breaches at the highest levels. The investigation drove sweeping state reforms and waves of federal probes and charges, said one Collier juror. CARE 11's rigorous and piercing investigation of Medicare fraud had undeniable impact, including the suspension of more than 130 companies from the ability to bill Medicaid, the state terminating the HSS program, the firing of the state official in charge, federal raids, subpoenas, indictments, and convictions, and enhanced screening, oversight, and suspension powers for regulators. Here to accept the award from CARE 11, our reporter A.J. Legault and producer Gary Knox. The Center for Integrity in News Reporting Award honors the most fair, impartial, objective news reporting by a member of the WHCA that has the courage to not fear and the discipline to not favor. It's sponsored and administered by the Arkansas-based Center for Integrity in News Reporting and comes with a prize of $25,000. The award goes to Tyler Pager of the New York Times. The judges said that in his coverage of the first year of President Trump's second term, Pager demonstrates a disciplined, even-handed approach across a wide range of subjects, including supporters and donors, foreign policy, the Justice Department, and energy. The stories take readers inside consequential presidential decisions while presenting the facts. The work is deeply sourced and carefully verified, reflecting a clear dedication to getting it right without bias. Taken together, this body of work stands as a strong example of fair, impartial, and objective journalism, precisely the standard this award is intended to honor. Let's hear it one more time for this year's winners. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much. But before we do that, Tyler, let's give him another huge round of applause. And it's now my pleasure to introduce my good friend, longtime colleague, Jonathan Karl.
All right, the final award of the evening. It is a high honor to present the award created to recognize the fierce and fair women who cover the White House every day. But first, I just want to give a big thank you to Weijia Zhang. Weijia, your leadership was steady when steadiness was in short supply. You refused to let an act of violence take this dinner away from us. And because of you, it has gone on. You insisted that happen. Thank you. Awesome, courageous. And Mr. President, I want to say it matters that you came here tonight. Thank you. For more than 100 years, presidents have chosen to sit in a room of reporters who ask tough and often uncomfortable questions and who report without fear or favor. It's important. Thank you for being here. And in that spirit, I am thrilled to present an award named after two women who didn't just cover history, they helped make it. In 1947, a woman joined the White House press corps and changed it forever. Her name was Alice Dunnigan. She was the first African-American woman ever credentialed at the White House. And just a few years later, she was joined by Ethel Payne, and together, they looked the most powerful man in the world in the eye and demanded answers about civil rights for Black Americans. President Eisenhower didn't always welcome those questions, but Alice and Ethel kept going and kept showing up, and they kept asking. The WHCA Dunnigan Payne Award for Lifetime Achievement exists to honor their legacy and to recognize journalists who followed in their footsteps by breaking barriers for future generations. So tonight, it is a privilege to present the award to two women who did exactly that. In a field long dominated by men, Melissa Young and Susan Walsh each built extraordinary careers as photojournalists, not by waiting for doors to be open, but by bursting through them again and again for decades. Melissa Young, this one I know very well, she worked at ABC News for 44 years. She began in local television in Miami and worked her way to Capitol Hill and the White House, where she was one of the first female photojournalists in the press corps. Melissa documented the presidencies from Ronald Reagan to Donald Trump. She covered campaigns, secretaries of state, and defense. She reported in disaster zones, war zones, all around the world. I worked side by side with Melissa for about half of those years, and I traveled to more than a dozen countries with her. I'm not going to mention the time I was briefly detained because that was on Capitol Hill and she came to my rescue. That kind of person. True. She's tireless and professional and a lot of fun to be around. She did it all with persistence, resilience, and quiet determination, retiring just last year. Susan Walsh, Her career was built on anything but luck. When a promised job fell through after a college internship, she called the AP's Boston bureau every single day for 3 weeks, just saying, "Give me a shot, will you?" Well, finally, they did just that. She came in, she said yes to every assignment. She worked her way up. She got to cover Super Bowls, Boston marathons, 5 Olympic Games. She transferred to Washington in 1997. And from there, she went on to photograph every US president from Jimmy Carter to President Trump, traveling the world as part of the White House press corps. In 1999, she was part of the AP team that was awarded the Pulitzer Prize for feature photography for her coverage of President Clinton's impeachment. She also served as the White House News Photographers Association, fighting for press access at every turn. Susan also retired just last year and traded the briefing room in for the ice rink, where she now plays hockey with her son. She's pretty good. Alice Dunnigan and Ethel Payne showed us what it looks like to refuse to be pushed aside so that they could keep bearing witness to what matters most. Melissa Young and Susan Walsh spent their careers doing exactly that. 2 women, 80 years of combined service, and a legacy that honors everything this award stands for.
My job gave me purpose.
I had a lot of fun.
I saw myself as part of the world, that I was doing something that the world needed.
I was always really excited to be in the room, see it, be a part of it. It kind of gave me the access and the confidence to go up to people and look into other people's worlds.
The camera definitely made me fearless, especially when I was doing news and traveling internationally. You had to be aggressive, and that's when I had to be someone who I wasn't really sure I recognized all the time.
8 inaugurations, 5 Olympics, 6 Super Bowls, World Series, lots of sporting events, APEC summits, NATO summits.
You traveled in a way you would never do as a regular person. I remember being in the palace with Fidel Castro and Jesse Jackson, and I was just walking around and, just like sort of going, whoa, here I am.
One of the craziest, wildest ones that I'll always remember is when I was with President Trump at the DMZ. I swear there were times that I don't think my feet hit the ground as we were being moved, and it was such a chaotic, crazy thing.
9/11 happened, and that just completely changed my life. That's when different kind of travel started for me. When they asked me to go with President Bush to Iraq, there I was, and an Iraqi journalist stood up in front of me, literally in front of me, and threw a shoe. Secret Service jumped on him. I was right behind him. I remember trying to hold on to my tripod so I can keep shooting. And then when it was finally over, they rushed us into a room to do an interview with the president. I think I started to see that what I did was really important.
I was traveling overseas with Jill Biden, and we slowly went into Ukraine, get the picture of First Lady Biden meeting Mrs. Zelensky, and for all of I love you guys, my writer friends, but for all you writer friends who didn't want to give me a spot in the van, my picture ended up on the front page everywhere, and your stories got bumped inside. Sorry.
And I hope there are more women that will follow through on this, especially in television, because it really is a great job.
It was always such a compliment to be considered one of the boys, one of the guys. And now that I'm older and there's many more women doing this job, I'm like, you know what? We're gonna claim our space. You guys can be one of the girls, because we got this.
Yeah.
We got this.
All right, please join me in welcoming Susan and Melissa to the stage.
can I say this is pretty awesome? I spent most of my career down in there, so I thank all the photographers and the photojournalists who had to cover this event. So it's really pretty cool to be up here and just kind of be a guest tonight. But they were gracious enough to give me an opportunity to say some things, so I'd like to say some things. First, Ouija, Jackie, and the entire Correspondents Board, I just want to thank you guys so much for selecting me this year, me and Melissa. I hope not to get emotional here. This award means like the world to me. Oh, I'm such a sucker. Sorry. I got this. This award means so much, not because it's named for two incredible trailblazing women, but because honestly, I felt that this association didn't always value what we did as photographers. And, there were many times that Melissa and I were the only two women in the White House travel pool, and I just have to say, things have changed, and I love it. So there's a whole lot more women out there, so yeah. I do have a couple of shout outs. I have to thank the Associated Press for giving a chance, to a young photographer oh so many years ago. I truly hope I made you proud. To my son, Johnny, oh gosh. I practiced this and I was okay. To my son, Johnny, who's here tonight, thank you for putting up with your mom's crazy work schedule. I love you. And yes. And to all my friends and colleagues that I've traveled the world with, your camaraderie, your support, and most importantly, your laughs have been absolutely the best. And in my retirement, I absolutely miss that the most. So thank you for all of that. And then finally, to all the journalists out there who are working incredibly hard to report the truth, despite access issues, insults, and subpoenas, keep it up. Your work matters, and we need you now more than ever. Thank you so much for all you do.
ABC has been breaking barriers since its start. Innovation is in our DNA, and being part of this work has always been my goal. Although this sounds simple, to achieve this, I've always had to fight. I'd fight to go places where they didn't send women. I'd fight to disasters in war zones. I'd fight to be part of the White House travel pool, covering 7 presidents. I'd fight to do an Oval Office address. And on a personal level, I'd fight to have a family while keeping my 24/7 job. Thank you to the White House Correspondents Association for recognizing me, the first female broadcast camera person for this honor. I am so proud to receive this award for a lifetime of breaking barriers. I've been fighting for 44 years to be the best at capturing all the action at the White House since Ronald Reagan. My advice, keep up the good fight and tear down those walls. Thank you.
Congratulations again to all of our honorees tonight. I am confident that one day our scholarship winners could be the ones taking home awards. After all, not that long ago, we were you. Young people passionate about journalism and determined to make it work. I've been thinking a lot about my own journey to this podium tonight. I grew up in rural West Virginia, in a town at the foothills of the Allegheny Mountains, a town called Buchanan, population 5,500. Those images of the devastating floods that you've been seeing are from my hometown. My heart, thoughts, and prayers are with everybody there. After my dad finished grad school at WVU, where he properly learned how to say, "Let's go Mountaineers," my parents decided to stay in the state to open a restaurant. It was such a treat when hunters came in and left deer meat as a tip. On Sundays after church, families packed into the dining room, all dressed up. My mom learned every customer's name, their favorite dishes. I worked the cash register, topped off glasses of sweet tea, and did my homework in the corner booth. A day like that seemed ordinary at the time. Looking back, to think that days like that could be considered ordinary is the most powerful reminder of how extraordinary America is. My dad came to the US as a student with just $67, or as Frankie might say, 6-7. My mom holding a small suitcase in one hand and a toddler, me, with the other. Yet they built a new life, a successful business, and a real future. Our Chinese restaurant was the first in my town. Of those 5,500 residents, the Chinese American population of Buchanan was 3, my mom, my dad, and me. Growing up there was not always easy. Most folks had never laid eyes on people who looked like my family. But far more often than not, the community was welcoming and generous. Turns out deer meat is great in a stir fry. In Mandarin, the word for America is 美国. It literally means beautiful country, and I love that. America the Beautiful was never only about her landscapes or landmarks. It has always been about the promise that no matter where you come from, you get a shot at chasing your dreams. My dreams began right there in that family restaurant. A small TV in the back was often turned to the news, my dad's go-to for learning more English. In the middle of dinner service, it was the CBS Evening News, anchored by Dan Rather and Connie Chung. I was hooked. In middle school, I won a contest to be a student reporter for a national news show called Channel 1. And when a local news crew came to cover it, they learned just how big my dreams really were.
I hope to be the next Connie Chung and better. That's kind of hard, but that's my goal. And so I'm going to work very hard at trying to be a broadcast journalist.
Years later, it's surreal to say that I've sat in Connie Chung's old chair to fill in on the evening news. And Connie and I have talked about how the White House beat and the White House Correspondents Association used to be a little bit of a boys' club. For decades, women could be members, but they were not invited to sit at this dinner until 1962, when a woman who would become Dean of the Press Corps insisted. Thank you, Mrs. Helen Thomas. So tonight, it means everything to stand here as the first woman of color ever elected president of this association in its 112-year history. I'm here because of the tenacious women who came before me, Melissa, Susan, and support from my family who are with us tonight. My husband, Luther, not from West Virginia, but Arkansas, similar enough. My amazing daughter, Frankie, little brother Jack, who should be sleeping by now. I love you more than anything in the world. I love you the most. My parents came to a country with almost nothing to give their daughter everything. And now I have that because they could be with me in this moment. Mama, Papa, 谢谢. And sitting with them, my middle school video production teacher, Mrs. Diane Williams, who spent countless hours on my submission for that contest that changed my life. Like public school teachers across the United States, Mrs. Williams looked at a 13-year-old kid and said, "You can be whatever you want when you grow up," and she meant it. My story is like that of so many in this room and in this country, only in America. Only in America could a little girl born in China and raised in Appalachian coal country make her way to the Oval Office to ask questions of the President of the United States. Because when this is your home, you inherit something remarkable: the protections in the First Amendment: free religion, free speech, free press, free assembly, free petition. This fundamental right belongs to everyone. And that's exactly who the founders were thinking about when they protected a free press. Everyone, all Americans. They were not thinking about reporters. A free press is not a favor to journalists because we're special. We are not special. But America is. No matter who you are, the freedom to criticize without fear of being destroyed, that's not a bug in our democracy. It's supposed to be the feature. In 1786, writing from Paris, Thomas Jefferson told his friend back in Virginia, "Our liberty depends on the freedom of the press, and that cannot be limited without being lost." 5 years later, that thought was enshrined in the Constitution after Jefferson urged James Madison to include a Bill of Rights. Many founders couldn't stand the press. Some things never change. But they understood if our access is restricted, it's really the people's access to information that is limited. If the media faces government pressure or censorship, it's the people who end up knowing less. That was true then, and it's true now. But having press freedom comes with a tremendous responsibility. We can't demand accountability without practicing it. Criticism of the media can be unfair. It can also be legitimate. We get a lot right, but sometimes we get things wrong. We mistake proximity to power for understanding it, and at times we get trapped in our own bubbles. There is a difference, though, an existential difference between criticizing the press and trying to undermine it. One is healthy and it makes all of us better. The other is exactly what the founders hoped to prevent. Around the world, press freedom is not guaranteed. In many countries, reporters who criticize the government are detained without trial, their stories erased. In the worst cases, they never make it home. Tonight, we think about all of them, and we think about the protections that set us apart as a nation. Just 20 days ago, America turned 250 years old. The First Amendment is a big part of how she made it this far, and it falls on all of us to make sure it carries her through to the next 250 and beyond. President Trump, I've covered you for a long time, and so have many reporters in this room. When we ask questions, you push back, you give us answers, and we push back. You have always been a deal guy. Well, that's the deal. And the First Amendment is a done deal. And that's what we toast tonight, the freedoms that brought us back together even after they were threatened. So let's raise a glass to what makes ours a beautiful country. And now, ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming the 45th and 47th President of the United States, President Donald J. Trump.
And I'm proud to be an American, where at least I know I'm free. And I won't forget the men who died, who gave that right to me. And I gladly stand up next to you and defend her still today. 'Cause there ain't no doubt I love this land. God bless the USA.
Wow, that was very beautiful, but this has not been an easy evening, all these awards. Do I have a say in those awards, all those awards? But it's great to be back at a place that I know very well because I built it. And I'm very proud of it because I built it for $2.9 billion less than the Federal Reserve building, which is a lot smaller, by the way. Figure that one out. But I am delighted to be here at the White House Correspondents Dinner. Amazing people, a lot of people that I like. Some I don't like at all. But I respect most of them, I must say that. You do a great job, amazing job, and it's an honor. As I said 3 months ago, the show must go on. We were backstage, and we both wanted to just have it go on, whether it was 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock in the morning, it didn't matter. But in the end, it made more sense to do it the way we're doing it. And we had a great news conference at the White House, in a very important room. And you did very well. I think we all did very well. It was a hell of an evening, I can tell you that. Won't soon be forgotten. And I think a lot was learned from that evening. A tremendous amount was learned about security and about other things, the dangers of what we all do. But just like my presidency, the second time is always better. It's always better. And the third time will be better yet. I'm only kidding. From the earliest moments after the attack on our dinner last April, I knew we had to reschedule this event as soon as possible. We had to do it very quickly, and we met very quickly, and we figured something out. But the attempted mass murder at the Washington Hilton, that's what it could have been, was an assault on our democracy itself, a very serious situation. Many of you were there with me, and some showed extreme bravery, like Pete Hegseth, Steve Miller, Tom Holman. Really? They were standing on tables, and most of you were under the tables, okay? But they did. They showed. I saw every one of them that was standing up in those tables. I didn't know if they were brave, if they were smart, if they were stupid as hell. But they were on those tables in some cases, and there were a lot of different feelings going on in the room at that moment. But after hearing the gunshots, many people yelled, "Get down, get down," which caused Nicki Minaj to start twerking. Do you believe it? Get down. She's the only one that really understood what that meant. It's quite an evening. But tonight we come back together to answer that heinous attack with unwavering resolve. And every one of us here this evening to show that in America, we do not yield to political violence. We can't do that. Can't do it. So in this country, we believe in freedom of speech. We settle our differences not with bullets, but with open and vigorous debate. And no deranged loser with a gun will ever change that. We can't let that ever happen. There are a lot of very dangerous people out there. We can't let it happen. I want to begin by expressing our gratitude to the incredible men and women who put their lives on the line every day to protect my family and myself, all presidents, and lots of others. That's the United States Secret Service, so I appreciate it very much. And Sean and the whole group, amazing job. Amazing job. In recent months, they've repeatedly responded to threats with speed and professionalism and extraordinary courage, and there is no better example of that than Officer Victor Gonzalez, who we just met. It was amazing. What he did was amazing. When the would-be assassin charged the checkpoint at speed, he was fast. You know, when you looked at that, you had to look at it about 10 times before you really saw what was going on. He was quick, nasty. The gun made him nasty, actually. But Officer Gonzalez engaged the attacker without hesitation and took a bullet to the chest after his ballistic vest fortunately was on, saved his life, and Victor did not even want to go to the hospital for a checkup. We insisted, really, we wanted him to do it, we insisted, but he didn't want to go. So to Officer Gonzalez, Secret Service, Metropolitan Police, law enforcement generally, and even all of the military surround us in the room tonight, We salute you and we thank you with all of our hearts. Thank you very much. Great job. Great job. Great job. These are great people. So this evening we're picking up right where we left off, so let's have a little bit of fun. You know, I said, what do we do here? Is this supposed to be fun? Am I supposed to be serious? Am I supposed to be a comedian? So I guess you said maybe a little bit of everything. I know one thing I could never have done, the speech that I had ready just a short while. Oh, that was going to be a doozy. I was so psyched. I was going to rip people. And I don't know, just something changed. It's really for the better, but I just wouldn't want to do that. But we'll do a little ripping if you don't mind. But it is true. I said, how do we handle this? It's going to be a different kind of an evening, and it is. And in many ways, it's a more beautiful evening, actually. Everyone's looking really good tonight, and I know it was not easy finding shoes to go along with your bulletproof vest, which many people didn't want to wear because they'd rather die than look 20 pounds heavier. You know that, right? We have that a lot. They put one on me. I said, are you sure I'm not wearing this? No, you look exactly 20. They say, sir, it's about 21 pounds. They said, not good. But I want to thank the outgoing president of the White House Correspondents Dinner Association. Now, she won't admit it, and she should not admit it, but we sort of became friendly. You know, in times of stress, on occasion, you become friendly. I have a lot of respect for Ouija, and I tell you, we went through a little bit of a war together. It turned out pretty good. It turned out pretty good because of a lot of good people. They stopped the tragedy, so I want to thank you very much. Fantastic job. And Ouija worked extremely hard to ensure this dinner was rescheduled, and we want to just thank her family. I just met her parents, her children, her husband. What a perfect family. So it's really great. Thank you very much, all, for putting up with this, right? But let me also thank the incoming president of the Correspondents Association, Jackie Heinrich. She can be very tough as a reporter, I will tell you. She can be nasty. She looks so beautiful, but she can be so nasty. How could that happen? But she just got married to a very successful congressman, a very good congressman. I'd like to have a couple of more votes from it. That's okay. On occasion, he shows a little independence. We don't like that. But now he's a very professional guy, and he loves our country. But that's a big thing. I just see what takes place. We're talking about what takes place to be in the position that you're leaving and that Jackie's coming into. And it's a lot of work, a lot of friendships, a lot of talent. And so, Jackie, congratulations. And congratulations are also in order for our favorite White House press secretary, Caroline Levitt, who just had her second child. You and your husband. She's great. She's done a fantastic job. We all love her. She's done a fantastic job. She's another one. She can be nasty. But sometimes she has no choice, right? But Caroline may have one of the hardest jobs in the White House. She has to deal with all of you all of the time, and you can be very difficult. You can be very, very difficult people, but I'm probably being a little bit oversensitive. Sometimes I really do think that some of you don't like me. In fact, I read a report, I get 93% negative publicity. 93, so how the hell did I win the election by so much? Think of it, I don't think that's true. I can't believe it's 93. In the 80s maybe, but not 93. But this place is really the largest group of Trump derangement syndrome people ever put together at one time, I suspect. But some of you are lucky that our last dinner was cut short because I had brought with me what would possibly have been, I'm telling you, I had something. I was going to go after you. I feel so badly doing this. It's got to be such a letdown. Oh, yay. But your lives were really in danger the last time for an opposite reason. But on the plus side, your careers were saved, and we have we really do. We have a complete and total. You know, I love the words complete and total. They say, but it means almost the same thing. I said, it doesn't matter when you say it. It's called emphasis. It's called emphasis. But everyone is now really warming up. The new White House Military Center, drone port, highly protected ballroom. We have our ballroom. The windows are this thick. I said to the people, well, if a bullet hits, what happens? Nothing. Nothing. It bounces right off, sir. This is the greatest bulletproof glass. I said, AK-47. That's supposed to be a big one. I don't know so much about the guns. My sons know a lot. But I said, I know it's big. What would happen? They go up, meaning it can take more. I said, so if I'm making a speech and I hear that pinging sound at a window, what would I do? Sir, leave the room right away, but you're going to be safe. We're building something that's going to be amazing. And in light of what we went through, I think people understand it. It's going to be amazing. A phenomenal, one of the biggest drone ports anywhere in the world, right on the roof, right protecting the White House, not only the ballroom. And what's underneath, you know, is supposed to be a top military secret, what's underneath, but then you get sued as usual, and you have to reveal that you're building this unbelievable situation downstairs with room after room of very complex stuff. It was the military's dream to have it built. I wanted to have a ballroom because for 150 years they wanted it. And then the generals came to see me and they said, sir, you're building something. This gives us an opportunity to do something that will be so unbelievable, never happen again. Because there's very little built under the White House, very hard to build under a very fragile building like that. It's very fragile, it's old, and a little different construction standards, frankly. And this is an opportunity for us to build something very powerful. I said, let's keep it secret. They said, no, we're telling you, sir, let's keep it secret. And then we get sued and we revealed every room, We told the people that did the suing, they're not good people. We told them, we said, you know, you're being very unpatriotic when you bring a suit like this, but it is what it is, but it's going to be, it's really going, it's moving fast. We're ahead of schedule. We're right on budget. And it's going to be something like, I think, no country has. I just visited China. They have this magnificent room, the Great Room. They call it the Great Room. It's a great room, but what we have is going to blow. There won't be anything like it. It's going to be fantastic. And with all of the things that are going along with it for safety and security of future presidents. You know, I'm only going to be using it for about 6 months, assuming we finish it right on time. I get to use it. Somebody said, he's building it for himself. I'm building it for the future. I'm not building, I use it. Now, had I not gone down 6 or 7 stories, then in that case, I would have been able to get a couple of years out of it. But that was far more complex, what we did downstairs, than what we do upstairs. So we're very proud of it, though. It's going to be amazing. And I think I was just telling the whole group sitting at the table, we were talking about it. I said, I think, you know, it's White House Correspondents, so I don't see any reason why you wouldn't be able to use that. It's going to be very large and very beautiful and very safe, and that's what you need. So I was thrilled to see that after witnessing the attack, even Democrat Senator John Fetterman told his fellow Democrats to drop the Trump derangement syndrome and build the White House ballroom. But it's much more than that. It's something that you're going to use. I predict that you're going to end up using it, and a lot of people are going to end up using it. They're going to be as safe as you can possibly be. But despite everything that happened at the previous dinner and all of the dangers involved, I'm told that this is still the hottest ticket in town. This ticket to get in tonight, because it's a smaller room, it's a beautiful room, it's a luxury room. See those beautiful chandeliers? I can tell you everything about them if you'd like to know. See that beautiful Capitol above? See the beautiful Capitol? See everything, the brass? Those chandeliers are great. I'm looking at it, I'm saying, I wonder if I could, you know, I sold this building, and they're doing a nice job, but they're nice people. But I'll tell you, I'm looking at it, I'm saying, I wonder if I could walk out with those chandeliers because you can't buy them. They're very special. I won't tell you the fact. I won't mention that they're Czech crystal because I'd like to say everything's made here, but they are Czech crystal. And they are beautiful. And the Waldorf people are doing a really nice job. We're proud of them, actually, because, you know, when I left town, I was a little angry. I was a little bit angry. I was offered a nice price. I said, I'm getting out of that place. And then I said, let's make a comeback. And, but I was very proud of this building. This building was hot. Remember the lobby floor? 82,000 feet. For those in the real estate business, 82,000 feet. That's a major floor. That thing was packed every single night. It was packed, mostly Republicans, I would say, but it was packed every single night. It almost brings back memories. But I left town, and I have just had nothing but good experience. And this might be the best experience of all, having all of these incredible people in this room. It's a great feeling, frankly. It's a great feeling. But tonight's event, thank you. But tonight's event is even crazier than the last time. In fact, it's so successful that I've been informed by CBS News' David Ellison, who's going to do a fantastic job. He's the owner. He's the owner. He bought it, spent a lot of money, and he's going to make, I think, fantastic changes and keep some of the great stuff going. But that next year they're going to call it the Trump White House Correspondents Dinner. He told me that, and I like that very much. We're going to change the name of it, okay? Oh, it's going to be so hot, just like our country is hot. We are hot, by the way. But to be honest, it's just about the only way that they're going to ever get me back here. You're going to have to change the name of the dinner. But how's that one going? Not too good. I hope that everyone finally got to enjoy their entire, very delicious beef tenderloins, very special beef. And I want you all to know that Bobby Kennedy, who's right here, personally ran over the cow in his car. And he cut it up and he brought it here for you to eat tonight. So it's very fresh. And Bobby also suggested an appetizer featuring his favorite cut of male raccoon roadkill. But we drew the line at that, Cheryl. We said, no, we're not going to do that. We're not doing that. We love Bobby. I'll tell you, it is a piece of work. You think it is fun, but he is a very different kind of a person, I will tell you. But he has what it takes, and he's smart, and he loves the country, and he wants people to be made to feel good. You agree with that, Bobby? He wants people to feel good. And he's doing a fantastic job. Thank you, Bobby. Thank you. We can joke all we want, but thank you. A lot's happened since the last time we were all together. Last month, we hosted one of the most incredible sporting events in world history at the White House, the UFC Freedom 250 fight, the UFC fight. When I announced that we're going to build a boxing ring right outside of the front door of the White House, that took a lot of heat. But it turned out that was, they say, about the most viewed fight in history. It was beautiful. So many things happened. It was supposed to rain. We're going to do it the week before, and the weather was beautiful. And the weather came, and it went, and now we came up to Wednesdays. They said, sir, this was on a Sunday night, replacing 60 Minutes, which is nice and unusual, because usually it's Saturday night. And they said, sir, this was from Wednesday on. Tell me about weather, right? Sure, it's going to rain. I think you're going to have to. It's going to be one of the worst storms that we've seen in a long time. It's coming up the coast. It's going to hit you on Sunday night. It's going to be a disaster. I'm saying, can you believe? And you saw the ring we built, Dana White, the great Dana White, and everything. We had the best fighters in the world. Turned out we had the best fights that most people have ever seen, including me. It was just a miracle. But what happened is we're waiting for this rain to come all day long, and it's coming, and it's horrible. And it's 8 o'clock, and we say, I think it hasn't rained yet. I said, maybe we should postpone it an hour. Maybe we should make it the next day. We didn't know what to do. And finally, we just said, let's just have it. And it never rained. It was perfect. In fact, the week before, it was 92 degrees. It was nice, but this was like 72 degrees. And the rain was coming, and it came right over the White House, and it was like, thank you very much. It went like this. And other areas were drenched a few miles away. We didn't have a drop of rain. And it was absolutely one of the most incredible things anybody's ever seen. People said it's one of the most incredible nights of their lives. So just remember, before I came along, if you wanted to see someone lose consciousness on the South Lawn of the White House, all you had to do is ask Joe Biden a question. Remember that. Oh, you think I'm kidding. But the big fight was such an amazing success that tonight I'm pleased to announce that we're going to host an even bigger one right in front of the White House. Every Friday night, every Saturday night, we're going to have fights in front of the White House. But we do have something coming and I'm only kidding. You know, the one thing about the press that I learned, don't be sarcastic. Because I'm a very sarcastic person, and I get sarcastic, and most people know that, but you have some bad people that will write it exactly like I say it. And I said I was only kidding. But we are going to have Indy 500. Roger Penske's coming in mid-August, and they're going to have it all throughout Washington, the greatest cars, the greatest drivers in the world. And that's going to be something. Already they have over 350,000 people signed up, going down Pennsylvania Avenue, around the Capitol. And Roger, who's incredible, he won the Indianapolis 500 20 times. Think of it. Germany, Japan, all these countries, they spend billions and billions of dollars trying to win the Indy 500, and Roger wins it. He literally won it 20 times. On the 18th time, I said, you know, that's amazing. I'm going to give him the Presidential Medal of Freedom. And I had him up. And then he won it 2 times after that. The guy's amazing. And he lost the last one by about 6 inches, if anybody watched it. So they're coming here, and it's going to be something really exciting. We have unbelievable events. It's an unbelievable country. And on July 4th, we were over at the mall, and it was raining. It was supposed to be really bad again. And we had 450,000 people show up, and that's a light number. And I was told, sir, we're going to have to cancel the event. This was not good. And it was drizzling a little bit, not raining very hard. And people are calling me, friends of mine were calling me. And I got a call from Brett Baer. Brett Baer said, it's not raining. I said, where are you? I'm standing at the mall, and I'm waiting to go in the White House. Then others called up. They said the same thing. And I said, you know, this is terrible. But there was lightning. Not big lightning, but you don't have to have big lightning. It takes just a little bit to do some big damage. So they said, everybody must leave. 450,000 people were forced to leave, and they left. And then I said to myself, let me call up and find out what the hell's going on. And I called up, and I spoke to a brilliant young man. He said, don't worry about it, sir. We can do it in a couple of weeks. I said, you can't do it in a couple of weeks. This is the 250th birthday. In 2 weeks, what are we going to do? Say, let's go? We're going to have a redo? No. I said, I'll speak if I have to speak at 3 o'clock in the morning, 2 o'clock, 1 o'clock, I don't care. Call them all back. They're all gone. 450,000, and most of them were in cars or heading back to Texas, and it was sad. And we said the show must go on. Very much like here, we said the same term, right? The show, it's a great term. It's true in life. The show has to go on. The show must go on. And I said, the show must go on. I put it out on Truth. The show must go on. And we had probably, Peter, 150,000 people come back up higher. Maybe, thank you. Let's stand up, Peter. Tell them. More, right? It might have been more, but it was amazing. It was just an amazing crowd. And actually worked out better, a little like this. It worked out better than if we had done it at the normal 7 o'clock, 8 o'clock time. It was incredible. We started speaking at 11 o'clock in the evening, but tremendous numbers of people. Thousands and thousands came roaring back, and it was a great evening. And it was a celebration. And we didn't do it the following day, and we didn't do it 2 weeks later. We did it when we were supposed to do it. It was a fantastic celebration. But I can exclusively reveal to you this evening that for the heaviest of the heavyweights, we will have sloppy Chris Christie, one of the sloppiest human beings you'll ever meet, fighting, I would say, I could mention the governor of Chicago, but I'm going to mention instead Jerry Nadler. And they're fighting for a big piece of cheesecake, big fat piece of cheesecake. Who the hell wrote that line? But it is true. And then you have a congresswoman Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, AOC plus 3. That's her 3 friends, right? AOC plus 3, and I watched her give that answer when she was over in Europe. It was not a good answer. If I ever gave that answer, I would be out of politics. Remember, you cannot have a 19-second wait time to answer really a very quite simple question. But we'll then have a rematch against an extreme, simple question on a foreign policy from Munich Security Conference. It was a big security conference, and this was our first time up in terms of that. And we had a sort of little preview, and then Anderson Cooper was going to fight Lawrence O'Donnell. I'm not a fan of Lawrence O'Donnell. I like Anderson, actually, because he's covered me well for many years. Then he went bad as soon as I went for politics. But for years, he loved interviewing. I did so many interviews with him, and he was great. But, you know, he's got a little different persuasion than me in many ways, actually. And Lawrence O'Donnell, never liked him, never thought he had any talent. But he's still making a living, so I can't knock it. But we had a contest for who had the lowest ratings and the lowest IQ on television. And that was actually Don Lemon, I think. You know, when I said that he's the dumbest man on television, I said, you know, when you say some things, you never make a comeback. It's not like, oh, gee, hey, Don, let's have dinner some night. But I know what I'm saying. And then you have Bette Midler and Jane Fonda actually held a concert to protest the first UFC fight. They didn't want to see the fight. And very few people want. They held an event. Like 3 people showed up. And given the choice between seeing some of the really beat-up faces of the UFC, almost everyone chose the people in the UFC. It was between the 2 of them or the UFC. And what about Bruce Springsteen? What the hell happened to that guy? He looks like hell. I don't care what anyone says. I'm not supposed to say. I'm sure he doesn't like the way I look, but I don't look so bad. But at a recent concert, Bruce, all he did was talk politics. He ought to run for office. That'd be interesting. But all he talked about, he made 4 political speeches in his 3-hour show. The tour has been renamed Bored in the USA. And his new song was so bad that Chris Christie, who's like a fan, you know, he goes out and tells everybody how he hates Chris Christie. Keep that guy out of my... And I see Chris Christie there again, high-fiving Bruce Springsteen in the aisle. And Bruce Springsteen saw him and didn't even lift his hand up. And I just wanted, because I used to be friendly with Chris. Chris, when somebody doesn't like you, write them off. Forget it. You got billions of people in the world. You don't have to make a jerk out of yourself. But usually a comedian hosts this dinner. And I think we sort of changed it. Tonight we're going to have somebody who I think is really spectacular. But I've watched comedians get up for the dinner because I have been here actually quite a few times. People don't realize. And there's one time in particular when Barack Hussein Obama hosted it. Do you know who that is? And he hit me hard. But actually, he hit me with respect. I was sitting with Melania at a table, and you had Brooklyn Decker, supermodel, at a table right next to her. And I really always will like her. She's married to a great tennis player, Andy. And she was at the table, not at my table. And I have watched this clip thousands of times. They keep playing it because they think that was the evening I decided to run for president. It was not. In fact, I loved the evening. I looked at my wife. I said, can you believe it? All these people, that's all they're doing is talking about me. I love this dinner. It's true. And Obama was nice. You know, it's amazing how things work out. He actually showed a picture of the White House with a big Trump on top. Like I put a sign. And, you know, I'm sort of doing that when you think about it, right? I mean, he wasn't really wrong. But, no, he was respectful. He was good. But it had nothing to do. It had nothing to do. I just decided that I wanted to make America great again. This had nothing to do with that dinner. I've gotten so many... Yeah, I've gotten so many calls, and for years they've been saying, was that the moment you decided to run? Really, no. I left that night, and the press was there. A lot of the same people that I see, they said, did you have a good time? Unbelievable. And some thought I didn't have, but I did have. And I always remember, though, Brooklyn. She was so angry. She was much angrier than me. She was angry. She thought they were mocking me. And they really weren't. It was just one of those things. And I had a great time. But I left, and I thought, I was there 3 or 4 times before that, but I sort of thought, wow, that dinner is really something special. And then I ran, I got elected. I thought the press treated me very, very unfairly. And I don't know, I think I made the right decision because you hate to go where maybe you're not wanted, but they did want me. They wanted me for ratings and they wanted me for other reasons, but not for love. And I said, you know, I'm not going to go. First time that ever happened, I think. Was that the first time? Just about. Presidents always came. And I didn't go for 4 years because I got treated terribly by the press. In my opinion, unfairly. I know unfairly because I know the facts, but I got treated unfairly. I didn't go. And this year I was called by your president and your chairman and all of the people, and they said, we'd like to do it. And I said, you know what, with time goes by, time passes, and you sort of look at life a little bit differently. I said, let's do it. And I didn't know it was going to turn out the way it did. It turned out to be the biggest event in the history of your day. That was by far the biggest, right? For all the wrong reasons. But as I said before, a lot was learned from that evening. So much having to do with so many different things, including security. But it's an honor to do it. This is my first. I mean, I've been to it numerous times, but as president, I haven't been here. And I'm glad. And they said, would you do it next year? I said, I will be back next year. Now, if you get really, really nasty, maybe not. I don't know. But we're going to be back next year. And Jackie will treat me very bad. But this year, the association decided not to have a comedian, so they considered using Jimmy Kimmel, Jimmy Fallon. These guys, they're terrible. They're terrible. Stephen Colbert. These are people without talent. They get a lot. They have talent. You know who has talent? Their agent, getting them the money they get. They have no talent. But they are not comedians. They're not funny people. They're angry people. They're sick people. But the association really put on a big show, and they have somebody very special. I look forward to seeing him. And so they thought about going with a professional clown for entertainment, but Adam Shifty Schiff was not available. You know, he's known, I called him, I hate some people. You know, I shouldn't say this, I'm not supposed to hate. I'm supposed to love everybody. But he's a terrible person. He's a liar. And I called him Watermelon Head because he has the largest head I've ever seen with the smallest neck, pencil neck. How does that big, fat, ugly head stand on a little pencil neck? And then I'm told that even Rosie O'Donnell reached out from Ireland. She really wanted to be here in order to honor me. She loves me very much, and she was desperate to come back to the United States and pay her respect to Donald J. Trump. But that didn't work out, unfortunately, because nobody wanted her to come back. But she's one of the greatest sufferers of Trump derangement syndrome. She's a sick young woman, sick older woman, I guess now I have to say. So instead, we're honored to have, for entertainment, the very talented mentalist, Oz Perlman. And everybody, they said, are you going to stay? I said, yeah, I'll stay. I mean, I think I'll stay. What the hell else am I going to do? I've got Iran, I've got this, I've got that, which is all going extremely well. Don't believe the fake news. You know, it's the only thing we were talking before, I said, so we've hit Iran very hard. Their Navy is gone. Their Air Force is gone. 250 jets, no longer. 159 boats, good boats. In fact, I said, why the hell didn't we keep them? We could have used them. But 159, but all at the bottom of the sea. They have no radar. They have very few drones left, despite what you see. And every once in a while, they're going to set some things up, but they don't have much left. And by the way, they are talking to us right now. They'd love to make a deal. I don't think they're ready to. I don't think it's time yet, but I'm willing to listen. But they cannot have a nuclear weapon. We don't want to see Washington, D.C., or any of our cities, or Israel, or frankly, the Middle East, destroyed with a nuclear weapon, because I know the power of nuclear weapons. I see it. I get to see it. We're not going to let that happen. So this is all about, we will not let them have a nuclear weapon. And they would use it. They would use it if they had it. But Oz, I do have one question about what happened that time, because he was there. How the hell did you not see that coming? He sees everything. He sees everything. He's telling me about your grandmother and your this. Why the hell didn't you? We got to ask him that question when he gets up here. Why didn't he see that coming? But of course, this evening, it's really all about the fake news media and your handling of prizes, and writing and producing and performing made-up stories like the Academy Awards. You know, Academy Awards used to be the epitome of ratings. Outside of the Super Bowl, it got the second most ratings. Now it's down in the dumps. Nobody wants to watch it anymore because they took on Trump. They hit me all night long. They hit me. The winner is so-and-so. I want to talk about Donald Trump. I hate this man. Nobody wants to hear this stuff. Right, Peter? Nobody wants to hear it. You ever see the ratings? They used to have 48 million people. Now they have 2 people watching. But they'll learn their lesson. But I want to personally congratulate CNN's Caitlin Collins on receiving her award. It was all about me. It's a fake. She shouldn't get the award. It was a fake. But I didn't mind. I said, Caitlin, congratulations. But it was fake. There's no question about it. But she's a young, attractive woman. She never smiles. I said, Caitlin, do you ever smile? Smile. You have a nice position. You're at CNN Fake News. You should be a happy person. So smile, Caitlin. Just smile. But we attack, and I thought Caitlin had really made it big with a major new sponsorship, but then I informed her that it wasn't her on the Bud Light can. It was Dylan Mulvaney. And Dylan Mulvaney cost Bud Light $35 billion in market cap. That was the worst commercial ever made, by the way, for those few people that want to hear that. Most people don't care, but I would. I wouldn't want to hire Dylan anytime soon. Think of it, they hired Dylan Mulvaney, and their market cap has gone down by $35 billion. Who wrote that commercial? And then you have writer Josh Dorsey. He also received, he's been killing me for years. No, he's been, and yet tonight he shakes my hand, he hugs me, everything nice. He kills me. Josh is amazing. He writes more stories than any human being. There's nobody that writes more than Josh. He'll write 4 stories about me a day, all different subjects. I mean, I had the other day 3 stories and one on the, he was upset about this. 1 was on page 7, 3 were on page 1. They were all written by Josh. But he's hit the big time, and he's a workhorse, and yet he's almost unhireable. You know, he's just one of these guys. Wall Street Journal's lucky to have him, but you really, it's unbelievable. He's almost unhireable. CNN is also here. And I'm very disappointed they didn't bring Fake Tapper because he's had a rough couple of years, Fake has. You know, he calls me up every once in a while. If I pick it up, I pick up my phone. I used to go to this young lady. I'd say, any calls from the press? No, sir. I said, oh, now I'm the president of the United States, right? I'd say to Stephen Chung, is Stephen here someplace? Where's Stephen? He's one of the toughest human beings I've ever met. Don't ever wrestle Stephen. You'll be in big trouble. But I say, Stephen, let me ask you, did the press call? No, sir. You know, when I was a developer, I'd get a call every half an hour. For whatever reason, I always got disproportionate press. So I said, Stephen, nobody called? No, sir. 2 hours later, I say, hi, Steve, how are we doing? Everything good? Anybody call? No, sir, no press calls. I say, I'm president. Nope, they never call. So this went on for about a week. I'd say, Caroline, did the press call? No, sir, no calls. I said, nothing. It's over a week. I haven't received a call. So I said, you know what I'll do? I'm going to give the press my phone number. That was the stupidest thing I ever did. I'm getting a call every 3.7 minutes. Stephen, I don't know where the hell you've been, but the press calls, I'm getting calls, ring, ring. I was with somebody today. They said, I've never heard a phone ring as much as it's fresh. Now, I look at the thing and usually just delete, delete, delete. Every once in a while, it'll be one of the people in this room that I like, and I'll pick it up. Like this one right here calls me on occasion, right? She'll call me and she says, hello, sir. How are you? We want to talk about some horrible subject, like a horrible, depressing subject. I say, Jackie, I don't want to talk about it. Congratulations, however, on your new marriage. But I don't want to talk about it. But it's true. And people call me now. And so for weeks I go, no calls. And I learned then that both of them, they feel that I'm doing a great job, and they feel I'm above it all, and that no person, hundreds of people call no person, is good enough to talk to Trump. And so we don't even bother telling you. That's not the way it works, Caroline. You have to let me know, because sometimes I do like to speak to the press, but now I have the best system I've ever had. It rings, and just so you understand, you're much better at putting your name, because if there's no name, I just can't do that. You know, I pick up every once in a while. Hello, I'm from Reno, Nevada. We're a startup paper. We're calling it the Reno Express. I said, do you believe I'm the president of the United States? Mr. President, could I have your views on Iran? And I just hang up. No, I get the craziest calls. I mean, some of them, my wife said, I can't believe you do this. This is a hell of a way to live. But sometimes they get calls from very important. Sometimes I can straighten out stories that are going to be fake, and I can make them from a fake story to a good story. I always find that when you don't speak to the press, you always get a bad story. When you do speak to the press, you have a shot at getting a good story. Oh, look. No, look, if I were a reporter, and let's say I'm a big reporter, I work for the failing New York Times, or I work for, well, I don't know, do they ever come to these dinners? Didn't they cancel out a long time ago? Big mistake. They should be here. But I get a call. I've always found that, you know, speaking to them, you just do better. You do better when you can, when you have the time. You speak to the reporter. You treat the reporter with respect. Sometimes now there are reporters where it doesn't matter. You can be so nice to them, it doesn't matter. You get treated unfairly. But you have a lot of great reporters where when you speak to them, you can get your point across, and that's a good thing. But some people say that Jake Tapper is a great investigative reporter in D.C., and that's why after moderating our debate, it only took him 1 year to break the story that Joe Biden might possibly have suffered from cognitive decline. It took him 1 year. He wrote a book about how great he was mentally, not too good. And I don't like Biden because Biden was very unfair to a lot of people. But Jill Biden insists that Joe would have beaten me in 2024, even though he was way down. She said he was way behind in the polls because he was seriously ahead. She felt he was going to win because he was seriously ahead on deceased voters. He was leading on the deceased crowd, and there were a lot of them. You're finding out there's a lot of them. Look at the numbers that just came out yesterday. And it's traditional that at least one or two potential presidential hopefuls attend the Correspondents' Dinner, but many of them seem to have really chickened out. I was disappointed that Gavin Newsom didn't show up. He didn't show up. He should be here. But I heard that he recently said that we will lose our country if we don't fight fire with fire. And to be fair, there's only one thing we know about Gavin, and that's that he definitely doesn't want to fight fire with water. He's got a lot of water he never uses. What a disaster. That should have never happened. But Gavin Newsom recently did a career-threatening, one of the worst interviews I've ever seen, where he said that he can't read a speech. He's incapable of reading a speech. He's a low IQ person. He's smarter, however, than all of the people in the room. And then he gets sued for being a racist, okay, when he said that. But he basically said he has various mental incapacities. He has difficulty in various other ailments mentally. And I'm looking at him saying, this is the worst interview. I'm watching this interview. I said, this is the worst interview I've ever seen given by a professional politician. I've been watching politicians for a long time, mostly on the previous side, because I haven't been doing this too long. How am I doing? Not bad for the number of minutes spent. Not bad. But with Gavin, so he said that all these things, and I said, anybody running against him, all they have to do is take that one interview and you can't lose. I actually put out a statement that Gavin Newsom has come out and said he will not be running for president because nobody can say what he said about himself and survive. Newsom was in big trouble when he openly admitted that Kamala was smarter than him. She said, Kamala is smarter. If Kamala is smarter than someone, you don't want that person to be president of the United States of America. Between California's policies of enabling wildfires, paying drug addicts to be homeless, giving free sex changes to illegals, and telling rich people they're going to take away All of your money is going to be taken away. People are fleeing, and they're fleeing in droves. We can't have that in this country. It's becoming such a horrible and dangerous location that Ilhan Omar, one of my favorites, and her brother are thinking about moving together, very much in love. A video has surfaced recently of Ilhan giving a speech referring to World War II as World War XI. And they asked her about that. She thought she got it right. But I'm not surprised, because she's a low IQ person. And she's also a very dishonest person. And she ought to get the hell out of our country. She shouldn't be here. She shouldn't be in our country. She also calls her brother husband number one. Omar is reportedly being investigated for fraud. She revised her net worth. I was shocked to see that she was worth much more than $30 million. And then when the press got on her, she revised it slightly downward to less than 18,000. So she went from much more than 30 million to 18,000. And I know Democrats, and the word Democrat is something that's come into fashion. I changed the E with a U, and most people don't know that dumb has a B, so we don't have to worry about that. It's very quiet. I thought it was quite good, but I haven't gotten much credit for that. Fake news, good. Pocahontas, good. I won't say Lion Ted because he's on my side. I don't talk about past conquests, but we have a lot of them. I won't talk about. They got a whole table full of Republicans there. They're saying, no, don't mention my frickin' name, will you please? But we've had a lot of good names. But the Democrats are there to destroy wealth, and honestly, they've gone absolutely crazy. Gavin Newsom's not only a man who really wants to run for president, he's doing a bad job running a state. You can't have somebody like a J.B. Pritzker, who I understand is not president, sadly, but some people say, never use the fat word. And I don't. I would never call anybody fat. I have my own problems, It's not like I'm perfect. Sir, in the back, don't call him a fat pig, okay? I'm sticking up for him. Don't call him you. You can't do that, sir. You can't call J.B. Pritzker a fat pig, please. All right? Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Everyone's trying to figure out, who is that guy? Does he exist? But the nice part is when you do that, the press can't get you, because I'm defending a man who obviously has a problem. Actually, he's lost a lot of weight. I saw him recently. He lost quite a bit of weight. I don't know what the hell. He's got no chance, believe me. Anything he does, the family threw him out of the business. A number of other potential Democrat contenders sadly refused to show up tonight. We invited Elizabeth Pocahontas Warren. She's referred to Pocahontas because, in fact, I had to apologize. People came up and they said, we want you to apologize to Elizabeth Warren for calling her Pocahontas. And I ended up apologizing to the real Pocahontas. But Elizabeth Warren was supposedly of Indian heritage. And then she took the test, and she only had 1,024th Native American. And I said, you know what? I think I'm more of an Indian than she is. So this is what we have to deal with. But Senator Warren did not accept our invitation to debate. I wanted to debate her on various and sundry things, and she decided not to do it. And I decided to bury the hatchet. It doesn't matter. And well, I'm not going to say this next one. Do you want to hear this one? How bad? She wasn't high up on her totem pole. Who the hell wrote that? No, she's bad news. I wanted to make sure that Jack Smith, deranged Jack Smith, remember he went after me for about 2 years? How did he do? Not too good. I'm in the White House, and he's not doing as well. I was going to say he's in a different kind of a house, but he's a deranged human being. He's a bad prosecutor. Prosecutors are very important. A great prosecutor, a fair prosecutor, but that's the great prosecutors, the ones that are fair. They're very important to a country, but this guy was a deranged lunatic. Saw his invitation tonight. He was invited because, but I put it in a private text to Chuck Grassley. And Chuck saw him, and he did a certain thing. And then one man that we had who should be here, he turned Palestinian. This was a man who was 100% for Israel. 100%. Chuck Schumer, crying Chuck. Remember, he cried at the airport over illegal immigrants. They were the fakest tears. There were people throwing water in his face. But now he's a proud, very proud Palestinian. In fact, I'm going to send him a beautiful Palestinian outfit tomorrow so he can greet Bibi Netanyahu when he comes to town next week, along with the mayor, who I'm sure would love to meet Bibi. They're not treating Bibi too well, but Chuck wanted to join us tonight, but he didn't want to be violating many parts of the Palestinian rules, regulations, and certainly he didn't want to violate Sharia law, his new founding. And all joking aside, I do think we need term limits in Congress. I think term limits are very important because I see what's happening. I see what's happening. The other day, a senator I knew got a text, a great guy, from his wife. And she said, when you get home, I want to have you immediately come up the stairs and make love to me. And he said, I can't do both. You know what? In other words, you can't go up the stairs and make love. Does anybody get that? Well, I thought that was actually pretty good. That was actually the only thing I thought was good in this whole frickin' stupid speech that they wrote. That was the only good one, and that went down with not exactly great laughter. I think, in other words, you can't go up the stairs and make love, too, So we're looking for term limits. Does anybody understand this stuff? But I really do wonder whether the Democrats are trying to lose the midterms. In Maine, they nominated a guy with a Nazi tattoo. But don't worry, Democrats. Word is that Plattner's replacement, he throws bottles at women. This guy throws bottles. This guy's another lunatic, by the way. Although I think Plattner might have done surprisingly well because we're in the age of Trump. Call it what you want. People can do well today. Plattner, I don't know. But, people don't have the guts to stick it out, but it looked like he was guilty of a lot of stuff. He certainly didn't defend himself very well. In Texas, the Democrats are running a candidate named James Telefrico, who hates guns, hates oil, hates sex, hates women, and who said he is, quote, a Christian who hates Christianity. Other than that, I think his platform is quite good. And that means that he's not going to do very well against Ken Paxton, who hopefully in Texas is going to win. But Telefrico, he's Alfred. You know what he looks like to me? Alfred E. Newman. Do you remember Alfred E. Newman, Mad Magazine? I said, that guy is Alfred E. Newman. Can't imagine he'd win. Well, I have all of the press here in one place. I have to say that we're having an amazing load of accomplishments that the media never talks about. For example, under my administration, a once feared and powerful regime that relentlessly attacked America has finally been toppled. Their former leaders have been removed, and they're now being run by a gay dictator facing internal divisions. But I, for one, wish Barry Weiss all the best at CBS News. She's a wonderful woman. Most of the press lives here in Washington, D.C., and you should be thankful for me for what my administration and I have done to make our nation's capital, which was one of the most dangerous and unsafe cities anywhere in the world, one of the safest cities in the United States. Crime is down 88%, and our capital is shining again with 62 monuments, statues, water fountains looking more beautiful. The graffiti's all gone. The tents are all moved out of the parks. The fences are all done. Our capital looks like it's really in good shape. And people coming here, people in the White House, they work in the White House, they all say, young women, young guys walk up, they say, thank you, sir. 2 years ago, we lived in a dangerous city. We lived in a city where 150 people were killed a year. And now we have almost a crime-free city. Our National Guard has done an incredible job, and we've removed over 5,000 career criminals. We removed, there's one stat, I think it's a great stat. It's to me, it's fantastic. 2% of the people create 91% of the crime. That's something you can fix, and we fix it. We moved out over 5,000 career criminals out of Washington, D.C., and we have the greatest capital in the world. Again, it's beautiful, it's thriving, the restaurants are thriving. You couldn't get into a restaurant because they didn't have, all the restaurants were closing. And if you even got in, you felt unsafe. People were getting into Ubers and they were being attacked when they were in an Uber. It's not happening anymore. We have tough, smart people, and they have done a fantastic job. Washington, D.C. is safe again. You can't get into a restaurant. The restaurants are opening up. They're opening up all over the city. They can't get, it's the exact opposite. They can't get space. But mostly I've given up on you and the media so that now I just gave up on you and I'm #1 on TikTok. Did you see that I'm #1, Stephen? Is that true? I'm #1 on TikTok. So how could they be so bad? 520, think of this, 425 billion views. Can you believe that, Peter? I mean, let's go, Peter. I gave up on you people. I gave up on traditional press. And it obviously worked because we did win in a landslide. I mean, somebody's got to be saying something good about me. But TikTok, good old TikTok, and I was able to get it sold to a group of very wealthy people, mostly Americans. I was told President Xi, who's a man that I get along with very well, he was a hard no for the sale of TikTok. They all said he's a hard no. I said, well, let's call it, put your group together. They put it together, billions, hundreds of billions of dollars. I called up President Xi. I said, President, look, these are American people. They're wonderful people. In fact, one of them happens to own CBS, actually. I mentioned his name. I said, these are wonderful people, and it'll be a good thing. Does it mean anything, President? It's nothing. It's nothing. They love your country. We'd love to see you approve the deal. And he goes, all right. That was it. It was done. And we sold TikTok. And he's a friend of mine. And he's not contributing to problems like other people contribute to problems. So we get along. But we made the deal. But #1 on TikTok is Trump, and that's probably why we won. But for all of the trouble that you give me a lot of trouble, a lot of heartache. I hope all of you know that I believe in the free press more than anyone in this room does. Maybe not quite. But that's why I'm proud to be the most open and transparent president in history. They called me that. You know who calls me that? Caroline. That's about it so far. Would anybody else call me that? I think Peter would call me that. Am I the most transparent? Biden never used to answer your questions. He'd ask Biden 20 questions, he'd never get an answer. Who's the most transparent president, Peter? Who? I look at him, it's the first time he's tongue-tied. I cannot believe it. Oh, he's not going to be happy tomorrow. But you people have no idea how lucky you are. When I'm gone, you're all going to be broke. Your business model is going to be finished. No, it's true. When I'm not around, you're going to be broke. There's not going to be anybody to report on. Nobody gives a damn about anybody else. The New York Times the other day had 5 stories about me. You know, before I got into politics, in my whole life, I had 7 front-page stories. This is years of success. I think 6 were good, 1 was bad. I had 5 stories, 7, 5 good. Yeah, I had a total of 7 stories on the front page of the New York Times. That's not bad. Now I average about 3 or 4 a day, all different topics, all bad, everything bad. But here we are. I mean, here we are. In fact, when I'm finished, I'm going right back to the Oval Office, so I have to be doing okay. But we are all doing good together. That's why tonight, to show just how much I care about the press, and I want to save your ratings, I'm pleased to announce my intention to, and this is somewhat of a scoop, my intention to run for a 4th term as President of the United States. I will be doing that. I will be having an official, in fact, I think I have, I won 3 times. Now I'm going to do it again. Thank you. I'm going to do it. Should be easy. I'm getting very good at running for president. No, I won 3 times, did very well the 2nd time, by the way. It's a rigged election, but we don't have to talk about it. You know, it's interesting, when you come back and you do a good job like we did, you don't care about it so much, but we do have to tighten up these elections because they really are in seriously bad shape. But on a serious note, I want to say once again, I just want to thank you all. It's been an interesting evening. I didn't really know what to expect, and it's far worse than I actually thought, but if you want to know that. But I didn't know exactly what to expect, and I've made a lot of friends tonight. I've made a lot of good friends tonight, probably made some enemies also. but it's been an experience that is something that we've all shared together, because we're all in this room tonight because most of us went through a period of trauma from just a short while ago. And you know, some people said they wanted to come, but they were afraid to come, and you people weren't afraid to come. There were a lot of people that said, Jackie, they don't really, you know, they didn't have the courage to come. And we don't want that to happen. And I'm sure it's not going to happen. We're going to do things. Again, I want to thank our law enforcement, keeps us safe. All law enforcement. We have the greatest people on earth. You know, we had, 2 years ago, we had the worst record of recruitment in, as an example, the military, Army, Navy, Air Force, Marines, the Coast Guard, Space Force. I love Space Force. Look at all that shooting we're able to do from space. That was my baby. But all of the branches of, you couldn't get people to join. This was 2 years ago. And last week, you probably saw, some of you wrote the story, we have the single best recruiting of people into our armed forces than we have ever had in the history of our country. They are brimming over with great people. And that's a big statement. And that also goes for the police departments, where they were having a tremendous problem recruiting. You can't get into a police department now. If you're looking for a job, it's very tough. And that also includes our great fire departments, because people forget about them. They're unbelievable, the job they do. So I just want to thank you. Look, we're on the cusp of something big, and I call it, and this, I'm being very serious when I say this, that this is the golden age of America. We have $19.2 trillion being spent in our country. A record was China. I think it was 10 years ago, 3 trillion. Trillion is a lot. 4 years, they went less than 1 trillion under Biden. And we have 19.2 trillion. And this is a period of actually 13 months, not even current, because we're here a little bit longer than that. But that was as of reporting dates. $19.2 trillion is being spent. Factories are coming. Toyota just announced they're going to be building the biggest car plant in the world. They're leaving Mexico. They're coming here. Tariffs did that. Tariffs did that. And maybe November 5th did that too, the election. But our country is doing things that nobody's ever seen before. And it is true. We were, and you've heard me say this, we were a dead country 2 years ago. Other leaders would see me and they'd say it's a miracle. President Xi told me that a few weeks ago in China, and he's coming here on September, I think, 24th, coming in September, the end of September, going to be exciting. But he said the same thing. The King of Saudi Arabia said it. Everyone said almost the same words. We thought you were a dead country. We never thought you had a chance. You were never going to make it back. And in a period of 1 year, you made it the hottest country anywhere in the world. We all did that together. It's not me. We all did it together. And we do. We have the hottest country anywhere in the world. And we're going to keep it going. And I just want to say, it is the room. I have tremendous respect for the people in this room. Sometimes I don't feel you treat me fair. Or maybe you do. I don't know. I don't feel that. But sometimes you treat me very fairly. And I have a lot of respect for your profession. Your profession's amazing. And I just want to thank you for having me. And it's been fun. And I've met a lot of great people. And, you know, I used an expression, and I've used it right from the beginning. I did this for one reason, to make America great again. And that's what's happening right before your very eyes. We have made America great again. And it's going to get a lot greater. So thank you all very much. It's an honor to be with you. Thank you. Thank you very much.
President Trump. People asked me for several months, how long is he going to speak? And I said, you're White House correspondents. So you should know, and thank you, President Trump. This night is all about the First Amendment. Tonight it was on full display. And I just want to congratulate all of our award winners again, my friend Caitlin, who has a beautiful smile, and Josh Dawsey, who is one of the most prolific journalists of our time. That is true. Okay, now we're finally going to answer a question people have been asking since I announced he was coming to the dinner back in February. What the heck is a mentalist? The wait is over. Please welcome Oz Perlman.
Give it up for mentalist, Oz Perlman.
The mentalist on people's minds is Oz Perlman.
How did you get that? Who are you thinking of at this very moment in time? Who are you going to talk to this week?
Vince.
Vince.
Yes.
Open your hand up.
No.
Oh my God. Look in your hands, Aaron.
Albert Einstein.
Okay, that I can't even host the show anymore.
That's the craziest shit I've ever seen in my life.
Who is she?
Oprah Winfrey.
Say hello to Miss Oprah.
Whoa.
Oh my God!
Oz, what is the stock I'm thinking?
Disney is about to roll out
ridiculous.
a streaming service. No. Wow. Wow.
If there's something freaky in here, I'm better heck out of here.
There better be.
I'm out.
How the fuck are you doing that?
You're at the top of your game, dude.
Barack Obama's who just thought of. Get the fuck out of here. How is that possible?
Mind blown again. I know we're on TV, but this is crazy.
I'm done. I'm done. That is nuts! Oh my God. Oz, you're amazing.
Oh my gosh!
Fakes to Jamar, throws to Tanner.
That's literally insane. It's like shattered my worldview. I have to rethink how I think about everything.
Please welcome to the stage, Oz Perlman.
There we go. Folks, what an honor to be here among such distinguished guests, cabinet members, the president. He made an announcement, I just heard, that he will be attending next year's event. I thought he was going to be speaking until next year, actually. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. Folks, I have to give a shout out, honestly, 3 months ago to the heroic bravery of the Secret Service and law enforcement who kept us all safe. Please, everybody. I felt truly blessed that day to go home and be able to kiss all my kids, and yet cursed that every single day since, everybody I meet, including now the President of the United States, goes, if you're such a good mentalist, why didn't you see that coming? Everyone in here, your words that you broadcast and speak influence minds all around the globe. So all of you, hold up your left hand and picture a globe in your left hand. Good, good. So that's gonna be your other left hand. This guy is wasted right now. Secret Service, code yellow, cut him. No, I'm kidding. That was not. I just saved your life. Everyone, imagine at this moment, you spin that globe and you stop anywhere random. Bam, go for it. Follow me with the mic, follow me with the mic. Let's go over to somebody. Let's go to this gentleman whose body language is saying so desperately, not me, not me. Everyone thinks it's fake. I watch this on TV. I think it's fake. Sir, have we ever, right over here, have we ever spoken a word in our life? Red bow tie, aggressive play.
No.
Okay. What is your name?
Steve.
Steve, hold up. They love you, Steve. Steve, did you just spin a globe and go to a random place?
Yes.
Hear me out, folks. In a few months, Steve will forget the random place because there's no meaning. But no, listen to me. And then a year from now, you'll say, who was the guy we saw last year? I cannot have you forgetting me by next year. I'm gonna be the show you talk about for years to come. So everyone, I don't want a random place. Everybody, give it another spin. Follow me. Everyone give it another spin. I want eyes to light up. I want butterflies in your stomach. Everybody stop on one spot, and I wanna see a big smile. I want to see excitement in your eyes. That guy just winked at me. I don't know why. Follow me with the mic. Right over here, this gentleman with a perfect head of hair. They're going to hold the mic. They're going to help you out. Tell us your first name.
First name is David.
David, stand up, please. Give him a hand for helping me out. Give him a hand. David, I don't know the future. I'm not a psychic. I would have called that 3 months ago. I read people. Hold up your hand. Try not to react. South America, North America. Look down again. Number one place in the world you'd love to go. Look at it again. But this man dreams big, but you haven't been there. Look at that place one more time. Look at me. Yeah, that's the smile I wanted to see. Asia, Africa, Antarctica, too cold for you. Turn your back so I can't see you and you can't see me. Close your eyes for me, David. Close your eyes. David, was there any hesitation in your mind? Were you on the fence? Look, the shift in the posture, the weight on the right foot. Close your eyes. My boy just changed his mind. Come on, David. He just said in his head, he goes, if I'm not paying, I'm going big. There's a passport involved. David, keep your eyes closed. Keep your eyes closed. Keep your eyes closed. What was the place when I said spin it? Stop right there. Where did you want to go? Tell us.
Taj Mahal.
What? Can I ask you a question?
Yes.
That's why I said you shifted your balance. Have you been there before?
Never.
I'm so curious. Let me ask you a question. You never know how this works. Did you change your mind?
No.
Were you thinking initially of a place and you go, I've been there, so it's too obvious, and at the last moment you changed? What was the first place you thought of?
Big Sur, California, where I just visited.
And then, Taj Mahal was your was the layup. There it is right there. What did you think of after that? I saw you chilling, relaxing. Was there another place you were thinking of?
Great Wall of China.
Okay, close enough. I'll take Big Sur. Turn around. Maybe you're just drinking Fiji water. I'll take it. I'll take it. Did Fiji pop in your head?
Fiji came at one point, I will say. Fiji did come at one point.
This guy's like, I'm going on an all-expense vacation. I'm doing a world tour here. I say think of one place. That's fine. That's fine. Have a seat for me.
You got it.
No, what? Hear me out. Hear me out. What happens if somebody lies in my show? Right? What happens if somebody lies in my show? And this room never lies, so there's no chance. Watch this. I need to put some skin in the game. Right now, if I lose, what happens? Nothing. I already got paid for the show. Let's come out in this crowd. Raise your hand if you have any cash on you. If you have any money on you, raise your hand. What is this? All the cabinets broke? What's going on? Where's that super PAC money? Follow me. I'm going, you know what? I see the name tag. I don't have to read minds. Acting Attorney General. Let's go over to this gentleman. Introduce yourself, please.
Pardon me?
Tell us your first name.
You don't know my name?
I know it, but it seems fake if I know, Todd. I can say it. Stand up. Give him a hand, everybody, for helping me out. Todd, just tap on the mic. Let's make sure it works. Are you a money clip or a wallet kind of guy? Don't take it out.
No. Neither. It's like it's more like a wallet.
Okay, it was a multiple choice. That's okay. Do you know, and I always ask this question because you never know, you're going out. Cash isn't as common now. Do you know exactly how much is in there or you're not sure?
I'm not sure.
I like that, right? Hashtag baller.
No.
I want you to count it, but hold on. Do it under the table so there's no way I could see. Under the table, and move away with the microphone. I picked the right guy. Stand up. Lie to me. Don't tell me how much money you really have. Make up a lie. Make up a lie. Lie to me. How much you got?
130.
I would have said if you're going to dream big, Todd.
That was dreaming big.
Folks, I notice patterns. And I can't explain why, and this is not a stereotype, but when I do this with men versus women, they lie differently, and I don't know why that is. It's not a gender stereotype, but for some odd reason, statistical analysis, women will prefer to use a number smaller than the amount they actually have on them. I don't know why. Men like to lie by saying things are bigger. No examples. You didn't laugh at that joke, Todd. Joke was hilarious. Bingo! My acting attorney general just lied too big. Here's the question to ask yourself. Cover your eyes. How could I know something he didn't even know? I'm gonna show you over here. I'm gonna show the president. President's still admiring the Czech crystal, I'm noticing. Those are beautiful chandeliers, sir. Open your eyes. How much you got, Todd?
$85.
$85, everybody! IRS conducting a forensic audit as we speak on you, sir. Do you know the gentleman standing in front of you, sitting in front of you?
I met him tonight.
Okay. You seemed happier than he did. That was a weird response. Tell us your name. My name is Tom. Tom, hold out your hands flat if you don't mind, like a pancake. Take any one of those bills out for me, Todd. And I want to create a moment in this room for Todd and Tom that you will never forget. Flip the bill over for me, and I want you to remember this White House Correspondents Dinner.
I will.
Todd is like, I should have brought more cash. Turn to face him, please. And what I'd like you to do here is you're going to be his table. You could sit if you want, but that's okay.
Attorney General, so I should probably stand up.
I want you to take, and I want you to sign it. Go ahead. And then hold it up so everyone can see the federal offense you have just committed. He just clearly lost the Senate confirmation hearings on camera. I'm teasing you, Todd. Todd, did you sign that bill?
I did.
I don't know why you're smiling over here, Tom. You're an accessory to the crime, sir.
Okay.
This is the acting attorney general. I want you to take that bad boy, fold it in half, please. Fold it again, and I want you to recount the moments that just happened under oath in court. Did you touch that bill, Todd?
Yes.
Did Tom touch the bill?
Yes.
Did anyone else ever touch that bill, sir?
I'm sure someone else did, but not tonight.
Okay, well, statute of limitations. I want to make sure nobody ever wants to touch it in the future. Fold it in half. Fold it again. Sit on it. He just confirmed with his wife, and he didn't even go right or left cheek. He went dead center. That's a man who takes no chances. I'm going to ask every one of you in this room a question. Here's what I'd like you all to do right now for me. Journalists, accomplished people who like to get to the bottom of things. I want everyone to take a deep breath in, and I want everyone to give me a nice strong exhale out. And I want you to close your eyes and visualize that sitting across from you. I have this question I love to ask you. I say, if you could interview, in this room I call it interview, sometimes I say have dinner, break bread, ask questions. If you could interview somebody famous, but let's make it hypothetical, dead or alive, past or present, anyone that's ever lived, it's a fascinating question. And I want you to visualize, that's the key, is not just see it in your mind, but see that person sitting across from you. Open your eyes, nod your heads if you've already done it. Nod your head. Some of you are quick on the draw, some of you are still relatively sober, given the fact it's, I think, 3 a.m. at this moment. I lost track of time. If you haven't yet done it, crunch time, everybody. 3, 2, 1, done. Wake up, everyone. Give me a big clap over your head if you can see your person clear as day. Give me a big clap. All right, follow me with the mics. We're gonna go rapid fire here. Follow me with the mics. Follow me, follow me. Come on over. Give me another clap. I like the fact that this gentleman right over here, can we see him? We're gonna point over. Looked at me, distinctly looked at me, clapped, nodded, then shook his head. I don't even know what that means.
I saw you coming.
You saw me coming?
Yes, I did.
And you were like, what do I do? How do I avoid him even though I'm sitting in the front row?
Push my wife in front of...
Push your wife. I love chivalry is not dead. Yes. What's your name?
I'm Ed.
Ed?
Yes.
Parents nailed it. You look like an Ed. I think that's perfect. Have we ever spoken a word in our life, ever?
We have not.
Stand up for me, Ed. Now, if I go head-to-head, toe-to-toe with Ed, I don't think it's good enough. It's not good enough. The more people I can do this with, the more impossible it becomes. Give me some more claps. Follow me with the mic. Follow me with the camera. Follow me with the camera. Oh, follow me. Gerard, come on over. This was an incredible smile, arms extended. She threw in a belly dance. I reward extra credit. No, Ed, stand up. We didn't get rid of you. I love you, Ed. Let's go right over here. Tell us your first name.
Michelle.
Stand up. 2 L's? I'm a mind reader. Come on, Michelle. Come on. Another clap. I look around. This was a moment. We had a moment right over here. If you go to this young lady, she looked at me, and when we made eye contact, Ed, she did not nod, she did not shake her head, but rather when we made eye contact, she closed her eyes tightly as if to activate some sort of camouflage shield, saying to herself, if I don't see him, does he still see me? I see you. Tell us your name.
Aaron.
Stand up for me, please.
Okay.
I now have 1, 2, 3 people thinking of 3 different people they want to have dinner with. This side's feeling no love. I can see it in your eyes. You're feeling no love, so let's keep it going. 2 more people, rapid fire. Follow me with the mics. Follow me. Give me some claps. Give me some claps. Your joy is effervescent. Also, the pocket square, 4 ripples. Next level, my friend. Next level. What is your name?
My name's Kevin.
Kevin?
Yes.
Stand up for me, Kevin. I never go past 4. Give him a round of applause. Make some noise. But this is not just any event. This is the White House Correspondents Dinner. It's been going on over 100 years. I'm the first mentalist. One more group, right over here. I didn't even tell you I would do this. Give me a clap. Let me see it. Who thinks they have someone I will not get? You will be my Fiji water. Who will that be? Give me a clap. Okay, all of you with the big clap, you're too confident. I don't like it. I like the people that are on the fence. I like this young lady right over here. This young lady looked over. She squinted at me. She didn't clap. She just gave me an I'm looking at you, buddy. Tell us your first name.
My name is Alex.
Alex, give Alex a hand too as well. Alex, Kevin, Ed, Aaron, Michelle with 2 L's. Each of you, I asked to think of somebody famous sitting across from you, and you are at the edge of your seat, scintillating, asking them questions. Sit down if it's Jack Kerouac.
No.
Folks, don't hold the applause in. Let it out. Let it out.
That's so obscure. Like, you should not have gotten.
Never bring a knife to a gunfight. Joke is too soon. Too soon. Too soon. Have a seat for me, please.
That's it. That is 100% it.
I know. I can read your mind.
You know,
That's what I
Yeah,
you don't have to keep telling me.
That was it.
Have a seat. Thank you. I like how Erin just rethought her choice. She's like, mine's too easy. Mine's too easy.
There's no way you would know.
Kevin, you are a ball of positive energy. Just looking at you has uplifted my mood without caffeine. I can tell you for a 100% fact, I'm not even gonna hedge. Not 99, not 100% live TV. Your person is alive and well, am I correct?
You are correct.
How did I know that? Your vitality, your energy. Versus if we could point the camera at Ed, Gerard, Ed is over here. That's that guy. Ed has dead guy vibes written all over him.
Come on, man. I'm feeling pretty.
Is it a dead guy, Ed?
Vital.
Is it a dead guy?
It is a.
Yeah.
It is
Classic Ed.
That's hilarious. Yes.
Yeah.
Dead guy.
Why are you on the fence?
No, he's definitely a dead guy.
You weren't sure if he was dead or alive?
No, I'm saying I'm vital. I'm just saying he's dead.
Oh yeah, it's nothing about you. You're gonna live to 120, baby. I'm talking about the person you're thinking of.
Yeah.
You know what? Arms behind the back. This guy's very proper. He's done a lot of World War II biographies. Sit down if it's Winston Churchill.
You're right.
Yeah. Folks, I'm getting 6% applause on things that deserve 120. Have a seat for me, Ed. Have a seat, Ed. Have a seat. Bless you. I knew you'd sneeze right then. Aaron, playful hair adjustment, always a guy. It's always a guy. The hair adjustment twice, it's a guy. Am I right?
It's a man.
I could tell.
It wasn't playful hair, but it was just an adjustment.
Okay, there's no implications here. I like how Tom just told Todd, he's like, why didn't you bring more money, bro? Why didn't you bring more money? I did this last week. I filmed my Netflix special. And I did this, and the last person standing thought of a movie star. And when I got it right, he did not sit down. And the tension grew in the room, and I said, sir, did I get it? He goes, yeah. And I go, okay. And he goes, oh yeah? What movie am I thinking of? I'm like, buddy, there's no on-demand feature. It's always, I wonder what movie she's thinking of his. But I'm gonna go with it. Do you know what question you're gonna ask him right off the jump, or is it more just a flowing conversation? What's
Flowing, just flowing.
Flowing, I love that, I love that. And you were debating, and I was thinking like, oh, I think he's passed away, am I correct?
Correct.
It seems somber.
Yeah,
But
not summer, but passed away.
Okay. I don't know which movie. Tell us all, who are you sitting down to dinner with? Who's across from you during this scintillating interview?
Jerry Garcia? Are you wrong?
Don't ever doubt me again. Don't you ever doubt.
You scared me! How did you know? Oh my God. All right, Austin.
Guy next to her dropped an F-bomb. We're not on the hot mic. We're okay. We are okay. Michelle with 2 L's. Kevin with the tremendous smile. We have an issue right now. We have a problem. You don't realize it. But the issue is that so far tonight, I'm on fire. No, don't you smile, Kevin. It's a bad thing. I set the bar too high too soon, which means that right now, I can no longer guess who you're each thinking of. Because you will say to me later, what'd you think of that guy O's? And you're like, he's pretty good, but then he did it 4 or 5 times, he plateaued. Kevin, I don't plateau. I peak. So I'm gonna hand each of you, we're gonna hand you each a poster board and a marker. If we can grab, come on, I need you. We're gonna hand you each one. Don't open the markers yet. The markers, just because people try to unscrew them, they just pop. Don't do that, Kevin, don't do that. Hand each person one, and each of you, very important, don't open the marker, hold them close to you, hold them sideways. Landscape is good.
Okay.
A little twist there, Kev. There you go.
Thank you so much.
Beautiful. Freeze. I'm not gonna guess who you're each thinking of. I'm gonna do something exponentially crazier. You're gonna talk about this for years. This Frisbee I purchased for 82 cents. Amazon Prime, free same-day shipping. This Frisbee has a 1.5-star review. This is literally the worst Frisbee in the world. I could have my friend Tom Brady right here trying to throw it to you. It would not land. It does not fly true. Let's see, who could we get? The president?
Yes!
No.
Will you just throw it for us? Is that okay? I don't know if I can aim it. Secret Service, is this okay? They just went code red, mentalist, no. Is that, I can't throw this, we'll see what we can do. We'll see what we can do. I don't know if I can aim this thing, President. There, okay. You know what? I have a better idea. Throw the hat out in the crowd. Let's go. Someone catch, or nobody catch.
Glassware down.
This guy just became his VP running mate in 2028. Hear me out.
Okay.
Are you okay? If you'd like, this is entirely your choice. You can help me, but the Frisbee goes further than the hat. So it adds elements of excitement and randomness versus the hat had about 3 people to land because it appears I've made half the room disappear. Would you like to keep it or would you like to throw it onwards and make this even more random?
Actually, I would love to keep it.
Would you like to join me on stage and be my mind-reading protege?
Oh, why not?
Give her a round of applause, everybody. I'm gonna stand you right here. We're gonna bring you a microphone. Tell us all your name.
My name is Diane Williams.
Diane Williams, have you and I ever spoken a word in our life?
No, never.
Diane Williams, go ahead and read their minds. How crazy would that have been? Are you kidding me right now? Diane Williams, we need to get into the zone, okay? No. Not really yoga style. I want you to give me your best mind reading pose. Bring the hands up here. That's pretty good. That's more, okay, it's sunny out. Let's hit them. Yeah, there we go. Diane Williams, here's what I'm going to do for you. I'm going to assist you. Look at me. I'm going to have you picture a crystal ball in my hands. There is not really a crystal ball. You are going to look down into my hands, and I want you to look through that crystal ball down into my hands, and I want you to nod your head if you are seeing clear as day 2 people or pretending. Can you see them? Is that a yes? You're really playing this up. Yes. And keep your eyes closed. Oh, okay. And I want you to repeat over and over in your head who you just saw, over and over in your head. Do you see 2 people? Can you see those 2 people? Close your eyes, Diane Williams. Close your eyes. Kevin, Michelle, uncap your marker. Keep your eyes closed, Diane Williams. I want you to write down your person's first and last name or their name as big as you can. As big as you can, please. Maximize the space on there. The person you picked, write their name as big as you can. Are you done, Michelle?
Yes.
Take your time, Kevin. I'm getting bored of my own show. Kevin, you done?
Done.
Diane, wake up. Come back to the light. Now, I'm going to give you one clue, which is that we were able to ascertain that his person is alive. We said that earlier.
Okay.
So I want you not just to look into that beautiful smile, but look into his eyes. See the reflection across from him and tell him who is the person he is sitting down to dinner with. The person is alive. Who is it?
Michael Jordan.
Michael Jordan.
Stop.
Oh my God.
Stop.
Folks, are you alive in this room right now?
Crazy.
That was a 3 out of 10 on something that should have been a 12 out of 10. So no, I'm not looking for pity. If lightning strikes twice here at the Waldorf Astoria, and Diane Williams nails this, there better not be one butt still in a seat, unless you are mobility impaired, in which case I want to see a miracle. So you don't look into Michelle's eyes, you look into her soul, and you tell this woman, okay.
Okay.
What's that?
I just saw one name.
Okay, well that's his name.
Okay.
What would we do? What if we put on your mind reading face?
Okay.
Diane Williams, get back in the zone. Look at me, stare me in the eyes. Well, her eye contact is very intense, folks. I hold this crystal ball up. We look through it. We see this beautiful check glass. Down, we look down. We look down and we look down and we see a face. And we say to ourselves, who do we see? You're pretending even though God knows this is not going to work, so I'm hoping for the best.
Okay.
I don't think it's going to work, but who knows? Are you staring at Michelle? Are you looking into her eyes? Look deeper, look into her soul, and give it your best shot. Diane Williams, who is she having dinner with?
Could it be JFK?
Turn it around, turn it around, turn it around. Have a seat. Folks, I'm bringing Diane on the road with me for the record. She's keeping the hat. Really quick, let's see at this juncture in the evening if anybody still has battery life. Grab out your phone. Go to your calculator. I just watched this man clear as day clear his browser history. Please go to your calculator. If there's a number, I don't want it. Get rid of it. Clear that number out. And I want to see nice, beautiful zeros out there. Do we have zeros? Hold them up, hold them up, hold them up. Let me see what we got. Okay. I need to see energy. I feed off of it. Who wants in? Who wants in right now? Who wants in? Who seems excited? One guy just looked at me and started flexing. I don't know why. Okay, battery life, still in the green. You're doing pretty well there, sir. What is your name?
Josh.
Josh? Traditional spelling? Do you want to join me? Let's get him up here. Let's hear it for Josh, everybody. Josh, come on up. Come on up, partner. Let's bring you up. Josh, here's what I want you to do. I need to get somebody else in the mix. I want you to do two things. We're going to fact check this. You're going to type in this in. One more partner in crime. Pick somebody out there for me to help me out. Who's it going to be? Dina. At your own table. Okay, so I like the nepotism here. He's like, let's just stick with my own table. Dina, do you have your phone as well?
I do, yeah.
Stand up. Dina has no cover, just living dangerous over there. This trick is about to be called Apple Care. Dina, should we swap? Josh, come with me. Dina, I'm gonna bring you in as well. Dina, since I didn't get to throw a Frisbee, are you have your calculator open?
Yes.
Please open it up. What do we have? Is this an amortization calculator? She's doing my mortgage calculations is what I'm seeing.
Okay, I'm sorry.
It's okay. I don't know what this one is. I can't do, this is like the buttons are too small. I can't see anything. I'm so sorry. I gotta use someone else because I can't see. Put the brightness up. Grab yours. This one's big even though you're at 7% battery. I love it. Dina, give us a number and we're gonna go on stage. Come with me, Josh. Give us a number and I want you to do this. I want you to give us a birthday. Come with me. You know what? Join me. Join me. We'll bring you up. Josh, you're gonna be on deck. Josh, sit down. This gentleman, come with me.
Oh, wait.
I need you. Yeah. How are you? He keeps getting texts from his table saying he's gonna get you good. Who is writing that? I'm gonna bring you a microphone. I like you saying here, Dina and Josh, you each get to help me. Dina, tell me the birthday of somebody you care about deeply. So take a moment with it. Tell us the birthday of someone you care about deeply. Go ahead.
August 17th.
Pause. Whose birthday is that?
My husband.
Everyone go, oh, good choice. I don't want to touch anything. Put in 817, please. 8, slow. 817. Freeze right there. Okay, have a seat. Thank you, Dina. In honor of Dina picking her spouse, which is a common choice, raise your hand if you are married as well. Okay, most of the room. I need to know why that woman just did this. Did anyone see that? That was a very strange reaction to a relatively binary question. That was a real-time Facebook status. It's complicated. Dina loved that joke. Let's go over to someone new that has not helped me yet. How about right over here? I'm gonna go to the gentleman right next to Steve, who I loved earlier. Who thought of Bora Bora? That was too obvious, Steve. Make it tough next time. Let's go to that gentleman in the green who felt so slighted. What is your name?
Arden.
Arden?
Arden.
That's correct. Arden, quick, what's your wedding anniversary?
May 26th.
What was it?
May 26th.
Do times 526, but don't do equal yet. I'm doing the math. August 17th times May 26th. Kidding, I don't know. Michelle thought I could do anything after John Fitzgerald Kennedy. You get to instill a little bit of yourself in this. Do you have a lucky number or something special to you? I do. You do? 1 digit or 2 digits? 1 digit? Bring it close to the heart.
Oh, this one?
That's your heart, yeah. We're not there yet. We're not there yet. And I want you to hit plus and hold it close to you and put in your lucky number. And then walk out into this crowd to somebody that you do not know. Is that possible? You seem a social butterfly. And I want to lock eyes. Look at me, sir. Look at me, sir. 500 times 1,000 is 500 G's. I'm a capitalist. I want 2 commas. I want a 3rd comma. I want millions. What's your name?
Colin. Colin?
Colin? 1 L or 2?
1.
All right, Michelle's not happy. Some of you, your memory is not as good. You don't know why that callback was funny. That's okay. Colin, 3-digit number between 100 and 500. Don't do 1, 2, 3. You're better than that, Colin. You're better than that. You got a number?
Yes, sir.
I didn't like it. Change.
Okay.
There it is. There it is. Whisper with no microphone into his ear your 3-digit number. Everybody make ambient ocean noises. Did you hear what he said? We're gonna get the microphone right there, right there. Have a seat for me, Colin. Please type in, to this gentleman, please type in a times and put in Colin's 3 digits. You did it. Colin, have a seat. Wonderful. Did you hit equals?
Not yet.
Please.
All right.
Gotta be over 30 mil. It's gotta be over 30 million. Is it over 30 million?
It is.
Okay, I thought that was lightly impressive, but no, it's okay. I don't need the pity applause. Thank you though, Bobby. Thank you. I'm ready. I'm ready for you. Oh yeah, I'm not Rain Man. What do we get? That's what calculate, yeah.
Read the number?
Yeah.
All right. 53 million.
Hold up, 53 million.
670,000.
600, oh, I didn't leave enough room. Okay, I'm gonna wrap around. 53,670,000.
682.
$682. Bam. Have a seat. Give them a big round of applause. All my helpers. Dina, Josh, way to fact check. I appreciate you. Did you hear me say dollars? Imagine that you go to your ATM, that you swipe your card, that you type in your PIN code, or if I'm there, I do it for you. And suddenly, in your checking account balance, $53,670,682. How would you react? Let me see some faces. Okay, I like how some of you didn't hear the key word, checking account. This is not an interest-bearing account. I like how one guy swore under his breath, like tariffs. Folks, you should deploy this capital. Like my man right over here, Todd Blanche, looked at me like that was low. Tom, what did he sign, Tom? Was it a 20, a 50, or 100? We couldn't see. Tom is the guy next to him. Tom is the guy next to him. What was it?
A 20.
It was a 20? Todd, are you still sitting on it?
Yes.
Todd, reach into the abyss. Stand up for me, please, sir. Todd, check the signature. Is this your bill that you took out of your pseudo money clip?
Yes.
You marked it, but so did the government of the greatest country on earth with an 8-digit serial number. Read us those digits one at a time, please. Switch to me, please. Switch to me, please. Switch to me, 1 digit at a time, please.
5367062.
Thank you very much, everybody! Amos Perlman, truly this has been the honor of a lifetime. Thank you very much, everybody.
Wow. Oh. Everyone, thank you for a memorable night. Thank you, Mr. President, for coming to our dinner. Thank you, O's, for scaring all of us in this room. And thank you all for supporting the White House Correspondents Association and the First Amendment. Thank you.
Thank you all. This concludes the 2026 White House Correspondents Dinner. Again, our thanks to President Trump. We look forward to seeing you all next year at the Washington Hilton. Please travel safely. Have a good night.
And it's a wrap on take 2 of the 2026 White House Correspondents Dinner, taking place here in Washington at the Waldorf Astoria, a new venue for this annual dinner that has been taking place since 1921. Over 100 years. This traditional dinner has taken place here in Washington. President Trump attending his first White House Correspondents' Dinner as president. You heard from him earlier this evening. He spoke for over an hour. He was slated to speak for about 40 minutes, and he went about an hour and 4 minutes. The night ended with a very impressive act by Oz Perlman. And tonight, we'll now get your reaction to the White House Correspondents' Dinner. You can join us, Democrats, at 202-748-8000, Republicans 202-748-8001, and all others at 202-748-8002. While we wait for your calls, let's go back to President Trump's remarks about the journalists and press attending tonight's dinner.
Caroline may have one of the hardest jobs in the White House. She has to deal with all of you all of the time, and you can be very difficult. You can be very, very difficult people, but I'm probably being a little bit oversensitive. Sometimes I really do think that some of you don't like me. In fact, I read a report, I get 93% negative publicity. 93, so how the hell did I win the election by so much? Think of it, I don't think that's true. I can't believe it's 93. In the 80s maybe, but not 93. But this place is really the largest group of Trump derangement syndrome people ever put together at one time, I suspect. But some of you are lucky that our last dinner was cut short because I had brought with me what would possibly have been, I'm telling you, I had something. I was going to go after you. I feel so badly doing this. It's got to be such a letdown. Oh, yay. But your lives were really in danger the last time for an opposite reason.
President Trump from earlier this evening delivering his remarks at the White House Correspondents' Dinner. He referred to his own speech as this whole frickin' stupid speech. We want to get your reaction to what you heard from the president. Paula in Gaithersburg, Maryland, Democratic caller.
Hi, thank you, C-SPAN, for being on the air. My husband especially and I watch C-SPAN almost every day. It's important to have an unbiased channel and to watch our government in action and vote, and to discuss it afterwards and hear what other people's opinions.
Yeah, absolutely. So what did you hear tonight? What was your reaction?
I thought he was, as usual, he was a bore, he was a chode and long-winded. And he didn't fall asleep tonight. That's a good thing. He rambled on about inane things and cares about chandeliers. He wants to rename everything in his name and the ballroom, and he talked about those who criticize him. It wasn't worth watching him, and it wasn't just like it wasn't worth watching him on Wednesday regarding the election security. Also, I was very disgusted and appalled at the hat that he pulled out at the last minute. All he does is run for president and talks rally speeches.
Paula, you didn't take that as a joke? Him donning a 2028 hat?
Oh no, not at all. He truly means it. He does. And the 22nd Amendment doesn't allow him to do that. It has to be changed and ratified by 2/3 of the Congress, and in both houses, and 38 out of 50 states have to ratify that. So I don't see it happening, but he does not pay attention to our laws. He's running through our Constitution. He doesn't care about our laws nor our Constitution, and he has sycophants following him and doing his bidding. So,
all right. Paula, I'm going to move on to Jonathan, who's in Hook, New York, an independent. Jonathan, what did you think? Red Hook, New York.
Thank you very much for having me on, and thank you, C-SPAN, for covering all of these incredible events. Tonight was appalling. It was so disappointing.
What were you hoping to hear from him?
Something that was not what he always delivers. I'm shattered.
Were you surprised?
I'm a student of comedy. I'm a student of C-SPAN, and since Stephen Colbert had his moment all those years ago, it's been a special event for me, and tonight was the worst of the worst, and I'm sorry for my Republican friends who were hoping for something conciliatory or reasonable.
Okay.
Or,
well, Jonathan, the president is arriving back at the White House. That is the screen on your right there. It's a short trip from the Waldorf Astoria to the White House. It's just down the road. It's the former Trump Hotel, as you heard him talk about tonight. And this is taking place about 2 miles away from the Washington Hilton, where the original dinner was supposed to happen in April before that alleged gunman breached security with multiple weapons. And the dinner was then upended and postponed to tonight. So tonight was a redo, a slimmed down redo. Jonathan, what did you make of them even having this dinner?
Well, I certainly see the conflict. The number of cabinet members and the dead room. I mean, you couldn't have dropped a spoon and heard the reaction was they were just really, I think, unsure of what to make of this nonsense.
What did you think of the entertainer? You said you're a student of comedians.
Oh yes. Oh, he's very impressive, and I've followed him for a while. And he does what he does, and I don't know how he does it, but that's O's for you.
Okay. All right. Aaron, Atlanta, Georgia, another independent. We'll take your thoughts.
Yeah, I want to talk about, I guess, the remarks that Wolf Blitzer made in front of Donald Trump regarding the Epstein files when he was giving away that one award. But first off, I just want to say that I called in those times ago, last month when you were in the White House Correspondents Dinner and when you unfortunately had to go through all that. So I just want to say that, obviously you're very much okay. So I'm glad for that. But in my question, what was, I guess, your reaction to Wolf Blitzer honoring the Wall Street Journal's Epstein reporting while President Trump was seated just a few feet away? Do you think that moments like this reflect the role of the White House Correspondents Association dinner in recognizing journalism, even when it's uncomfortable for those in power?
Let me ask you, do you believe it is?
For the most part, it should be. I think that, the First Amendment, whether it makes people uncomfortable, whether it makes people, offended, I guess that's really, the essence of it, is to speak the mind and to report on things that you don't necessarily want, people don't necessarily want to be put out, you know what I mean? So
okay.
Obviously, when a Wolf Blitzer said that, obviously I saw Donald Trump's body language. I guess he just shrugged it off, I guess. It was very, I was a little alarmed because I wasn't really listening to the live stream when it happened. But then once I heard the name and then once I saw Donald Trump, obviously I got a little, it was quite surreal in a sense.
Well, if you missed it, if anyone missed moments that Aaron was talking about, you can find them on our website at cspan.org. And Sunday at 8 a.m. on C-SPAN 3, we're going to have a marathon of White House Correspondents' Dinners from over the years. You'll be able to hear from all the different presidents that have attended and spoke about the First Amendment, and journalists poked fun at them and poked fun at themselves. Tune in Sunday, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on C-SPAN 3. Mark in Tolan, Connecticut, Republican. What did you think of tonight?
Well, first of all, I want to thank you for covering. I've watched C-SPAN cover the Correspondents' Dinner for years, and I always enjoy it. You know, at first, there were times tonight when I was uncomfortable with when the president was delivering his jokes that were not being well received and not well read. And I'll tell you this because I lived in New York State, and I've seen this. The president mentioned this at the beginning of his talk. He said that he talks in a sarcastic manner, and because of his delivery, it is hard to get whether he's joking or whether he's serious. And I think he's very misunderstood. And I've seen other leaders, not everybody, but a few leaders who have the same joking style. So I think it's kind of a regional cultural thing that's not really well understood by America in general. And then, if I may, I wanted to comment on the press corps tonight and the awards and what I've observed, which is that, you know, and I wonder if the press isn't a victim of Watergate. And what I mean by that is, ever since Watergate, the press has interpreted its job as playing a game of gotcha, maybe more so against Republicans than Democrats. But and if you listen to the awards that were handed out tonight, the theme of each award was these were gotcha moments. And what I fear is that we live in a very big, complicated society, and people don't know how government works day to day. And to me, the news needs to redefine itself to report on the good things that are occurring in the news. And yes, call out the bad. We always want the press to be there. But freedom of the press is not freedom to never report information that's positive about the government. And by the way, the proxy for that, one of the best sources I've gotten government news from is by listening to Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent. And he doesn't get, I don't think, nearly enough coverage. And I think there's an opportunity here for the press to sort of get away from being so stuck on gotcha ever since Watergate and inform the public, because the public doesn't know what goes on in the government every single day.
Okay. Mark there in Connecticut. The president tonight revisited a White House Correspondents' Dinner that he attended as a guest back in 2011 when President Barack Obama delivered remarks at that 2011 speech. He revisited the jokes that then President Obama had targeted toward Mr. Trump at that time. Listen to what the President Trump, had to say tonight about that 2011 speech.
I have been here actually quite a few times, people don't realize. And there's one time in particular when Barack Hussein Obama hosted it. Do you know who that is? And he hit me hard, but actually he hit me with respect. I was sitting with Melania at a table, and you had Brooklyn Decker, supermodel, at a table right next to her. And I really always will like her. She's married to a great tennis player, Andy. And she was at the table, not at my table. And I have watched this clip thousands of times. They keep playing it because they think that was the evening I decided to run for president. It was not. In fact, I loved the evening. I looked at my wife. I said, can you believe it? All these people, that's all they're doing is talking about me. I love this dinner. It's true. And Obama was nice. It's amazing how things work out. He actually showed a picture of the White House with a big Trump on top, like I put a sign. And I'm sort of doing that when you think about it, right? I mean, he wasn't really wrong. But no, he was respectful. He was good. But it had nothing to do. It had nothing to do. I just decided that I wanted to make America great again. This had nothing to do with that dinner. I've gotten so many calls, and for years they've been saying, was that the moment you decided to run? Really, no. I left that night, and the press was there. A lot of the same people that I see, they said, did you have a good time? Unbelievable. And some thought I didn't have, but I did have. And I always remember, though, Brooklyn. She was so angry. She was much angrier than me. She was angry. She thought they were mocking me. And they really weren't. It was just one of those things. And I had a great time. But I left, and I sort of thought, I was there 3 or 4 times before that, but I sort of thought, wow, that dinner is really something special. And then I ran, I got elected. I thought the press treated me very, very unfairly. And I don't know, I think I made the right decision because you hate to go where maybe you're not wanted, but they did want me. They wanted me for ratings and they wanted me for other reasons, but not for love. And I said, you know, I'm not going to go. First time that ever happened, I think. Was that the first time? Just about. Presidents always came. And I didn't go for 4 years because I got treated terribly by the press. In my opinion, unfairly. I know unfairly because I know the facts, but I got treated unfairly. I didn't go. And this year I was called by your president and your chairman and all of the people, and they said, we'd like to do it. And I said, you know what? With time goes by, time passes, and you sort of look at life a little bit differently. I said, let's do it. And I didn't know it was going to turn out the way it did. It turned out to be the biggest event in the history of your day. That was by far the biggest, right? For all the wrong reasons. But as I said before, a lot was learned from that evening. So much having to do with so many different things, including security. But it's an honor to do it. This is my first. I mean, I've been to it numerous times, but as president, I haven't been here. And I'm glad. And they said, would you do it next year? I said, I will be back next year. Now, if you get really, really nasty, maybe not. I don't know. But we're going to be back next year.
President Trump from earlier this evening promising to return next year. Before that, revisiting the many times that he has been at the dinner, not as president, but specifically mentioning 2011 when then President Obama poked fun at Donald Trump, the guest at the dinner. Let's go into the C-SPAN archives and show you the moment that Mr. Trump was talking about tonight.
No one is happier, no one is prouder to put this birth certificate matter to rest than the Donald. And that's because he can finally get back to focusing on the issues that matter. Like, did we fake the moon landing? What really happened in Roswell? And where are Biggie and Tupac? All kidding aside, obviously we all know about your credentials and breadth of experience. For example, no, seriously, just recently in an episode of Celebrity Apprentice at the steakhouse, the men's cooking team did not impress the judges from Omaha Steaks. And there was a lot of blame to go around, but you, Mr. Trump, recognized that the real problem was a lack of leadership. And so ultimately you didn't blame Little John or Meatloaf. You fired Gary Busey. And these are the kind of decisions that would keep me up at night. Well handled, sir. Well handled. Say what you will about Mr. Trump. He certainly would bring some change to the White House. Let's see what we've got up there.
From the C-SPAN archives, April 30th, 2011, President Obama poking fun at then guest at the White House Correspondents Dinner, Donald Trump. We're getting your reaction to take two of the 2026 White House Correspondents Dinner. It was a redo from April, as all of you know. Scott in Hutchinson, Kansas, Democratic caller. What did you think of tonight?
Well, Greta, thank you for taking my call. I'm sorry to be following that montage of that old speech with President Obama and Donald Trump and the things that he said. You know, there was a precursor to that where he was denying that his birth certificate was real, and I think that predated it. What I was disappointed in was lack of financial talk, which would be a C-SPAN call. I can only call in once a month. I'd love to talk about the debt, but as far as the correspondents' dinner, I was laughing for the wrong reasons. It was so bad. You know, the world is watching this speech, and I'm embarrassed for America that we have somebody that is so bitter about being treated unfairly and complaining about all these hurts that are done to him because he's so wonderful and perfect in everything that he does. I just found it frustrating to listen to, but I listened to the whole thing. Okay. And I love the dinner, and thank you for taking my call.
Well, Scott, the president said it's a hot ticket, and when the president shows up, do you agree that no matter who the president is, it's a hot ticket?
Oh, it is. And, you know, the respect for the office is always there. It doesn't mean that you have to totally believe everything that the person that holds the office is telling the truth. But, yes, the respect for the president of the United States, no matter who's in there, has to be for the office holder. But at the same time, the free press is allowed to say, hey, the office holder is really not saying good things. He's making billions of dollars he's made more money as a president than the last 50 presidents combined have made while they're in office. And he's doing it all in the open. And our national debt is my biggest concern, and how it's going to affect our finances. And I wish there was more talk about that, because it's a problem.
All right. Well, Scott, thank you there in Kansas. We'll go to Bob, a Republican in Memphis, Tennessee.
Bob's gone.
All right. We'll go to Jerry in Oceanside, California, Republican. Jerry, are you there?
I am here. Thank you. Yeah, I would say a couple of things. Number one, the whole program, I was glad I was able to watch the whole thing from beginning to end, because it was transformational in many, many ways. But the thing I would say is the medal list was great. I thought the awards were great and reflected, you know, what the freedoms we have that were described. I thought the president was terrible. I was disappointed that here he is representing, you know, the United States as a president. Well, he is a convicted felon. So here he is, and it reflects just the same way he is when he's in the news, when he's talking, whether it's here or dignitaries in other countries. He treats everybody the same way, and it's all about him. He hasn't changed, and he's not going to change. So I'm glad that you put the show on. I thought it was fantastic, but you know, him doing people a favor and showing up and treating the audience like that was despicable. But it's the same way he treats everybody all the time.
Okay.
So that's why we got a convicted felon as president. Thank you.
All right, Jerry there in Oceanside, California. Susan is a Democrat. Good evening to you.
Yes, hello. Yes. Yeah, I think that Trump is absolutely nuts. But anyway, I'm getting back to a couple things. One, he mentioned, did you see how he mentioned, like, he lost, you know, he won 3 elections. Like, you know, he's only won 2. And he still thinks 2020 he won. And the other thing, he's such a, you know, elite. I mean, he does so many things like trying to get those votes, and that was against the law. And then my dad used to always say, if you don't have anything nice to say about someone, don't say it. And all he does is talk about people, really, I mean, terrible. And my husband and I were just so tired of him. I mean, gee. And plus, he's a felon. Like one guy said, there he is. And it's just so disappointing. And I hope he can't run again.
Okay, Susan. Rochelle, Scottsdale, Arizona, on our line for Democrats. Did you watch the whole dinner tonight, Rochelle?
Yes, I did.
And what did you think?
I thought this man have the biggest ball I ever saw in my life. He go before the lion's den. He went right there just like Daniel did. And now, I'm telling you right now, that man is everything everybody should be looking at and saying, praise Jesus for bringing him to us, because he care about everybody.
Okay, Rochelle. We'll go to Mary, Ashburn, Virginia, on our line for Republicans.
Hearing a lot of scary talk from Democrats that sound like poor losers. I mean, you got Obama and Biden talked horribly about President Trump constantly prior to him being president and as he was president, making jokes about him, attacking him. The press is against him, and it's just frightening that half the country can't see how he has been fighting off verbal threats and lethal threats against him, and everybody is just ridiculous. I mean, the guy is making jokes, and they're like, oh, he put that hat on that says he's going to run in 2028. It's a joke. He's not. And guess what? The fact that you fell for it shows how simple you are.
Barbara, or Mary, did you think it was a unifying speech?
It doesn't have to be. When you're a roast, it's not a unifying event. Have you ever heard of Don Rickles? I mean, goodness gracious.
Well, I ask you because the White House said it would be unifying yet vicious.
Okay, you got both. He said some unifying things. He said a lot of nice things about a lot of people that haven't talked well about him for a lot. Okay, and he said some vicious things. And it's a roast. Roasts are meant to roast people.
Okay,
and that's
Mary.
what he did.
Okay, I'm going to go to Barbara, who's next in Savannah Park, Maryland, independent. Hi, Barbara.
Hi. I'm really honored to talk to you all. We've been watching C-SPAN Correspondents Dinners, I guess, since before Reagan. Watched them all the years, always recorded, always watch it. What impressed me for tonight was the White House correspondent speaker. Is her name Weijia Zhang?
Weijia Zhang. Mm-hmm.
Yes. Oh, my goodness. Her speech where she introduced herself, I didn't know who she was, but she is such a woman of character and strength. And when she talked about how she and her family came to this country, when she talked about the teacher, she pointed out the teacher who basically helped her put together the award-winning clip. We just need to hear that. And the one thing she said, I mean, she was very honest about the press, which I thought was good. She said, you get it right, you get it wrong sometimes. And she said something very important. She said, the press is not important. America is important. And my hope is that it will be her speech that is remembered and not the, I'm very sorry my president chose to do and say the things that he did. I want to remember that young woman, and I want to remember her inspiration, because I think with women like her, with men like her, our press can be exactly what they should be. And it was worth sitting through the whole evening just to hear her speak. I really appreciate it. And thank you.
All right, Barbara, we appreciate that. It was supposed to end at 10. It went well past 11, and we thank you all for watching tonight. We're going to get more of your thoughts on tonight's White House Correspondents' Dinner tomorrow, 7 a.m. Eastern Time on the Washington Journal. We hope you tune in then. And if you're like that last caller, Barbara, and you've watched many dinners or you haven't, you want to see them, you're in luck. On Sunday, 8 a.m. on C-SPAN 3, 8 a.m. this Sunday, we are going to have a marathon of speeches from presidents who have attended the White House Correspondents' Dinner. Right now, we'll take you back to earlier this evening and show you President Trump's remarks in their entirety.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming the 45th and 47th President of the United States, President Donald J. Trump.
And I'm proud to be an American, where at least I know I'm free. And I won't forget the men who died, who gave that right to me. And I gladly
very beautiful, but this has not been an easy evening, all these awards.